Hello, everybody, and welcome to an amazing Saturday and an amazing weekend in general that will be full of WARNO for you, and it will be of a lot of quite crazy content as we have 4 guys ready for you to provide you content directly, and a lot of guys on the back end as well. I'm gonna be joined by the lovely Bandana for the casting.
Hey, folk.
And we're gonna have a direct observer for all the games. Today it's gonna be Team in Place. Tomorrow it's gonna be Phoenix. And then we have an analyst, which today is gonna be Phoenix. Tomorrow gonna be Team in Place, most likely. And yeah, we have a lot of content. We have a lot of players. We have a lot of high quality players, if I can say so. As we have Derek, we have Hippie, we have Bethax, we have a Wooden Box, Pure Tanner, Leifmans, obviously, who is also gonna stream on his channel, the amazing Vulcan HD Gaming, Tiberius Rancor, Integer, but also a lot of really new faces, and that's always the lovely part about this community. Always new people trying to dip their toe into this, and let's see how well they will do today. Obviously, an underdog story, the guy coming out of nowhere, the dark horse, always is something welcome. And yeah, today we're gonna play the first 3 rounds. The round of 32 and round of 16 both gonna be best of ones, and then the round of 8 gonna be a best of 3 already. And then tomorrow we're gonna have the semifinals and the finals starting at the same time. So this is going to be fun, guys. And I'm really excited for it. Oh, how do you feel about it, Bandana?
Oh, I am really, really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be an absolute blast. And you know me, I love seeing new faces in this list. I love seeing the new names because some of the new players just bring in some really weird and wonderful tactics.
Yeah, that is always great. Always great. And yeah, we gonna have normal casts for you, but they will be made by an observer in front of us. Bandana and I just gonna do the talking about it. Today, as I said, that will be taken by the amazing Team in Place, who will do moving the camera for us, get us into the nice position, so we can lean back a bit and get you guys even more information directly of talking, because we don't have to do that handling of the camera. Really trying to do all of that stuff. And yeah, you also can help out all the players, motivate them a bit more, because as always, guys, there is a match arena. And yeah, I'm really happy for the first game, because the first game already, in my eyes, could be an absolute banger. As we're gonna jump into Edwin Furrer versus Pure Tanner over here, and that is going to be hot. That is going to be really, really hot. Pure Tanner, obviously, really well-known player. Edwin Furrer has been around for a long while as well, both pretty high level. Maybe the closest skill level in the first round here that we have. So that should be quite exciting. Who do you see as the favorite there, Bandana?
Oh, it's really difficult to pick out of the two of them. As you say, they're a really, really close match in terms of skill level, I think. I mean, they've both been around for such a long time. I'm struggling to pick one.
Yeah, I also will struggle to pick one here. And we already got the first deck. We will give that a look later on as well. Both Tanner and Edwin will send us their decks for the first round as well. So we can talk about that a bit before we go in. And then we also can talk, or the analysts can talk about it after the game, as there's quite some exciting stuff there as well. And yeah, the other games here, who do you see maybe as a dark horse that that you know a bit about, maybe that hasn't shown much success yet, that you think will do a nice glow up here?
You know, it's funnily enough, it's not that this person hasn't done well so far, but their sort of up and coming is Z2. Z2's been playing really well elsewhere, and I'm just wondering if we're going to see some kind of breakout here in this tournament.
Yeah, Z2, really high performance in the freshman tournament, in the monthly freshman in June, and also really strong performance in the last charity event as well. And a wooden box there could be already a big roadblock in round 2, so that might be a game that we cover in round 2 here. That's a matchup that I would have my eye on. If Tavares makes it through, that could be interesting as well, though a wooden box there most likely the favorite. yeah, Leifens versus Bulba should be a really interesting game as well. So obviously, the favorite is clear. Leifens has played quite a lot on the latest patch already. And then up top, the other storyline that I kind of hope for round 3 today is Hippie versus Derek. But obviously, there are 3 different players on each side there that could prevent that from happening. Like Lijek beating Hippie could absolutely be something that I could see happening. Or UWeb beating Derek here on the northern part for sure is something as well. I have no idea how strong Zbeer, Jack is, and Mix 90 are, which is really exciting as well. And yeah, a lot of great faces. And if you guys want to get them a bit more motivated, then you should check out the Matcherino guys, because you can add to that prize pool, which currently sits at $255.60, completely for free. You can add 25 cents for it completely free. You just have to click that claim code button over here, and then you add 25 cents to the prize pool. As easy as that. And yeah, if we get over $300, the 3rd and 4th place also will get a fair share of the prize pool. And then the exciting part for you guys, if we get over $500, I will play 6 hours of Active Aggression next week. So if you want to see me having a bit of fun with Active Aggression next week, or maybe not so much fun, I have no idea if I will have fun with it. Yeah, you can see me there next week. And yeah, Waffles already coming around here, adding 25 cents to his potential own earning, as Waffle is in the tournament himself, as Second UK suffers, versus someone who plays Second UK most likely against him. That could be interesting. If Second UK suffer gets beaten by Second UK, wouldn't be surprised there. Wouldn't be surprised. As
that would certainly be entertaining.
So yeah, and let's have a look on the rule sets and the schedule. So yeah, we have 1 hour for the first round, 1 hour for the second round, and then obviously a bit more time for the round of 8 later tonight, as there we have up to potential 3 maps we played. And the maps are given for each round. We're gonna start on one of the classics. 2 ways gonna be our game map 1. Vertigo being map number 2. And then we go into Black Forest, 2 Lakes and Death Row. No Geisa in this map pool, but all the other ranked maps are in. We even have one potential for Loop here on the semifinals, or most likely we will see Loop in the semifinals, as it's map number 2, and Chemicals. So yeah, gonna be interesting. Gonna be really interesting. Edwin is coming around soon. And yeah.
No, I think they're really good map choices as well for these, especially the first 2 rounds. You've got 2 maps which are, I'd say, reasonably well balanced as far as the maps go in Warno. You know, they're not too bad. I'm glad to see Geesa's not in there, to be honest. That's still got its issues. But yeah, looking forward to seeing this first round on 2 ways. It's a very old map now, but it's probably one of the tournament favorites.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, we got the deck of Edwin Furor as well now. So yeah, we're gonna get the game starting relatively soon. The 2 of them will go in there quite soon. And then we will have our observer joining them as well. Deck codes have been sent my way as well. So that is going to be entertaining, as both of them. Yeah, let's have a look on the decks already. We have them ready, and round 1 will be lovely Pure Tanner versus Edwin Furor. And yeah, let's have a look here, as Tanner's deck is 8 US infantry, and this is quite exciting, as a lot of supplies here. M35s, not that much artillery for it. I kind of expected maybe an MLRS, but it isn't there. But I guess 2 ways not the most artillery heavy map, as you have to cover all the sides. A lot of mech rifle laws, which on the new patch, I mean, the new patch is super exciting to see, because we don't know the meta at all yet. Like, I mean, Hippie says he knows the meta, Leifens thinks he knows the meta, but if it in the end really turns out that way, I'm not certain. Um, I'm pretty sure a lot of you have seen hippie zombie meta video already today. But let's see if he is correct with it and if he can use it as well. As we see here, a good bit of mech rifle laws, and the law actually not that bad, as it has high rate of fire, and with the stress change, that means that it can stress out enemies quite quickly here. And then we have ITOs, we have Rangers, we have 2 more CVs, so up to 8 CVs, so CV sniping won't be much of an issue here for Tanner. And then tank-wise, a lot of M1s, no M60s, which is interesting. But the M1 Abrams, I believe, got slightly cheaper here as well, right? Was a bit more expensive last patch? Or am I wrong there? Do you know, Bandana?
I will tell you in 1 second.
I believe so. Yeah, M1A1's still pretty decent as well, but pretty low in numbers nowadays. Kanoniak Panzer, obviously absolute cutie, but that one went up from 30 to 40 points, so good bit more expensive. But it has a smoke launcher, it has better stealth, can be nice for ambushes. We still have LRS instead of sniper teams here in the recon tab, which might be now something to change out for. And then scouts, ACAFs going up in price as well. So 8 got nerfed in a good couple of ways, but it's still a pretty strong deck for sure, especially because of the infantry tab here. I'm surprised that we don't see Heimatschützen or any other cheaper infantry. Like it's all the US infantry boys over here. As currently Heimatschützen usually sounds like quite a nice thing to use. Maybe even the fire team lore could have been an option here as well. And then on the other side, we have Edwin's deck, which I just got. So let's go. Let's go. And yeah, then we will go into the game, as the game is up as well. So we're gonna join that in a second as well.
Just for clarity, it was a 5-point drop for the M1 Abrams standard in terms of pricing.
Yeah. The Edwin Furor deck here is going to be interesting as well, as this is second UK. We have a lot of airmobiles. A lot. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of airmobiles.
Wow.
2 of them in helicopters. Another. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Couple of challengers still, but you get a bit fewer, I believe, as well there. Only 1 card of foxes, not a massive foxes spam, but gazelles, snipers, all there. AA obviously not that great, and the air tab here always a bit painful when it comes to defending yourself. Phantom at least has 4 availability, but its missile system and so on not so great. But then the clusters and co do go pretty nicely, so that is for sure rather entertaining. And yeah, with that said, let's get in here, as both of the players are setting up already, so we can go over there, join these guys in the action. Can join them in the action. And yeah, 2 cards of LCS, all the stuff is there. So let's freaking go. And yeah, here we go. On the left side, Tanner and Pure Tanner. On the right side, Edwin Furor. And this is quite the interesting match, as we have 2 lakes. And yeah, we have a lot of helicopters already setting up there on the right side for Edwin. We have the lovely second infantry here on the right in red. Edwin Furor, one of our French players, coming in. What's on the left side? The German, who has shown a lot of good play over the last seasons. He hasn't won a tournament yet, as far as I know, but he brought Karma pretty close in WARNO League Season 1. He had some amazing matches with people like Leifens and so on so far as well, but never quite managing it all the way to the end. But yeah, Chaprals and so on coming in here. There are some Black Hawk helicopters being used as well. Whilst on the other side, obviously, yeah, the helicopter infantry will be quite numerous. And yeah, M1A1 versus Challenger will be interesting as well. But with only 4 challengers in his deck, Edwin Furor might have some troubles here.
Yeah, I think, in terms of tanks, I think they're still playing a pivotal role in the game. The meta may be, not quite the tank meta anymore, but I'm also very curious to see how these infantry and choppers are going to perform in this new patch as well, with obviously the changes to the damage that they take when the choppers are destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely. As there are quite a number of neat guys around here. We have rovers, we have wombats, we have some Milan 2s as well. ATGMs have been buffed in their stress damage and in their flight speed, so they are a good bit more powerful. Fighting around them will be interesting. Yeah, foxes need to be used on this map in my eyes. They are still really nice in the real line action, and it's really easy on this map also to get there. Like with 1 or 2 foxes and forcing the enemy to move. The Cobra helicopters on the other side at least can do quite nicely against this, but this is for sure a really, really exciting match, as both of these divisions highly regarded by some of the top level players at the moment. I for sure know that Hippie has both of these divisions in S tier on his tier list. So let's see how this all plays out. I played myself quite a bit with infantry lately. It's so much stronger. This obviously also being a bit more of an infantry focused map, but there are some nice spots between Charlie, Delta, and Echo for tanks, and also in the north between Alpha, Foxtrot, and Charlie as well.
Yeah, as ever, from my point of view, it's just lovely to see a British division in the game. But yeah, I think this is a really good matchup. 2 infantry-based divisions. We're seeing a lot of these, as you said, we're seeing a lot of riflemen with law and things like that. And this isn't the first game I've seen that in a massive way in this patch. But a big shout out again to T-Man, by the way. Fantastic camera work.
Yeah, we going into the hot action here now. Round 1 of the WARNO League Super Tournament is on, and the LRS moving in the north. Airmobile scouts coming in there in the Lynxes. Down in the south, we have some assault pioneers going really deep from the get-go here in their little choppers. And that is going to be exciting. As on the other side, we have Rangers coming in with the Black Hawk as well. Let's see where these helicopters will meet. The Black Hawk has some MGs on its side, but it's not gonna be good enough to deal fatal damage to the Lynx. So this is for sure an interesting clash here. And yeah, the UK division really high in the tier list. I'm not quite sure what happened there at Eugen. Don't know how they got sabotaged in that way that the British division could make it through, but here we are. Let's see how it works out.
Well, as ever, the British suffers, but this is a very aggressive opening here for Edwin. Across the map, almost, it looks like. Obviously, these assault pioneers getting right in on top of those Rangers, along with the SAS.
Yes,
this is going to be an interesting opening.
Assault pioneers, they got nerfed in the strength of their TNT. The rate of fire has been highly reduced, but they still can deal a good amount of damage there. The SAS also coming in the north. Airmobiles also with a great rate here. All the Lynxes will get away. The SAS with their Stinger get the first helicopter shot down here. Great kill there. The second Black Hawk helicopter over there might be in trouble as well. Dodges for now. Rangers here in the fight. Getting some nice damage down below as well. Airmobile scouts there under fire. Ooh, it eats another big shot over here. As Rangers come in, A10 flies in onto all of this as well.
And this is such an important thing for Edwin to do. He has completely cut off reinforcements getting to that center point for Tanner right off the bat at the start of the game.
Yeah, A10 Thunderbolt comes around. Pioneer Assault getting the kill. SAS getting the shutdown there. And whilst we have good amount of fights there in the town. Both sides having a lot of infantry in there. Kanonjagdpanzers trying to help out from the rear, but their damage isn't that massive, especially as they don't have MG fire onto the enemy there. Meanwhile, the center seems to be in control of the British, but the airborne have been killed off. The airmobiles have been killed off for now. The Fox has to be careful. There is an ITO in the building in front of it, so if it gets spotted there, it most likely will suffer for it. That ITO will find a shot here. And I don't think the Fox can retaliate in time. Deals some damage to the Chaparral, but no fatal damage at all. And good kill there for the ITO. But +6 at the moment for Edwin Furor. And that is quite magnificent. Yeah, quite big. +9 now. That's only 4 minutes till victory already there. So Tanner has to find a solution against this.
Yeah, I mean, this is Edwin pushing hard and gaining a great foothold in pretty much every point on the map except Foxtrot at the top. And Tanner's obviously having to spread forces all over the place to try and keep up with this at the moment and retake Delta for a start. And then obviously he's got to worry about pushing back into the center point, which again isn't going to be easy because there's plenty of reinforcements heading in there from Edwin.
Yeah, we see an ACAV moving forward. We see a Chaparral trying to kill the Airmobile. It doesn't get a shot off against the Lynx. Twice now again. That's the L6 Wombat moving around in the north. Kanon Jagdpanzer coming up there. Meanwhile, in the south, ACAV getting a hit on the M48. Getting a nice shot off there. Whilst we see some more units coming in. Chinook supply helicopter actually taking a really risky route there. But if it makes it through, if it can resupply the SAS there and the Assault Pioneers, that means that dislodging them becomes a lot more frustrating. So pretty risky attack there, but it has a back reward if it goes through. Jaguar here.
Fantastic strike. Great strike from that Jaguar there. I also noticed there is a Rover CV trundling along the middle of the map, which T-Man did have a look at a short while ago, just trying to head across to the back point for Tanner. So that'll be more points to Edwin.
Yes, but at least in the south, for now, the point gonna be recaptured. That will give Tanner a good bit more time. Thunderbolt coming around as well. There was an Airmobile dropped off in the rear line in the north as well. Most likely gonna need a helicopter or two to deal with that, as Thunderbolt is at least hunting down the Lynx. A10 gets a kill there. That's at least not a refund for the enemy, but a Phantom coming in there. Ooh, what gonna we gonna see here? Good hits with the missiles. Issue of the Phantom is that it doesn't have a gun. So if it gets into gun range, it actually always loses because the enemy will fire back on you. Not supposed to go for head-ons there. The War Thunder strategies don't work for that thing.
No, and the Thunderbolt obviously has a much better turning circle, though much, much slower.
M48 hitting up the Kanonjagd Panzers up north. We have Gazelle rockets hitting the Kanonjagd Panzer as well. Engineers coming in big numbers. Stinger trying to hit the Chinook supply.
Tanner wants Edwin out at this point and is being as aggressive as he needs to be. He just needs to clear out all of these infantry. Obviously, they have all been repaired, so this is going to be more of a fight than he probably wanted.
Yeah, a lot of Gazelle Helms, a lot of Gazelle rockets coming up as well. At the moment, the M113s at least only fight the Assault Pioneers, so they can deal some decent damage there. But if the SAS move forward again, those will get killed off quite quickly. Meanwhile, scouts in the south can't do anything about the Rover CP. The American scouts, that's one of the major weaknesses of the American Recon tab. The scouts don't have any AT weapons, and that is big, big, big. Ooh, and the Rover CP still on the way there. +5 once more for Edwin, and if he gets the rear, it's actually even a +9 here. So that would be big. Meanwhile, Rangers moving around there as well. Airmobile fighting the LRS. So this is not looking hot for Puritaner whatsoever.
No, and I did notice he has just called something in for that back point to defend it, so he must know something is going on, as there were some infantry called in back there, but I mean, Edwin's managed to get Airmobiles all the way up here. It's quite impressive. They're very much dead, but they did a good job of getting there in the first place. And back down at the bottom, obviously, SAS have been pushed right back, but they are still hanging on in there. And obviously, with plenty of the M48s for fire support, damaged or not, they're still able to fire into the town. And there goes the back point.
Yeah, Rover CP getting the capture there. That's a +9 right now. That's 1 minute and 40 seconds only here for Puritaner. Edwin Führer with really, really strong aggressive play here with the 2nd UK. And this is highly problematic for our German player on the left side. Bringing up the US forces as Mech Rifle Leader tries to get into the middle. That would give him a bit more time here. That would reduce the take by 3. 3 would it reduce it to a +6 for now, but that still would be an issue. Toe Cobra hunting down whatever captured the rear zone there. New CV needs to get there though. So new M151 mod has been called in. 1 minute and 8 seconds here. Assault Pioneers on the way. And yeah, the Rover CP over there needs to be found as well, but the SAS still around with the Stingers, so moving forward with helicopters, not that easy. It's the full capture on the center zone. There is no CV there anymore. This is big. That will give him a decent amount more time, at least, to try to change the situation. Should at least enable his rear unit to get back into that rear zone, and then that should be even a +1 for Tanner for a while. So, yeah, really important that this was fully captured in the center. Mag Rifle Leader has to be careful there, as I would say, where do you think this is standing currently traits-wise? I don't think Tanner is doing terribly there.
No, I don't think so. I think the thing is, it's whether the commands get into the right place within the time frame. I mean, it more than doubled his remaining time to take this back, but it's going to be extremely tight.
The Rover CP there has to be careful. Toe Cobra tried to kill it. Gets the M48 killed. But the track drop, yeah. The British anti-helicopter AA is pretty strong. The CP in the rear gets the zone captured. +1 for pure Tanner for the first time. Tanner will get some points in this game. Wouldn't be enough to win the game, but at least will stop and give him more time for now. And he can try to recover here a bit more frontline-wise, though he only has 200 points to play with. As, yeah, that F-111 went for a suicide mission. It got the CV, but it paid for it with its life. New CV already on the way. Airmobile Leader coming in for the center as well, and that's a massive problem for Tanner here, as he can't move his CV in there easily. We have a Challenger Mark II in the center as a deterrent there, and this still might be over here for our player in blue.
I think it's possibly too far gone here. There's just Edwin's had too much map control for too long a period, and the fact that he had +9 for quite a chunk of this game, and now has had the ability to bring in things like the Challengers to cover the center point. It's going to be an absolute nightmare for Tanner to get back in there. Bit of a skirmish here between those tanks. The Challenger hasn't even engaged yet. He's just hanging it back till it's really needed.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes. Tanner, I don't think he has any quick CVs. There is a helicopter flying on the northern part of the map, but that's only moving Rangers. There's no CVs and Chinook, no command infantry that is moving fast there. Oh, and Tanner's CV in the south even gets caught. There is a Airmobile Leader on the way to capture all of this, and this is going to be it. I don't see how he can get back in time here. He has a CP coming in from the rear, but the Airmobile Leader here will capture it for a couple of seconds, and a couple of seconds with only 100 points more might be just enough here for Edwin Fuhrer.
I think this is very much going to tip it over the edge here if that gets completely captured. I mean, 20 seconds left. The command is trying to rush back into the middle there, but I think it's going to be too late.
Yeah, even then, it would still be a +2. The Airmobile Leaders in the south not going to be kicked out. 10 seconds here, and yeah, this seems like a classic GG situation, as we only have 3 seconds on the clock. And really well played here with the 2nd UK, playing absolutely to the strengths of that division. And yeah, defeat here for Edwin Fuhrer.
Congratulations, Tanner.
For Tanner, and a victory here for Edwin in the first round. Ooh, in the end, the KD was clearer than it looked in my eyes, but yeah, 2-1 KD as well. Really well played here in the first round, and absolutely deserved victory. And yeah, great game by both players, but Edwin just with the cleaner strategy for the map.
Yeah, exceptionally well played, guys. And Edwin, very, very aggressive at the start, just really paid off, especially cutting off the center. Even if he lost those units eventually, he made such a difference to the game by cutting that off.
Yes, that one CP in the rear got him a lot of points. Yeah, forced a lot of movement. The SAS really got into nice spots. And that Chinook resupply helicopter in the south. Oh my god, was that a good play.
Oh, that was fantastic, because Tanner just never, ever quite managed to get rid of all those infantry. He killed most of them, but even at the end, there was a squad of SAS which had about 1 or 2 members left in it.
Yeah, that was quite interesting. Yeah, that stack of Advent Furors, if we have a quick look on it again, it was just really well set up for this. So like with 3 SAS cards, all the airmobiles here to come forward, even some airmobile gun groups, just so you can get some infantry into some places. I mean, these guys are pretty cheap. 30 points for a 9-man squadron. That's fantastic. And helicopters nowadays cheaper as well. So that is nice too. Yes. Yeah, we have some airmobiles around. We have some tanks, snipers.
Yeah.
That stuff. Pretty lovely. And the airplanes, as I said, like, they're not good to defend you against aggressions. The A-10s did good damage for Tanner, but the HE bomber here, that Yago HE bomber wiping out the floor on the bottom, was quite nice. And for sure did its job. As we are on the hunt for Phoenix. Okay. So yeah, game 1 here, going pretty fast, going pretty well, as well. And yeah, let's see if we maybe go into a second game here. Let's see what other games are still ongoing before we go into the analyst desks. Yeah, let's maybe try with Hippie versus Leonidas, and let's have a look into that game, as that is ongoing already. So that should be quite entertaining as well. Those two would be a bit into it as well. And I wonder what Hippie's division will be here. What did Hippie pick for the game 1 here? As we have that coming up around as well. So yeah, GGVP. I thought Tanner would have been the favorite there in that game, but that was quite nice. And oh my god, yeah, we're about to go into the Hippie versus Leonidas games, guys. And Hippie is playing the second UK as well, versus a 35th air assault of Leonidas. So that is going to be an interesting one, as those two for sure will give us some lovely action as well. As yeah, wow. Okay, let's go. Hippie versus Leonidas.
I mean, I'm a big fan of the 35th, so I'm looking forward to this one, as well as the 2nd Infantry, obviously.
Yeah, let's go into this one. Let's go into it. As we are catching up to the speed of the players at the moment, to where they are in their live game. And let's see, Leonidas at the moment with a slight advantage in points, but that's obviously usually the case. But Hippie with a lot of movement in the south. Maybe not quite enough AA there though. Helicopters a bit frustrating. 1Mi-24 goes down. SU-25 trying to get through, not quite making it. And Hippie coming in with more Gazelles, gets the SU-25 there. That is big, as we have more Hell-Arm helicopters coming in from the rear. Oh, some sneaky SPGs. What can Leonidas do here?
I mean,
no,
it's looking difficult, I would say, for Leonidas. I've just noticed that while we are sort of focused on this combat at the bottom, Hippie's actually progressing his units at the top of the map as well, and moving across and keeping up the pressure there, which will obviously mean Leonidas needs to spread some of his cash over that way.
Yeah, HSF moving forward. SPG-9s moving around in the north as well. We see a lot of Gazelle rockets coming up, hitting the Motorrad Redgas there. Motorrad Redgas getting killed. Hippie's own armored rifles. That's a classic Hippie sacrifice there. Armored rifles getting murdered by the own Gazelle rockets as well. Saxon CP moving forward. Will get in there. Will give Hippie a +2. Conquerors. Ooh. Might snipe it immediately. Yes, gets the snipe immediately. That's really fantastic here. Leonidas. BMD though might get sniped by the warrior in return. Both sides not finding any kill there. Alarms moving around. There's a Nikki Medis. Quite fantastic nowadays. And a lot of ATGMs flying there. The Milan is the one that hits though. As the Dejaniki and the BMP-1 both missed.
Hippie with some reinforcements coming in at the back there, some more infantry, and those Saxons pushing up. Saxons make good cannon fodder for the Metis launches, if nothing else.
Ooh, the SAS hitting the Mi-24K here quite nicely from the get-go. SAS coming in hot there, getting the kill. Immediately conquers, shooting in the north. SAS pushing forward in quite big numbers. Saxons there trying to push forward as well. And yeah, that chopper was really dead. Iglas coming up as well. Saxon going down. Once we have a T-64 BVK coming up in the rear.
There's a lot pushing in here for Hippie, though. He's determined to take this point, and the SAS doing a fantastic job at the moment, with some support from those arm rifles down at the bottom in the forest area. Because our rockets waiting for a rearm.
Rover Milans coming around. Dejaniki Iglas have to retreat a bit. Dejaniki Medis fighting in the center, deterring the enemy in the center quite nicely. T-64 BVKs can be pretty scary here. So yeah, will for sure capture the south as well. Hippie a bit behind Leonidas still in points, but obviously with still 31 minutes remaining, that is not the important part here.
Leonidas hanging on in there with those infantry, but making use of mortars from Hippie side up in the center. Not a huge amount of movement at the moment. Slow but sure progress by Hippie as he moves units around. And those HSF at the top did get right between Leonidas's units, interesting.
Yeah, Dejaniki Medis moving around as well. We see the Tempella in the south engaging Saxon CP moving around here now as well. T-64 BVK hitting the Saxon, getting a kill there. That is nice. T-64 BVK has to disengage there a bit. As an ATGM is flying in. Ooh. Will find the hit. Will find the hit, the Halam there. So that's pretty brutal.
That was nasty shot, and I think that was a side shot as well because the tank was slightly turned. So
yes,
that's
why
an urgent
took it down to 2 hit points. T-64 BVK now pretty low. Next second Saxon CP, the HSF, the old man's army finally cleared out that ATGM over there. So British power here pushing forward. And yeah, a Hippie that can play British divisions sounds like a pretty scary Hippie to me.
Yeah, I mean, when British divisions are playable and, you know, are actually not too bad on the tier list, then yeah, Hippie's going to be a nasty piece of work. Obviously, see that smoke going in on that Tampella, and here we go, Chopper engaging on those HSF from the top here. A little bit further away from the SAS on this occasion, at least, but it may get a little too close sooner or later.
Yeah, MiG-25 seat coming around, but that is not of much use in this situation. The British not believing in radar. The British still playing Space Invaders with their weapons. They have to direct every missile directly home.
Well, as proven there, the SAS just annihilated that jet, so it's working fine.
Well, I mean, that was American technology at the works, so that's why it worked. But yeah, we have the mortars here in the rear firing. There's Dejaniki Medis moving forward. Alarm coming in from the sideline, trying to hit the Strela. Ooh, will not quite hit it, but will stun it down as, yeah, ATGM stress has been increased by a lot. Mi-24 VAA sitting there in the rear. And yeah, the SAS really getting into it, the kill. MiG-29 will find the Hellarm. Hellarm there going down. Good kill, but the MiG-29 did bite the dust as well. So in the end, not really worthwhile here.
Some expensive losses when you're dropping planes quite as rapidly as that, and also the helicopters as well, taking quite a beating from Leonidas's side. And Hippie just hanging on in there, smoked command vehicle, keeping it nice and safe.
Challenger coming up, M48 rolling forward as well. And yeah, that combined arms is looking strong, and it's also more looking combined arms than usual Hippie play, which is lovely to see. Feels like a level up in the playstyle of our left side player. Like, Leonidas is not playing a bad game here, but Hippie is looking really strong, even stronger than Hippie usually does in my eyes.
Yeah, no, I think I'd agree with that. I mean, this style of play, proper combined arms, and it seems to have been the way that this patch has pushed things now. You're having to use everything at your disposal, not just a mass spam of tanks. And I think, this is looking a lot nicer for these tournaments.
Yeah, and I also know that there have been doubters that Hippie can play combined arms, because he is obviously known for cheese and spamming one unit and pressing that button non-stop. But this is looking solid here. Over Milan's having even a challenger out here. Engine damaged on it. He has to smoke it off. Get the hell out of there. Push in the middle with Milan rifles and so on coming forward. HSF is pushing in there as well. We have some Saxons behind it. Yes. Ooh, another swarm of airmobile rushing to the front here. And there's no AA over there for the 35th Air Assault. Leonidas under heavy assault here in the center.
Some really rapid response aeromobiles coming in here to assist with Hippie's push. I mean, I think they're going to land, and I think Leonidas is in some serious trouble in the center.
Yes, even with the range nerf, they should be getting within shot distance on that T-64 quite easily. Obviously, the CV going down there immediately, most likely. And T-64 finding some good stress damage there, but these two other airmobile squadrons also now pushing its way. Hellarm coming in, and there we go. Lore8 finds the hit as the Hellarm tried to come in, and here we go with the game, it seems. Yeah, GGVP, Hippie does win his first round match as well. And as I said, like, pretty good combined arms here by Leonidas. Leonidas for sure not playing badly, but Hippie looked even strong compared to usual Hippie's play. Like, this was fantastic gaming here, and absolutely deserved victory as well. And yeah, nice 2-1 KD once more in this game as well. So Hippie
Fantastic.
will be another one of our advancing players. And yeah, let's see around.
Absolutely fantastic game again. Hippie really showing he is more than capable, as you say, of doing combined arms and not just memes. Leonardo's obviously getting on the receiving end of all of those SAS, which I think just did an outstanding job that game.
And yeah, we will have an interview with Hippie himself here in a second. And then we can talk with him himself about this play. Hello there, Mr. Hippie. How are you doing?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, GG to my opponent. I think, I don't know if you guys have been discussing it, because obviously I was playing, but I think the new meta is about getting cheap, spongy infantry units, such as the HSF and the Air Mobile Gun Group, and using those to absorb the enemy's bullets while everybody else does the killing. So I think you saw that there with me just running HSF at him. The zombie horde,
I mean, the old dad horde.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Dad's army has been sent in free.
Dad's army moving forward, slinging one bad joke after another at the opponent.
Yeah.
And yeah, we also saw a lot of usage of tanks and so on, more than usual out of your play. So it seems like you adapted a bit more into a combined arms player than we expected.
Yeah, I can't just run air mobiles directly on top of people anymore. Although you saw I tried it at the end because he didn't have any AA. But with the buffs to AA, I can't just cheese my way to victory anymore. So I have to play properly. Derek's slowly turning me into a upstanding citizen.
Well, he gave you something in return, I guess, with making second UK an actually viable division, or maybe even one of the top tier divisions at the moment.
Yeah, I truly believe that second UK is a meta division now, and I think going into the tournament, I think this is a great time for the tournament. Everybody comes into these tournaments with their own ideas, and we fight to see whose ideas are right, basically. So hopefully, we see more second UK going forwards.
Yeah, I also found it quite interesting that you were so bold as to push out your team tier list today before the tournament and not wait till after the tournament. But yeah, let's see how that will play out. and how your ideas will hold up there.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your time, and thank you for putting the tournament on.
Yeah, it is a pleasure. Thanks for playing. And yeah, Bandana, do you have any questions left?
I don't think so. I just very impressed that, as you say, the 2nd Infantry is doing very well, and with your combined arms push there, Hippie, that was a step above.
Step above my normal play, yeah. So I thought 35Y, he'll push somewhere, and I saw him attacking me at the beginning in the middle with Desatniki Metis and Spetsnaz, and I thought, well, assumed he was going to attack into the big town. That's why all the SAS was there, and the Saxon transport does not auto-sell. So I thought, well, I've got the transports, I've got the men. Sent one in to make sure it doesn't get blown up, and it didn't. There was nobody down there, so I sent the rest in. And yes, sadly for my opponent, he was on the back foot ever since that happened, basically.
Yeah, no, very well played. You did really good job, and those SAS really, really performing well against the aircraft.
Yeah, you just once the SAS set up in a forward sector, you just cannot buy air to deal with that. There's just too many stingers, and they can defend themselves unlike normal stinger teams. So I think I think the price is reasonable, but the change to 3 per card and 2 cards leads to an interesting dynamic. So you have to keep the SAS alive, but you have more of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which sounds quite interesting. For sure, one of the good changes there as well. In general, a lot of interesting availability changes. Not all of them good, but all of them interesting in this patch, in my eyes. And yeah, we're gonna see how that will work out for you, and if your opponents in the future rounds will ban your 2nd UK, and what you will play.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for joining us here, P. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. I
Yep,
hope
thank you.
we'll see you again here. And yeah.
All right, see you around. Thanks.
So yeah, this leaves us with another game of the first round played. And let me have a look on the bracket, how the general situation is evolving, and how many of the games we already have in. Okay, yeah, it starts to fill up a bit here. Hippie wins against Leonidas. So that was quite a nice game. Heading for winning versus Puritaner. A lot of good games played, and yeah, a lot of them in action still as well though. So yeah, let's give this all a quick look, and in the meantime, maybe even have a look on Hippie's tier list. For all of you who haven't seen it, you should also check out Hippie's YouTube channel, which will be linked in the chat right now. As I guess we can jump in there quite quickly. Have a look on how his tier list looks like. There's one really weird part about it, which is
so
he
if
puts
you run
himself.
it with Mardo at 2s, maybe it can work better. But if you run it with
If we have a look here, we see that he currently puts 2nd UK up in his tier list, and also 8th Infantry. So that's what I was talking about in game 1. 8th Infantry and 2nd UK both up there. He puts both Berlin divisions up there as well, which I find really interesting. I mean, I love Berlin Command, so I would love him to be right there. But have you had any chance and thoughts about this yet, Spendana?
Well, I was thinking, technically a lot of the infantry ones, as you say, the 8th Infantry and 2nd Infantry up there, I was thinking 39th probably reasonably good still in terms of what they have on offer. I'm surprised to see the 2 Berlin ones there as well, though. I guess they do have quite a lot of infantry at their disposal.
I mean, it's all about the zombies, right? So that is going to be interesting. Yeah, they have a lot of zombies, which is the thing. And yeah,
It'll be interesting if anyone's going to play them in the tournament today. I'd like to see how they actually perform. Hint, hint, Hippie for your next game.
And yeah, we have KDA this low, which I find a bit interesting, with Berlin both up there, TKS and KDA in C tier. He explains it all in his video though, so yeah, check out the link. in the description. He also explains all of the patch, which is, in my eyes, an absolutely mad work. He agrees with me there. But like, yeah, if you really want to have a nice podcast kind of thing for the next 2 days, maybe while it's falling asleep, you have 2.5 hours of Hippie explaining Victor Milestone for you in his sexy British voice. So if you want that in your life, you can absolutely do that. And yeah, we gonna get ready here for the end of round 1 soon. Round 1, absolutely top level games already. Like, I'm absolutely enjoying this patch so much more than the last couple of patches already. With the amount of combined arms we saw both on the side of Leonidas and Hippie there, and with Edwin Furrow there with that really furious attack against Puritan in round 1. So this should be quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the meta that we're seeing at the moment, and whether it'll change gradually over this weekend and into the coming weeks, I don't know. But right now, it feels a lot smoother and just genuinely more enjoyable than some of the stuff we'd unfortunately seen in the last patch in particular, with all of that tank meta, where it's just tank after tank after tank rolling in. So yeah, some nice changes in this patch. I'm pleased with it so far.
Yes, yeah. Also, lovely to see you see so many of your faces in the chat, guys. It's amazing how many of you have joined us already for the first round here, and there's some fantastic names in there again. Mr. Bird, cheers, mate. Great to have you back. Great to hear that you're doing well as well, mate. Yeah, fantastic. Prop Lord being around as well. A lot of nice names around there. Yeah, thanks for all of you joining us here on this lovely Saturday, which hopefully for most of you is not quite as hot as it is for me here in Germany right now. But yeah, as we're getting T1 plays ready here to take us into the first one.
I think we can have a little bit of hype in the chat, not just for the tournament itself, but for all of you guys who've turned out to watch it, because that's part of the reason we do all this, is to keep you guys entertained. So, you know, Protos and everyone behind the scenes putting in a lot of work. So thank you to all of them. But obviously, thanks for you guys for turning up, and a little bit of hype for all of you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get you over to team and place. Phoenix seems to have some technical issues for the first analyst desk. We hopefully see him later today. Yeah. We're gonna go into a short break, guys, and we're gonna be back for you in a minute, with most likely. So here we go again, everybody, and big shout out here to Feta75 coming in with 105 USD, getting us all the way up to $362 already for the prize pool. Vulcan, Total War, and a couple of other people here. Also funny that Vulcan used this Total War Google account for it. Use the claim code button as well, guys, where you can add money for free to the prize pool. And we have over 50 people in the chat. There's only 30 codes remaining. So if all of you just click that button, who haven't clicked that button yet, we will claim this free money completely for free. And it will be paid out to these lovely players that are really reserved 2 days for this. They play amazing games. They practiced all. So they absolutely deserve some money here. And yeah, guys, let's give them some love here by clicking that claim code button. Let's go.
Yeah, much love to Feda, as always, for that wonderful contribution there. But everyone join in. It's free. 25 cents for free.
Yeah, Hippie also waited after his round 1 game, so he was sure that his chances of getting in there are a bit higher. Lol. Yeah, also, as we are above $362, it means now that we will change it so that 3rd and 4th place also get cut off the prize pool. So making it into the semifinals means that you at least have $30 of earnings, or $35 already. of the earnings. And yeah, that is fantastic. Really love to see it. And yeah, thanks for all of you who clicked that claim code button. Means a lot. Also, let's let you know that we guys here are a bigger community, and maybe in the future will allow more cooperation with this great company here for all of that crowdfunding as well. So yeah, great to see here. And yeah, round 2 will be exciting as well. We're gonna go to Vertigo, and yeah, Phoenix sadly still has some technical issues, so the analyst desk will be pushed to round 2. But we're gonna have a lot of exciting stuff here coming up. Vertigo is map number 2, so quite a bit different to 2 ways. Most likely gonna be more tank focused than what we just saw. So second UK maybe not quite the right division there, as only one of the games is still ongoing, so most of the results are floating in right now. And the second round should be quite exciting. So yeah, Banana, which division do you want to see today?
Oh, which division do I want to see? Well, as I think I'd like to see, as I say, the Berlin Command and stuff like that. Just because Hippie's got them up there, I'd really like to see someone play them and see how they perform. Admittedly, I just want to see loads more British divisions, so I want to see more of the second inf. And if someone could squeeze the first Armored in there, I'd be curious to see how they're performing in this patch and in this tournament. I imagine we're probably not going to see them though.
I think the first UK is not that bad. I mean, we just saw another buff to the Tornadoes, for example. They have also forward deploy with Airborne. They have Carl Gustavs there as well.
That's true.
The Terrier. So I don't think they're that bad. The Mark 9 Chieftains got nerfed a bit, which did hurt them.
That was a little bit painful, I think, on the Mark 9 Chieftains. Obviously, all of this effort to collapse in that tank meta. But as you say, Vertigo will be an interesting map because tanks play a more pivotal role, especially over most of the map, except for the main little town / industrial area.
Yeah, that for sure is going to be interesting. And then in the round of 8, first map gonna be the polar opposite of it again with Black Forest. So a lot of interesting maps here, a lot of interesting play, and people having to change their playstyle there, coming around. And oh my god, Departed, bringing us immediately to Act of Aggression next week. Oh my god, did I put the stretch goal too low? We need more stretch goals for tomorrow then, guys, because you absolutely smashed them in day 1, and I want to thank you so much for it, as we are at $500 now, and that should give everybody who is in the tournament for sure another kick of motivation here, as $500 on the line. Absolutely fantastic. Much appreciating that support, guys. Really means a lot, and means a lot to the players for sure as well, as this is hot.
Departed really wants you to have a drink, Protoss.
We will get that.
I think that's the least you can do in this situation.
Yeah.
$140 Departed is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Much appreciated. Yeah, love that you guys love this content so much, as we are filling out all of the bracket now as well. Only 2 more rounds, three games remaining here at the moment to be played. So yeah, I'm gonna talk about that in a minute, about all the second round games when they're around, as I have an eye on a really interesting series as well, which I want to cast. I hope it comes out that way. So yeah, let's see in a moment.
Look at this favoritism from B-Hawks. He says, hi, Protoss and chat. Completely ignores that I'm here. I mean, how rude.
Yeah, classic B-Hawks behavior there. But that's because you don't have a cam on. I mean, who knows if you're really online bandana or if it's just a dog.
I mean, a talking dog, that would be something special.
Well, in 2023 it is. In 10 years in the future, maybe not so much anymore. We will see. Let's see where technology gets us.
It's all right, B-Hawk.
And yeah, let's have some love here. And yeah, if some of you don't know Bandana yet, guys, you absolutely should, because that guy played a hell of a lot of Stalker on his YouTube channel. He also has a lot of Warno there, but especially if you are into Stalker, guys. No, yeah, a lot of Warno content over there. A hell of a lot of Warno content for you guys. And if you are in Stalker, that's a absolutely big plus there as well. And if you are into ASMR, you have that back scratched as well. So get over there, guys, and follow that YouTube channel.
Everyone just comes from my voice, really. It's not about anything else other than that.
I mean, yeah. Age Lightning coming in for gifted sub for Bandana as well.
Oh, my sugar daddy is back.
Yeah.
Oh, Lightning. You spoil me.
And yeah, give some Bandana some love. Obviously, also give our absolutely amazing observers some love. Team in place. Not in the tournament this time around, as he couldn't quite make sure if he would be around tomorrow. He still wanted to take part, so... And he is making some amazing YouTube content as well, and he is has way too few subscribers for that. You guys should hit that button as well. If you want to see some lovely cinematics, go over to Phoenix's YouTube channel as well. There are some lovely Warno cinematics there, so let's go around and give that some love as well. And yeah, let's freaking go.
So, Photos, I didn't ask. What are you looking forward to seeing in terms of the divisions today? What do you really want to see come out? Because I know you have a favorite.
I mean, there's both of my divisions have 3 letters in them. TKS and KDA, obviously, all the way. KDA. I played them yesterday in ranked. They are back in the business in my eyes. TKS is hot as well. You have a lot of cheap infantry to spam. Berlin Command can do it really nicely as well. So yeah, Berlin Command is the division that I played a lot over the last couple of patches, but I have really come around to TKS lately. And then KDA is the division I want a tournament with. I want to see it kind of again. Maybe not by myself. I don't think I'm in that level at the moment. But yeah, if somebody could play KDA in the tournament finals tomorrow, I would highly appreciate that. Spamming infantry and special forces and then weird little tankies. Beautiful.
Weird little tankies. See, I'd say my favorite division, and I think it's because of the tanks, is the 35th. I love the T-64s. I don't care if they're not the super, heavies. I just really like.
I mean, yes, the 35th is a cool division. It also has the most controversial unit in the game, which is a beautiful unit, though. I wouldn't miss it. Aquila, quite nice. And with helicopters being as agile as they are, the Aquilas with their Vickers are super scary if they're played well. I think they're really, really strong. Obviously, they're really, really pricey as well. But with tank prices going up as well, they get cost efficient a bit quicker than before. So, because they only need to kill a bit less of units to get cost efficient. So yeah, the Aquila here, quite nice. And yeah, T-64s, they ain't just nice units to use. They also obviously now look absolutely fantastic. Big shout out there to Eugen Panzer for getting us this stuff here looking fantastic again. And
it is a beautiful tank.
Yeah, I think this division in general is also got a nice buff, but the T-64s obviously look nice. They also didn't get changed in availability, which is one of the few tanks that didn't get the availability change. And then the D44 85mm is really good now. This thing is really scary at the current meta, at the current patch, as it doesn't count as an armored unit anymore, so it doesn't get one-shot by tanks anymore. Counts as an it has the same health point system as infantry, which also means it gets cover bonuses. So in tanks shooting at it in the forest take forever to kill it, which is maybe even a bit too strong. Maybe should change a bit, and that they don't get the cover bonus. But these things are really nice. And,
yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting because I'm waiting to see them make their appearance today. But I was expecting to see quite a few of these cannons knocking around because they have proven themselves to be quite strong so far. Protoss responding to the stand-up command. The amount of control you guys have over him with these points, by the way, it's quite impressive.
Yeah. Sorry, what did you say? The second part I didn't get.
I just said the amount of control they have over you with the points is
Yeah,
quite
they
impressive.
let me move around here, but no push-ups today, guys. We're not gonna do that today.
He's dressed all smart and it's hot.
Yeah,
Leave
it's
him
way
be.
too hot for that. You don't want to see me. Like, I would need to take a shower midstream, and that's not what we want to do. I'm not Fantex after all. So.
If he has to take a shower, you're going to be stuck with me, guys, and then I can just do whatever I want on the stream, and that's going to be no good for anyone.
we're gonna do a refund there. Yeah, I really don't want to do the push-ups today. Like, this is way too hot for that. Like, usually I love to do them on stream, guys, but today is just not the day, as I would sweat profusely for the next 4 hours here. Like, I'm already sweating as it is, way more than I would want to, and then it would just be completely gone. But yeah, guys, I will do them after stream. I just won't do them on stream. But it's a good reminder, guys, that thanks for trying to keep me fit. I will do them afterwards. No, you can't. There's a limitator in that. But yeah, let's see what we have.
Hello, Vulcan, by the way.
In round 2, do we have the bracket fully filled up now? And hey, Lynchy coming around with a used up coupon as well. We are halfway there, guys. Whoa. We're halfway there. As the last game should have been played here as well. Vulcan advancing. Ooh, congratulations there, Mr. Vulcan HD Gaming. As yeah, that is quite interesting. Derek versus Hippie is potentially possible here as well. And I think this game should have been played as well. Let's wait for the last last feedback there as well, though.
But well done, Vulcan, getting through. Lots of names going forward that I expected to see there, and some I'm surprised by. Maybe one or two. Lathan's obviously got his win against Bulba, which they were having some good banter between themselves yesterday over on the Warrior server. Many of you will have missed
really would want to see that, but I guess, yeah, guys, if you want to see that, you will find it at least in the VOD over at Lathan Streams, who did stream that game. So yeah, that I for sure will watch tonight. See what Bulba did bring out there. Should be interesting. This should be quite nice as well. And Z2 advancing here against the Wooden Box. So that should be quite cool. And that is the game that we're gonna go into, a Wooden Box versus Z2. That was a matchup I was hoping for. Yeah, I would have liked any other matchup here as well. Like, Tovarish, really nice guy. If he would have beaten the Wooden Box, that would have been a nice upset as well. But Z2 versus the Wooden Box. The Wooden Box, obviously a well-known member of the community, has been around for a long while. Z2, new face, new up-and-comer, really strong, really high win rate on the ladder. Really high win rate in his latest tournaments show-ups as well, but hasn't really had to face the really tough guys yet. And that's now his first matchup against a really tough guy. So we're gonna try to get that online for you guys. Short break, and then we're gonna be back with round number 2. Use that time to get to match arena. So yeah, here we go again, guys. The round 2 is all set up. We already have the first couple of games started. Mix 90 versus Derek's, or for example, already is on the way. Derek most likely the favorite there, but Mix 90 beating UWeb, which is not a super easy push over there, is a bit surprising for me, and that might give him a chance versus Derek as well. Let's see there. Hippie versus George, not going to be a super easy game for Hippie either. Played George GTB yesterday. He is for sure a pretty good player as well. Then Teak versus Joker. Vertex versus Stahlbrecher. Really interesting game here as well. Then the game that we're gonna cover here, Z2 and the Wooden Box, both of them gonna send me their deck codes in a second as well. A really tough game here for Lathans as well. Can Edwin take out 2 of the crowd favorites immediately? Let's see. Or can Lavens push on into the round of 8, into the best of 3 segment? And then Tiberius versus... Oh! What? Oh my god, that's the first big upset for round 1 here. Waffles beating Integer. Oh boy.
Wow.
That is big. And then, yeah, Vulcan versus Dr. Doctor. Yeah, wow. Integer being out in round 1. Like, I thought those chances were pretty low. I really expected a Vulcan versus Integer game here. But nope, that's not gonna happen. Oh, and the Tiberius Ranko versus Integer game here, especially, that was also something I was expecting. But no, Waffles versus Tiberius, that's gonna be a hot match here. Really hyped for that one, and really great play there. Yeah. Waffle, really well played there. Best of luck in the second round. You're not gonna have it any easier there. So yeah, a bit unfortunate bracket for you. But I mean, if you can push through Tiberius, I guess you can push really through everyone. So let's freaking go. Well played. And yeah, big thanks to all of you guys who just made that hype train go hype. As, oh my god, that's a level 5 hype train here going on with a lot of gifted subs. A hell of a lot of gifted subs by Hectoponics, His Age Lightning, a good couple of biddies as well. Departed, gifting some sub. Oh my lord. Really, that's the... I think the highest we had so far was a level 3 hype train. Now we're here at level 5 already. Much appreciated, guys. I love to see that you all guys love this stuff as much as I do.
Some hype and love in the chat, guys, for Lightning and Heckler.
And yeah, Wooden Box and C2 setting up their game at the moment. And yeah, they were gonna send their deck codes to us, so we're gonna have something to talk there as soon as the fan phase is over. Gonna be a really interesting match. And Mr. Doge, yeah, Derek for sure, a really strong player. I didn't know that Derek was... Is Derek streaming? Or did you just watch it in-game? Thought Derek was not streaming it. But if so, yeah, Derek, for all of you Francophones out there, has a YouTube channel as well, where he's covering that stuff. And oh my god, Narb's getting us all the way to 100% on the level 5 hype train as well. Oh my lord.
Wow,
Oh my lord. Here we go. Yes. Yeah.
I think we need to see some thanks in the chat to Knobs as well, people.
Yeah. That's... Everybody is going out here SDL subscriber today, it seems like. All of you gonna use those lovely... can use those lovely emotes. Half of them a bit cringe, half of them quite nice. Half of them were made by me, half of them were made by someone competent. And yeah, let's see. So Vertigo, what would you pick on Vertigo, Bandana?
Whew. I'd want something with tanks. And I mean, the British 2nd Infantry certainly up there. They still have the challenges. I'd be tempted by the 35th again because of those T-64s. That said, I mean, something with a lot of Abrams wouldn't go amiss either. What about yourself?
Yeah, I feel like what I really would love to see from one side or the other is a 5th Blinde, just to see how the old meta holds up. And then something of the new meta, like a 2nd UK or so on the other side, just to see how that goes.
Oh, Vulcan. Vulcan with 10 more subs.
Oh my lord. Wait, we're nearly at level 8 hype train? What? And yeah, much appreciated, Vulcan there. Keep the choo-choo coming. But oh my lord. The one day where we don't even have the voice alerts on is the one where chat is going absolutely ham. Love it, guys. Yeah, much appreciated. Much appreciating all your support, guys. And yeah. Also, guys, obviously, if you love this, if you love all these lovely voices, check out the other guys as well.
And I'm sorry, Protoss, I completely interrupted you about the 5th division just when Vulcan did that.
Yeah, but yeah, 5th versus 2nd UK would be my favorite matchup to see. But anything really goes at the moment. Like, I would love to see some 39th, see how that holds up. We haven't seen it yet today, any of the OG Soviet divisions, so that would be interesting as well. Yes. Yeah, that for sure can do quite a lot. KDA, just not the division for the map. But I mean, I would love to see someone attempt it. But yeah, 7th Panzer, another division that has been here for a long while in the meta, as the last meta was holding out for quite a while. Let's see if they are still up there. Their numbers of T-72s got cut down quite heavily. That's KDA though. Yeah, 7th Panzer got cut down there in the tank numbers quite a bit. You get now only 4 on 1 vet. You still can get quite a lot of on the lowest veterancy levels, but on 1 vet the numbers have been cut down quite nicely, and the prices have gone up a bit as well. So that, or actually quite a bit here in general. Looking fantastic though. So yeah, seeing those would be interesting as well. Yeah, I guess I'm in the end open for everything, but I would like to see one of the old guard versus one of the new guard. That would be really perfect.
I mean, you say KDA. I can certainly see it coming in potentially one of the later rounds when we have something like Chemical.
Yes. Yeah, something like Chemical, Black Forest. So that division could be really nice with its Beznats, with its cheap infantry to spam around. With flamethrower infantry as well, which are still quite nice. They got nerfed a good bit, but they're still quite nice. And yeah.
And I have my cheeky WarYes website open in the background so I can keep an eye on all the patch changes when they come up. The T-72s range from going up by 10 points or 5 points, depending on which one it was in the last patch.
Yes.
So,
yeah, I think the M1 went up 10 points.
5, I believe, the standard M1 Abrams.
Oh, yeah, right. That one was already nerfed in the patch before, right? So that's why it's... And then the M went up from 10 points, and the normal one 10 as well, right? If I remember
T-72.
correctly.
So the M1 went up by 10. GM 5, standard T-72 by 5.
Yeah. A good amount of nerfs there. Yeah, Chieftain's gonna be interesting as well. The Mark 9 one only being 10 points cheaper now is maybe a bit of an issue. Especially as its availability got hit quite hard as well. I feel like its availability should be higher. Like, I think the price is fine on the Mark 9. I think just that it should be having a better availability curve here. You get 8 on 1 vet, so if you want to spam them there, they actually are quite nice, where you get only 6 on the Mark 11. I feel like they should go maybe 8-5-3 or something like that, instead of 8-4-2. Like, there can be some nice workaround with those kind of things in the future.
I'm just completely distracted, Protoss, by what Vulcan is saying to me in the stream chat at the moment. He's already gone through to round 3.
Yeah, he is an absolute champion. And hey, guys, we finished the hype train, and oh boy, thanks so much. That was absolutely intense. Like, really can't tell you guys how much I appreciate that. That was a lot of fun. And yeah.
But well done to everyone on that hype train. Thank you so much for everyone who's come along, who is watching, because it's not just about the players and them getting the winnings, which many of you have also donated to, so thank you for that. But it's also about you guys and you guys having some fun and coming along and watching. So really glad to see so many people coming out, chatting as well.
Yeah,
Nice
I mean,
active chat.
that's what we're doing for that. Like, that's why we started this thing, right? Like, we wanted to bring great entertainment to all of you guys, whilst also providing a great fun event to the players, which hopefully it is for all of you in both regards. It seems to be that way so far. And yes, thanks Sid Quilbo, for example, for coming in here for the players with that claim code as well on the Metrorino page. So yeah, much appreciated there. And yeah, let's go. Let's see. Yeah, Z2 and Wooden Box still both seem to be on the works when it comes to picks and bans. And yeah, that should be interesting.
Yes, Hayoka. Another shout out to T-Man, by the way, for his fantastic camera work today. It's very different working with someone else controlling the camera and not controlling it myself. And he's doing an absolutely outstanding job.
Yeah, we just got the first of the two divisions, so that is going to be interesting, as we just got a Wooden Boxes division here. He didn't even tell me what it is, so that is a... What division do you think will a Wooden Box be playing here? Let's...
Second in.
No! He's actually pleasing you. He's playing 35th Air Assault.
Well, it's a win-win for me.
Yeah, we have Me-26 big boys here as supply helicopters. And yeah, got Z2's deck now as well, so... Oh boy! They're about to start it, and wow, that is really cool. That is really, really cool. As
Plenty of helos for a wooden box. And recon tab.
yeah, recon tab with Me-24s, Strelas coming around, Afghanskis. Ooh, we see all the Aquilas. All the Aquilas. Beautiful.
We're going to see some helo play here.
Air is Me-24s, Me-29s, Su-25s, and some MiG-25 seats. So that's gonna be nice as well. And then yeah, obviously T-64 tanks, T-44s to be annoying at the beginning. Good couple of Dejaniki Medis. Medis really scary as well, because they deal so much suppression. They can bully tanks quite nicely. Like, the damage is good as well, but especially their suppression going up now can be really frustrating to play against. And then, yeah, on the other side, Z2's deck. Let's have a look on what that is. I'm not sure what it's gonna be. Yes, the two players are starting the game. And yeah, let's see. Z2. What do we see there? Ooh, 7th Panzer. So it is one of the old guards here. 7th Panzer still being around. Let's see what those T-72s can do here in round number 2.
It's the right map for them.
And the Wooden Box will bring it up in another best of 1. The last round, that is best of 1 here. So afterwards, we will go into a best of 3 format. Yeah, let's have a look here quickly. Recon helicopters, Spezialabwehrers, obviously still around. Got nerfed quite a bit on that Dragunov though. They're not a dedicated team. Air tab? Only MiG-23s here. So, no MiG-21 fighters in this one. So air fights directly should not be that easy. Only one cut of coops here. So defending the air might be a bit problematic here. I'm also surprised by no Strela 10Ms. Like, the Strela 1 obviously is great because it's fast, but it only has 4 missiles. Again, and it has way worse missiles than it's the Strela 10M, because the accuracy here is a good bit lower, the range is a good bit lower. So that is an issue there. As we have both the players now setting up already. So let's jump over there into the game and let's see what we have coming up in game number 2. Yes, on the left side, in blue, a wooden box is bringing us the 35th Air Assault here. But Z2 on the right side in red, bringing us around 7th Panzer. And oh my boy! Vorspitz Hauptklärer immediately put down there. That's gonna be an interesting start, I see. Like, that is going to be a clash here. This might be going faster than I would have expected out of the basic start setup here.
Certainly going to be a big clash in Alpha. Not something that we wouldn't expect to see on this map, but it doesn't look like anyone at the moment is planning to hit the top Delta pretty hard. It looks a little bit more focused at the bottom. Oh, a little bit of change, I think, over on Z2's side. Decision has been made.
Yeah, okay. Let's go. Yeah, they changes coming in here. Aufklärers in the UVATs being behind. By the way, we are watching all of this with a slight delay, guys, so there's not going to be any sniping like that. Like, that was not an immediately reaction on what we are talking here, for anybody who worries about that. Yeah, Dejan Radwetka coming around on the left side as well. A lot of infantry here, obviously, up front. And I wonder how many air units the box will start with here in round 2. How many airplanes gonna come around?
That's a very interesting question. I'm also wondering if we're going to see any choppers right off the bat. Certainly nothing purchased at the moment, but he has plenty available.
Yeah, he has plenty of good choppers available here from the get-go, which should be used nicely. We have some AA pieces coming up in the rear as well. Yes. There is quite the interesting formation here on the right side. Pioneers coming around. Units moving into the south there from the get-go. EMD moving around.
Yeah, looking like defensive positioning at the top at the moment with a bit of recon. Nothing too exciting. Tanks coming in for the bottom.
T-72s here for sure. Gonna be interesting to see how they will perform. Strela 1Ms, Strela 1s, gonna be important. Like, yeah, those have to do a lot of heavy lifting against all those helicopters on the other side. Yes, we have an Afghansky over there as well. We have...
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that was to be expected. Those units are so good at the moment. And having them as forward deploy, having those anti-tank guns as forward deploy is really the one major trump card in my eyes that 35th has now on this new patch. And we're gonna see how that will be used. As I said, the Medis infantry is fantastic as well. Yeah, the rest gonna come around nicely too.
As I say, that's basically what I was waiting for more than anything else, I think, was to see these cannons make an appearance in our cast today. And there we go, sure enough, a wooden box bringing them to the front. Curious how they're going to be dealt with more than anything else.
Yes, Afghansky in the rear, in case of any helicopter plays from the other side coming around, as those sparks got buffed quite nicely lately. Yeah, Spital Aufklärers, only 2 of them coming around, but a couple of Aufklärers right behind it. Spreading out there. And yeah, the T-72s and TO-55s being used in the south, I find kind of curious. I would have expected Z2 maybe, especially on the right side play, you see often tank division players giving it up completely and then pushing through the north, which is an absolutely viable strategy. But Z2 is going to pick the fight here in the south, is going to say, nope, I won't give that town to you. I will fight you hard there, and you might not expect that. And then I might be able to overrun you here with some TO-55 flamethrowers. Those flamethrowers really important. So they do a lot of stress damage. They stress out infantry so quickly now. And then obviously deal a good amount of damage as well. So that is going to be a wild game here.
Tank gun with forward deploy, Calder, is the D44 for the 35th.
Yes, the anti-tank guns there coming around. And that thing can be really stealthy and is somewhat survivable now on the latest patch. So in the 1v1 against the BMP or in a 1v1 against the T-72, it actually can survive a couple of shots. Obviously a couple more T-72s still will kill it quite quickly, but you first have to see it in there. And yeah, Off-Clever is moving into itself, and we are into the hot action here. The Wooden Box versus Z2. Let's see if the old guard with a Wooden Box can prevail, or if Z2 can keep up with his series of victories that he had in tournaments lately, since he joined the tournament community here.
As I said earlier today, I can certainly see Z2 performing a bit of a breakout in this tournament. He's been performing very well. And as you said, though, this is the first big challenge going up against a Wooden Box for control of this map. Some recon already coming in there is going to meet all those squads of Spetsnaz and Desnik Metis from a Wooden Box. A Wooden Box getting himself into a nice position already with those forward deployable troops. Not something that always happens on this map. Quite often it's the player on the right, Z2 in this case, who makes it there first.
Dejaniki Medis coming around, engaging onto the V50s, getting some nice hits in there. Strela once coming around. BRDM shooting up, but has to be careful of the ATGMs. ATGM will most likely hit that BRDM too. Yeah, BRDM goes down. As we have Aufklärers in the south. We have Dejaniki BMD moving around as well. In the north, CV's already contesting. In the south, no CV for Z2 yet, so Wooden Box currently on a +5. Nice hit there with the MiG-21 rockets though. Good kill. Moving out towards the south. As we have a lot of action going on here right now. I hope the performance of the stream recovers in a second here. And Spitzelaufklärer moving around. MiG-21 coming around. Yeah, there we go.
MiG-29 is in to deal with it, though. Oh, it's down. Taken out by the Igla and the Afghans.
Yeah, double Igla and Afghansky there doing the job. Getting one of the MiG-21s down as it took the wrong turn. Got into the wrong neighborhood here. And that BMD-1 versus Spetsnaz fight is going to be interesting. Flamethrowers coming around as well. TO-55's on the way though, but they're still a bit out. Pioneer's not quite in range. Two T-72, one T-72, two TO-55s. They can get into flamethrower range. They for sure can make a bit of a barbecue in that town there. MiG-29 trying to get some hits there. AA will get out. Su-22 M4 coming in. We have a bombing run here. Blasting only corpses though, as the units were dead before the unit does hit them. T-72s can engage Spetsnaz clearly. Spetsnaz, that's their big weakness, have no AT weapons on themselves. So any kind of armored vehicle just can roll up to them and bully them completely into the ground. It's the TO-55 eats some fire there down south from some Dejanikis though. And the BMD-1s also trying to get some kills there. Heavy fighting here for sure. I'm not sure who is trading better here for now. So it feels like the forces of a Wooden Box get cleaned out a bit. But he has supply there, which is the major weakness on Z2's side in my eyes. There are no supply vehicles around. So all his shoot-up units can't be repaired at the moment.
I think it's definitely the case now that a Wooden Box is losing some of that force, but he's still making progress with what he has. And let's be honest, Z2's infantry there are really struggling. They really urgently need some repairs. And the tanks there at the bottom, the T-72's putting out some damage.
Nice snipes for sure. T-72s try to engage the BMP-1s. TO-55 coming around as well. BMD-1 did get a side shot against the TO-55, so it has to be careful there. But they finished the job beforehand. Flamethrowers, TO-55's there, barbecuing that Dejaniki before it can get into range. Strela once, trying to engage the helicopters. Struggling quite hard here though, as the Mi-8 goes down. Gets killed off. Strela M1s will need some resupply here, but great kill there. Dejanikis inside the helicopter go down as well, as that was a change in the latest patch as well. Aufklärers engaging in the south. Dejaniki BMD engaging the Aufklärer here. As a Mi-8 MTA comes around in the rear.
Yeah, Wooden Box now struggling slightly more in this town as Z2 has managed to get those tanks pushed forward, or at least one of them, and has certainly pinned a Wooden Box back with the loss of quite a few infantry, but reinforcements in the form of those Desaniki are arriving. recon chopper at the bottom there to try and see what's going on in these buildings. They have Clara and the Desert Nikki. Going to go a wooden box's way at the bottom there, and with the BMDs coming in as well.
Ooh, Strella's still having some ammo. Is the last Strela missile getting the kill? Yes, it does. So another Mi-8 MTA goes down. And that is some massive kills there. Those things are not cheap. So, especially not when the infantry is still inside. So, really big hits here for Z2. The one big issue I see at the moment for Z2 is, though, there's no CV in the south yet. Where's the CV for Z2 in the south, as he's still up against the +5 at the moment. And he gives his opponent a lot of points there. Okay, SPW finally coming around. Oh no, but it's taking the wrong... Nah! Since the roads got changed, if you click in the wrong spot, it will not move through the northern zone. And it won't capture the rear zone. And I don't think Z2 has realized that yet. Meaning that the +5 will continue. Might go down to a +3, but the rear zone won't be captured here. Unless Z2 realizes that in time.
Nice strike there from the SU. Getting those forward igglers. But yeah, the SPW has been redirected.
Yeah, no, it hasn't.
Oh no.
And that's a major issue here. As it's only 3.5 minutes now for a wooden box to victory. And even if it gets changed now, I mean, 1,343 points is nothing to sneeze at. First of all, it means that a wooden box is really close to closing out the game. And second of all, also means that even if Z2 stabilizes here, he has a lot of work cut out for himself.
Yeah, pulling this back now is going to be a challenge in itself. I don't know if he's got too involved in the fight and forgotten about needing to cap that. I've certainly done that myself before, but reinforcements coming in. But right now, a wooden box just needs to hold.
It's SPW here moving around, getting... Yeah, the MTLB getting through, gets the resupply down. Medis and Conqueror is not quite able to deter it there. But CV has arrived, but it isn't moving into any zone. And that's a massive issue. 2.5 minutes. He finally realizes SPW now moving north. Really has to scramble there. Only 2 minutes and 14 seconds now at the moment for Wooden Box to victory. Wooden Box will get really close there, and that is super scary. I will check in a second if a Wooden Box has any potential for real line action here. But this for sure is a troublesome moment here.
Yeah,
Z2.
very much looking like Z2 is possibly out of this game already. I mean, this is having an advantage. There it goes back down to +2, and he will get that command back into this center point now, most certainly. But 4 minutes to the victory, and a wooden box is way out in the lead. He just needs to push
KD wise, I actually disagree there. I think the KD is actually looking fantastic for Z2, but I just checked, and the wooden box has a Spetsnaz commander in a helicopter. And if that can get into a real-line zone and can land there, this would obviously end the game really quickly. So Z2 has to tread really, really lightly here now, and has to be super careful to never get his rear zones captured. Also in the north, oh no, this assault towards the SPW is super scary, and there might not be enough to protect it here. There's Niki, Radwetka, and Medis around. There is a TO-55 coming up. That is pretty important here, as we have a wooden box at 1,700 points here.
No, I think you're right. I think in terms of kills and losses, Z2's managing that very well. But there's a lot still there from Wooden Box. And it's going to be whether he can get around the back, as you say. HE Bomber coming in at the top there. I think Z2's maybe going to try and push the top to try and regain some of these points.
Yeah, SU-22 coming around. And meanwhile, in the south, a lot of units moving around. The Wooden Box has to find a way of finishing this game off, but Z2 needs to find a way of getting a bit more of a comfortable situation by controlling one of the two side zones completely. Then the Wooden Box, even if he captures one of the side zones, still wouldn't get a tick. Obviously also would start to get a tick for Z2, so I would like to see him a bit more aggressive on one of the two flanks here now. Most likely, preferably the south here, but obviously it's not gonna be easy. There's a Nikki BMD moving around here.
T-55's trying to deal with them.
Yeah, getting hit pretty hard here.
That is a lot of fire support. There they go.
A hell of a lot of fire support. BMD trying to come around. EO55s engaging here. Getting killed. E813 coming around. We see that going down there. It's the T44's engaging as well. T72 on the fire. Ooh, D72 taking a lot of damage there. Yeah, that's the scary part about the D44 in those short range engagements. And you kind of need artillery against that.
Yeah, I mean, the damage output from them, especially at short range, is crazy. And then, obviously, now they take very little return damage from those cannons.
D64B moving around. Me too coming around there as well. There is a CV. Ooh, that is interesting.
Z2 maybe thinking about doing a little bit of behind the lines action himself.
Yeah. T72 and T55 getting repaired. T44 trying to engage. Motschützen moving around. Pioneers here in the fight. MTLB getting killed off there. That is quite massive. As T55 AM2 moving around in the same time. And yeah, I'm sorry for the broadcasting quality at the moment, guys. I'm not sure what's going on. In the test, it went all smoothly. Today we have way worse on my end. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. As T55 coming around, we will try to fix that in the next break. T55 pushing forward here. T55 coming up as well. Yeah, the game here for sure is an exciting one. Me8 MTV getting another Dejaniki landing. And the Strela 10Ms really need to get better.
Oh, another tank down to those D44 cannons. The others pushing up. Oh, there's some more fire. The Metis and the D44s, and another kill. This tank push is not going well for Z2 at the bottom here. Multiple damaged tanks. 3 dead tanks.
Yeah, the D44 here really coming in hot. That's the power of the anti-tank guns at the moment. The T55 obviously not the tankiest of tanks, so if they can get hit by something like that, they can be eliminated quite quickly. SU-22 there in danger as well. Does make it out, but its bomb drop didn't hit anything. And I feel like Z2 might need some artillery here to change that situation. But I'm not too sure what his artillery park is looking like. Yeah, he has some Akatsias in his deck, which got quite a bit cheaper. So they are a bit more affordable, but they are necessary here to deal with the D44s. Helicopter or Akatsia. Helicopter seems to be his choice. I'm not sure though if it's the right one, because there's a bit of AA there on the other side for sure. Yes.
Yeah, I think there's some decent AA coverage there at the moment. Still waiting to see if a wooden box makes a move around the back somewhere. We do see at the bottom Z2 was bringing in that command. Some more tanks arriving for Z2, laying down some supporting fire against the infantry in the buildings. And up at the top, he still hasn't managed to dislodge a wooden box from those buildings in the middle of that. Oh, wow!
Oh, this is so big here right now. This means that a wooden box will put the timer back on there. 3.5 minutes. And on this map, getting a CV to the front lines takes a long time. So C2 needs to react right here, right now. Might have to even go for a Doom push in the south to try to get the enemy CV out. But the T64BV is coming around already. T55 AM2s here engaging nicely. And the Dejaniki are under heavy fire here.
Yeah, this could very much be game. Getting anything to the front line, to those front points, takes time. And even with a helo command, it's going to take a while to get there. This could be the changing point of the game and firmly put it in a wooden box's hands.
Nice kill with the MiG-21 once more. Strelas firing all its missiles. Helicopters, there are 3 Mi-24s in the rear. I think it's now or never here to pull the trigger on this. The Strela, first of all, already used up a good amount of its missiles, and you need some frontline power here as Z2. At the moment, he is engaging, but not with his 3 helicopters. I'm not sure if he forgot about it, if they were just a bit too much heat of the moment. There is some movement there now, spreading them out, and I guess that's setting them up for the A move now, as 4 of them are around now. But with only 2.5 minutes, you need to pull the trigger here. Otherwise, yeah, the units will just get whittled down in the front line, like the T-44 once more engaging the T-72 here. T-72, it doesn't have anything spotting for it, and this might be problematic.
T-72 is down. At the top, there is a command infantry coming in, chugging along that road pretty slowly right now, but here come the choppers. Mi-24s just pushing hard here. It's really going to depend how many missiles are left in those Strelas. Obviously, the fire coming in from the Afghanskis already giving that front one a lot of damage and stress.
Second one, though, firing against the Afghanskis, but there's a bit more AA in the rear. Strelas so far not hitting too well from the rear, though. They're using up a lot of ammo. They are running out of ammo here completely. The Mi-24D gets pulled back, though. Tanks not really around anymore. There we go with some T-55s and some T-72s, but only 1 minute and 20 seconds here remaining. I'm not sure what it looks like on the other side. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Okay, SPW should be arriving just in time. Hopefully it doesn't get sniped by the Dejaniki Medis. That would be devastating.
Yeah, this is going to be very tight. A bit more skirmishing down here. Matsuchin taking a lot of fire from Wooden Box's units. And the SU does go down.
Does not get the kill onto the cluster, to the CV with the cluster. So that is really important. And yeah, we're only a couple of... Yeah, we are less than a minute away now from a Wooden Box winning with a +2. So even if Z2 does recover here, he has to unload. No, Z2.
It's gone out
no, the classic issue on this map. Please, please, Z2, see that. Oh no, this is gonna be devastating.
It's just outside. If he deploys them there, it's just outside the point. I think at that end of that tree line, it has to be further along.
Finally unloads it. He has to move it up a bit further as well. Yeah, sees it now, moves it up. Ooh, that was way closer than it needed to be. And in the meantime, in the north, a lot of action going on as well.
Another T-72 down there to that MIA rocket. A couple of choppers there, obviously from a Wooden Box as well now, laying down the fire. The Mi-24s, unfortunately, were not the help they needed to be, and the infantry push there is just getting annihilated. Poor Z2. Taken out in his prime.
The helicopters doing their best, but yeah, the tank push is just not working out. Z2 at least stabilized the situation somewhat for now, but the amount of Strelas on the other side is scary. Akula AA is around now as well to fire some Iglas onto the Mi-24s. Mi-24s trying their best, but they get cut down here as well. The Black Shark is sitting around here now. Absolutely gorgeous looking helicopter. Afghanski's moving forward here. And yeah, this is quite the struggle. Quite the struggle. Mi-24P moving up as well. As you see some ATGM Medis coming around towards Strela. Strela 1 goes down. There's a Nikki Medis trying to move around. That's a nice ambush from the side here. Another Strela bites the dust. Really well played here by Wooden Box. Z2 in a lot of trouble in this one now, as the units here are pretty thinned out. The north gets assaulted by a lot of helicopters as well. As I'm not sure what exactly those helicopters are. I think they're Mi-8s coming around there. Yeah, Mi-8 MTV rocket helicopters. There's a bit of AA from some Iglas, but the Mi-8 MTV actually has ECM. They have flares and so on. There are really high level Mi-8s. One of them now finally goes down. If they could find the CV though, that obviously would spell doom here. So a Wooden Box on the hunt there for the Pioneer. Pioneer Führer gets found. Mi-8 MTV not finding the kill just yet, but the south is not looking much better. The SPW down there to only a sliver of hit points there. The T-64B coming in from the south, and oh no.
Yeah, I think one way or another, a Wooden Box is determined to finish this now. That command still trundling round the back. I can just see it on the corner of the minimap for Z2. I mean, he'll take it, but he's going to have a very quick response from those rocket choppers. So I don't think it's going to make too much difference in the long run.
Yeah, the amount of choppers coming around on the side of Wooden Box at the moment is super scary, and that's where Strela 10 amps, for example, would be a lot of help, as their accuracy is just a good bit better, and their range as well than the Strela ones. Plus, they carry one reload, so that they can fire a bit more reliably on the enemy. They don't need a supply truck parked for the whole time next to them. And we didn't have them here, which makes that anti-helicopter play a lot harder. Especially the longer range is quite big as well. MiG-29 here now getting another kill. Oh no! That could have spelled doom nearly there for its own forces. Is planes crashing down in WARNO do damage units that they hit. So there are physics involved there. If some plane crashes on you, it will deal damage. And that nearly went wrong there.
A little bit of skirmishing down here again between these Metis and the tanks. But the Metis performing so well in this patch. Look at the damage they're outputting on these tanks right now. Whether they survive, this is a different matter. 2 tanks versus 1 squad. Not looking good for the squad, but the T-64 is still there. Pushing up. Oh, that is a beautiful hit. I don't think that's... Oh, the tanks are still pushing forward through the smoke. HE Bomber coming in for the kill on T-64. Misses by quite a shot there. T-64 cleaning up these T-55. And another command coming in there, just in case the other one goes down. Still waiting for the command to arrive at the back for Z2. It's still just trundling along. A little bit of skirmishing at the top here between the Desert Nikki and the Motsuchin. I mean, a Wooden Box is surely going to push for that command now.
Yeah, this is the last infantry unit dying in front of the CV, and that's a big problem. Afghanskis here got the buff in their range against ground targets. You see them at work there, which is quite nicely. And oh my god, the amount of helicopters, the amount of choppers coming around. But the CV in the south unloaded just in time, maybe, to come in just as the northern zone gets captured. So it might not quite be the end of the game. Ah, okay, or it is, as Z2 does capitulate here. I was about to say maybe he could get it in time there, but in the end, it wouldn't box here with the W. With a pretty deserved W as well against Z2. 4,500 to 3,100 kills. Still, Z2 gave him a good fight, especially at the beginning, but the amount of helicopters were just a bit too much. The amount of points lost to bad CV movement was also a bit painful there for the Z2, and allowing Wooden Box here to get through there with the 35th Air Assault. So,
yeah,
I hope you're happy there.
Well played to both of you guys. Commiserations, Z2. You've been playing amazingly recently, and I wondered if you might have a breakout here, but you played really well. Just struggling with the CV movement sometimes there, where Wooden Box, he came in with so much firepower, especially with those choppers. And as I said at the start, he had a lot in his deck, so I was expecting to see them.
Yes, the amount of chopper play here was quite interesting. And yeah, the Strela ones did their job on Z2's side as good as possible, but they were maybe a bit overwhelmed in the end. And then the D44s are just really frustrating to play. I think players will need a good while to learn how to play against them, as those anti-tank guns just can be brutal, and they were here as well. And they also should be nerfed a bit, most likely, in their survivability. But yeah, those D44s for sure did a lot of heavy lifting here for a Wooden Box in this game. And I will see if we can get an interview with a Wooden Box here for this one. If we can get him up here for that one.
I do see Z2 in chat there. I think you played well, Z2, but you mentioned yourself there, the CV, you forgot about it, but you've been playing exceptionally well, and a Wooden Box obviously just playing really well, and good use of those D44 cannons. I've been expecting to see them, as I said, a couple of times today, I think, on the stream. So finally seeing them in play, you know, I could see in the chat in the background people saying how effective they suddenly were and how impressed they were with the damage they were outputting. But that's very much the case. Prodos is just working hard to see if he can get a quick interview with a Wooden Box.
Yes, we will get a quick interview with Woodenbox. I will pull him up in a second. Here we go. And
Hey, Bob.
congratulations, Woodenbox, for
Hello,
another,
thank you, thank you.
for surviving another round and for a really strong game here against Z2 as well.
Yeah, it's nice. It went to plan mostly. I lost a few of the rocket helis early on, which was not good. I thought that would give him his tempo back, but stabilized quite nicely.
Yeah, that for sure went quite interesting. As the D44s felt really strong. But what was your whole thought process behind picking 35th?
Well, I know it's strong in the meta anyway because you got a bunch of shock infantry. You've got a lot of infantry and close quarters infantry, and I also feel pretty confident on that deck. It's a division I've played a lot, and it's even stronger in this patch, so it makes me feel good about it anyway. I feel confident in the microing of like the helis and overwhelming and just like playing a long game with it. In the ban phases, I got out the main things I didn't want to face. So 5e, because of all the mirages, you can kind of get dominated, and the helis can get taken down super easy. So with that out in the ban phase, and then I took second infantry out because I didn't want to deal with the spam. And then it's okay to play on the open map with it. So mobility is a big thing. Like I can move back and forth, and yeah, and I went into the choice for it.
Yeah, what were the moment where you realized this is going really well?
I think it was early on wasn't too great. I think I started to note he invested a fair amount into planes, and a fair amount into AA, and so I could tell he was losing tempo, in terms of getting tanks out. Because that was the thing I was worried about. Like if he brings out enough tanks, before I can have the tools to deal with them, he can just like roll through and engage from the open ground and take me out. But him kind of having those planes bring in early on, and then me trading okay, securing the flanks as well, and then having such a big lead. I think getting up to like, what was it, 15, 16 or 1700 or whatever, puts you in such a secure position, because then I know I don't have to be aggressive with my helicopters. Like I can sit back. It's kind of on him to push into me, which is a much better position for the helis to be at, because I can stay out of AA range. They can try and push forwards, and he has to get aggressive with his AA, and that puts it at risk. And the more he does that, the more he loses. And I can trade out my early like MI8 rockets, and then late game you can just bring in the Akulas and dominate. So I think, yeah, getting such a big lead was a pretty clear point where I was like, yeah, this is probably good.
Yeah, that was for sure. Yeah, that was also a bit down to Z2 being a bit unfortunate. One of his CVs moved the wrong way, so it didn't move through the zone.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was ending up really costing him a lot of points.
It's happened to us all.
Yeah, it happened to us all on this map at one point. And yeah, that for sure was a bit unfortunate there. But yeah, you absolutely played nicely, and I'm looking forward to see more of you, especially now that we go into best of threes. So
yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And yeah, looking forward to see the rest of your tournament run here.
Yeah, cheers. All right, have a good one, guys.
See that box. Thanks for stopping by.
No worries.
And yeah, that leads us into round 3 and into a bit into the analyst bracket after a short break, guys. Yeah, we have round 3 all set up here. That will be a lot of fun. Oh, yes, there's a big setup. Okay, yeah, we're gonna talk about that in a second. Short break, guys, and then we're gonna go into the analyst desk. So yeah, guys, I will give it over now to Phoenix, as we have our first analyst desk coming up here now. So let's freaking go.
What's going on, everybody? A bit of a long time no see. How y'all doing? Hopefully great afternoon. It's been pretty great for tournament action so far. Why don't we go ahead and look at what they started with on opening deployment here? So this is one of the big things I think that impacted the game for me personally. Z2 coming straight out of the gate and not getting 2 CVs really ultimately impacted things there for him. Um, I'm not sure why it's so bright on my end. Let me fix that real quick. We're having a little bit of technical issues with getting the post game analysis running, but let's just keep it going. So basically, Z2 did not start with a CV on both sides of the map, and Wooden Box did, along with a lot of other units that you could see on the bottom here. A lot of Spetsnaz, a lot of airborne infantry. The only non-forward deployed unit he had was the Afghansky. And at this point, getting those 2 CVs to cap both the back zones immediately were pretty huge. As well as the fact that, again, Z2 did not have both CVs to cap both of his back zones. So a lot of Special Aufklar going into town, opening up the beginning skirmishes of the game. Wooden Box did say that he banned the divisions he didn't want to face here. It sounded like he came in with a prepared mindset and a prepared game plan. Executed it quite well in the beginning, especially quad capping his opponent, only contesting the north with CV. So bit of a struggle here in the town until Z2 brings the tanks around, that is, and some pioneer infantry, manages to hold off some waves with the help of some SU-22s. I feel like he was a bit over reliant on the planes personally. 7th Panzer is a deck in which you just need to constantly churn out tanks, in addition to the infantry that you need those tanks to support. So I feel like I would have rather seen some of those points that he spent on planes going towards tanks. Not that he really lost his planes a whole lot. Wooden Box didn't have a terrible amount of AA. I mean, there's 2 Iglas and an Afghansky here, Strela in the back, and hit a MiG-29 floating around. So not, not the most impenetrable AA net. However, he did get punished a bit for the lack of AA. Z2 did make some good ground, eliminating all these units here in the town square before ultimately attempting to consolidate. And he also did get a couple of good kills on some Mi-8 MTVs. Wooden Box here trying to land some infantry as QRF needs some quick reinforcements in there. And we do see his CV in here. Again, no CV on this side for Z2 so far. And we're 5 minutes into the game, and Wooden Box has been on a +5 the whole time. So crazy, a bit tough, but that's part of this map. Honestly, I think you just really need those 2 starting CVs, because you never know if your opponent's going to do that or not. It's kind of a hindsight thing. And there we go, we got one of those helis. Nice close-up screenshot. I apologize for the brightness again, fellas. We're supposed to have this on Google Slides, but for some reason they're not taking JPEG images. So I'll yell at Google for that in a minute. But all's quiet in the north, back to the south, and it is a smoky mess. We got a lot of infantry here in the middle for Z2. And Wooden Box, of course, just trying to bring in enough to support the lines. Actually looking rather weak on the front line here. Maybe Z2 could have pushed a little bit more, but yeah, he doesn't really have that many units left. This is kind of an absolute grind fest here in the town fight. Wooden Box, of course, bringing reinforcements to the further south area and supporting those with a recon helicopter, a rocket helicopter, a couple of BMDs. Ultimately wins the top plateau here. And this is a big point for the map as well, is when you're getting into a bit of a slog in the town fight, capturing this plateau is pretty good idea for you. Even if the town is going well for you, this ultimately just secures your victory. Now, let's keep going on. We've got it's a bit of a short game, so I don't really have too much to show, but the fighting was quite intense. I guess not a short game, just, I don't know, not your expected like 40-minute fist fight. Again, SU-22 comes in. Igla, Afghansky, the only 2 things that are able to defend against it at the moment. MiG-29 was out rearming, refueling. Um, and we're seeing some T55s get smoked off as well due to the Metis and the Conquerors teams up here in the town. So really tough for Z2 to get open ground secured with his tanks. I feel like he probably could have been more aggressive here in this center area in the middle where there's no zone. Get a recon, get an ATGM up there, get something up there that you can. And it's same with Wooden Box too. I mean, he had control of it, but it would have been nice to kind of see some units taking advantage of those tiny little forest patches or tree lines. Um, Wooden Box reinforcing with a lot of AT guns and Metis teams at one point, which means he's going ultimate defensive setup, assuming that his opponent will resume the cap. We're about 7 minutes into the game. I think it went like 15. And here was a big moment as well. Z2 bringing the CV in, but because of the way the roads are done in this map, I guess maybe the changes to the roads that it might have thrown him off. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but his CV was meant to go to the middle zone, yet it bypasses the back cap, which is a major issue as he was holding on to the center with the CV and couldn't bring the CV back. Otherwise, he loses the middle zone. It was just a little bit of a misplay there on his end, and man, it's tough. I mean, I know Wooden Box is a good player and he will punish mistakes like this, mistakes like not buying 2 CVs at the start, not getting enough arty to properly suppress and destroy these defensive ATGM positions. you know Obviously AT guns are pretty good. Metis teams are always going to be pretty solid. However, you got to have ways to deal with them. And I feel like Z2, although he did well in the town fight early on, just didn't have the proper ways of dealing with Wooden Box's defensive line that he set up in the town. And while he may have outtraded him a bit, I'm not sure it really ended the way that Z2 would have wanted. Pioneer Fear in the north trying to attempt some sneaky stuff, but I don't really think it ever came to fruition. And overall, Wooden Box really bringing a lot more units into this fight. Airborne, of course, bringing the MI8s. He's got a lot of Strellas and stuff in the back here as well. And in the top, he's gathering a lot more forces than Z2. We can look at the top zone here as an indication of how that's going. And obviously, that's not in favor of Z2 here. He finally gets his CV unloaded and placed in the zone, but it took him a while, so he lost more points on that. Just doesn't have the units up here to really cope with the D44 and a couple of infantry guys that Wooden Box was throwing at him. And this was a great little poke here by Wooden Box, force your opponent to buy some stuff here in the top. We've got the MI8s, and they eventually make a push down over to where the CV is with the recon heli, trying to find it and eliminate it later on. Those Strellas did not end up being too useful in this position. No AA up on the top part. And then yeah, this really kind of sealed the deal here for me. I guess the game went 20 minutes. And this push of Metis teams into this plateau tree line really cuts off your opponent's reinforcement road in the immediate area. Doesn't allow you access to the long one, but it's pretty easy for you to knock out whatever vehicles are here with the Metis, and then hope that they don't roll up something crazy on you that can defeat all those. But that unfortunately did not arrive. Wooden Box continued this push, and although they ran a bit short of ammo, it's hard to resupply those guys so far forward. He's closing off the areas in which Z can really allow himself real estate by cutting off this road here. And yeah, it's just kind of how the game goes. Sometimes you lose the plateau, and you're prone to things like this happening. T64 backing up those infantry ensures it's going to be a good investment of points there for Wooden Box. A lot of helis around to support everything and pretty much just suppress any target he sees. Fight continuing in the north. Wooden Box bringing up the AT gun for fire support, because you don't really need a tank. I mean, these things are pretty good right now. I'm just laughing because it's something that we haven't really seen in the game in probably 6 months, something like that. I mean, since KDA was pretty strong, since Karma single-handedly defeated Tanner and his 3 leopards with 1 anti-tank gun. There you go. Sorry to make you cry, Tanner, but that's how it is. And victory ultimately does go to Wooden Box there. It seemed like Z2 was trading him out good early, but ultimately didn't buy 2 CVs, too much pressure on him. Sorry for the brightness, guys. We'll try to get this sorted out for the next game so that hopefully the experience is less blinding. Back to you guys. Protos, bandana.
Yeah, we're gonna take it over from here. Thanks for this, Miss Phoenix. Much appreciated.
Yeah, anytime. Good cast, guys.
Yeah, we're gonna go over into the next game as we have a lot of fun stuff coming up here now. And yeah, that was quite interesting. For sure, good analysis there of that game on a pretty tough map for Z2 there. Really didn't quite go as planned, but Wooden Box forced those issues quite nicely. And yeah, now we have a round of 8 here now. We have 8 players remaining out of 32 that started this day. And it's looking really hot in the first match already. This is the one we're going to cover as well. So that is going to be fun, as we will have Derek versus George GTB coming up in a moment. Joker versus Belthax, Wooden Box versus Latent, obviously also 2 crowd favorites there hitting each other, and then Vulcan versus Tiberius Rancor. You will for sure see that on Vulcan's YouTube channel in the next couple of days. And yeah, hopefully we're gonna see some Vulcan in semifinals, but Tiberius is a tough opponent there for best of 3. And yeah, we also have the decks here. We have George coming around with the Berliner Gruppierung, as we have a good amount here of Euroguns, Axias, a lot of infantry, Phobos, Medis, and so on. Some cubes as well. But Derek is making me a happy boy. We see TKS in round 1 here. TKS is going to come around. Yeah, we're gonna be on Black Forest out of all the maps. So that is going to be really, really cool. We have M40s and Bandana. What do you say about these picks?
Well, I mean, as you said, you really wanted to see TKS be played, so you've got your wish.
Yeah,
I think that certainly a couple of interesting decks to bring in. I'm looking forward to seeing how it performs. Obviously, in Derek's hands, I'm sure he's going to work some magic.
Yeah, Derek for sure, a really, really strong player. Has played a lot lately again. It was a bit washed up. The one time that he had to play with me, and then he had to carry me through a 2v2 tournament, he obviously was at his weakest point, but he since then has come around quite nicely. Obviously, we all know that at least half of the meta of the ranked ladder is Derek alt accounts, and all of them are high level. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. And we are in the match already. So let's go into game number 1 here. In that best of 3. Derek versus George. As we now will have at least 2 games in front of us between these two. Which, like, best of 1s are always cool because they are so volatile. You can have those upsets, but in the best of 3, we now really start to create some storylines. And I'm really hyped to see that, to get into that next stage of the tournament, seeing how these 2 players will start to react to each other and what they maybe see in previous games. As here we go.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh boy. Derek coming in hot from the get-go. A lot of transport helicopters being set up here. On the other side, obviously Fallschirmjägers in a good amount of numbers coming around here from the get-go as well. I wonder why some of the Fallschirmjägers are set up a bit further behind. And so you have some SPWs in the rear as well. And
Waiting for repositioning, maybe? Yeah, they're moving up now. He's just shifting them. This is going to be interesting from Derek's side, though. There's all those transport helicopters. I'm assuming he's going to go for a mix of Bravo and Charlie. I don't think he'll push further than that, but who knows? Heavy into the center point town. Wow. That
is going to be really fantastic. That is going to be highly entertaining.
I mean, I do see George at the other side is starting to bring in some anti-air up at the front as well. So he's Not going to have much, though, to deal with all those choppers. Yeah, Derek is going hard on that point. Whereas I don't know if George is going to spread himself out a bit more by the looks of it.
Yeah. Derek and George here coming around nicely. And yeah, the Charlie attack gonna be interesting. Black Forest, one of the maps with really few points on it. Like the maximum you can get on this map if you control all points is a +8. And obviously that is really seldom the case. So the best you usually can go for is like a +2, +3 kind of scenario. And that means that games take quite a while on this map. Just because of that, because you stick down the enemies way slower than on some of the others. Like for example, Vertigo, where you have a +3 zone around already, which if you swing it around can end up leading to a +6 situation kind of thing. You'd usually never see that here. Like +4 is already happening if is the maximum you have when you have all the zones in the center. And then if you maybe get into one of the rear zones, you can maybe get a +6 sometimes, but it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, looking at the deployment right now from George there, he's got that good spread. He's got some in the center, some for Bravo, a little bit going to Echo and up to the top of the map. But it's going to be really interesting to see if Derek can just hold him out on the outskirts of Charlie with those choppers and the infantry in them.
Yeah, MX-10s coming around. Those things have become really expensive, but they are still absolutely scary. So that is...
They're probably one of the most terrifying units in the game still, the MX-10 RC. It's a tank on wheels, literally, and it's a stealth tank on wheels is the other thing.
Yeah, it's a fantastic little thingy. The 16 penetration on it, for sure, really rather scary. And yeah, on the other side, a good couple of anti-air pieces coming around. So George might know about what Derek is playing. George, like, I haven't talked about it yet, but George hasn't played in any of our tournaments before. I believe he has played in some of Derek's own tournaments in the French community, though, as I believe George is part of the French community as well. And these two might know each other. I'm not certain about this, though, but these two might know each other, and it should be really interesting to see how that might be part of all of this. Gazelle Cannons coming around, Super Pumas. Yeah, Hippie being eliminated here by George, quite interesting. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but obviously eliminating Hippie means that you for sure have some powers. I mean, Hippie sometimes can stumble about himself, but you still have to push him over then. And it seems like George was able to do that, so that for sure tells us that he is quite powerful. But let's see how it goes around here.
Early anti-air jet in there. Not much for it to fire at the moment. Certainly nothing in terms of helicopters from George. But I'm thinking, is George going to make it to this town long before those choppers? And I'm thinking he's going to.
Choppers for sure coming around. No unload to try to get a desperate shot onto the F4F by Strellas. The Strellas keep on moving forward. Air mobiles coming in nicely. You see some Scharfschützen coming in there as well. And yeah, Strellas haven't unloaded yet, so the helicopters most likely gonna come around. A lot of Gazelle Cannons being pushed forward as well.
There they go, and they're off, but it's a bit late. The choppers are already landing. One chopper is down at the back.
One Gazelle Cannon goes down. Strellas getting some more shots off. Gazelle Cannons in trouble, but Airmobiles now trying to help out. Next of the Gazelle Cannons biting the dust. That's the Strellas here trying to stand their ground. Gazelle Cannons nerfed quite heavily since the last time you might have seen them, as they got down in price, they got down in damage a good bit as well. But double bombing run here on the enemy Strellas, so the Gazelle Cannons can push a bit further, as the southern zone seems to be completely abandoned by Derek. Captured the southern zone, but that deep zone in the forest is left to George's hands for now.
And as it stands, obviously Derek is most certainly winning this fight in the center. Those bombers did plenty of damage, and obviously the Green Berets now will clean up what is left here. That commander is dead in the water. I mean, there's nothing there to protect it.
Yeah, SU-17 coming around. F-104 HE bombers coming around once more, dropping their bombs onto the Fallschirmjägers. As there's still a nice drop bomb there. Fallschirmjäger Führer getting killed off there quite nicely. We see none of the planes dying. The SU-17 is not quite able to get the kill there. AA-wise, only a couple of Bofors on the side of Derek, so nothing yet that can stop these Su-17s from killing off the helicopters. But the AMX-10 is around now, and those Strellas will have to be careful.
And those
AMX-10
Strellas are
opening
already
up fire
dead.
with its MG, revealing its position. Wait, it didn't take the shot? Okay, gets one of them now. Don't know why it had to reposition. AMX-10
Smoke.
smokes off. I guess he didn't realize what was inside of that, as he most likely feared getting hit there by an AT weapon. Second AMX-10 comes around, and we are at equilibrium in points, as that fight for Charlie obviously went well for Derek, but it went on the expense of the other zone completely. He has a couple of picket line units around with those reserve pioneers, but that zone is completely left abandoned, which is a really interesting way. It's not uncommon, but it's still an interesting way to play this map.
Those AMX-10s spreading out pretty far, getting some good eyes on for Derek. And that one at the bottom seems to be going really far past that sort of rear point. Yeah, he's going right around the back of that point with it.
Yeah, I wonder if he
Obviously-
will be spotted on the way there. I guess the Aufklärers should have shown their attention. I'm not sure if the Strela is gonna see it. Strela not the most visible of units. And oh wow, the Iltis leader also trying to come around. Okay, the UATs should be able to spot it. Question is George paying attention with action also going on elsewhere on the map? UATs going down, that's obviously not a expensive unit to lose, so that is somewhat fine. But the other AMX getting into nasty spots as well. Iltis Führer might get hit by that Aufklärer. I'm not sure. No, it's moving the other road. So that should be fine.
Lucky escape for it, but this MX-10 at the top here, well hidden in the trees, will have some good eyes on and potential shots on these infantry coming in. Yeah, there we go.
First, Volkspolizei getting killed off. Volkspolizei, quite nice unit. They're really cheap. They have an AT weapon. Their little vehicles can be quite helpful as well, but obviously two of them already going down. One of the Fopos going down as well. They should be able to spot the AMX-10 now, though. And the question is, how do you react to that as Derek? How do you react to that as George? Do you call in the plane here now? That AMX-10 already has its smoke used up, so as long as you can keep line of sight, it should be fine, but line of sight might be broken already there, as the AMX-10 kept moving. Really good reaction there by Derek, knowing that most likely something is going to come in. You have to run back after taking a couple of shots. Saved that one really nicely.
And here's that command moving into the other point with the cover of the MX-10 and F-104 GHE bomber flittering around at the top there. I think that's going for the Su-17. Neither really skilled at anti-air combat, but they will have a fight.
Yeah, Su-17 versus HE plane there, coming around. Starfighter on the way out. Su-17 getting behind it. Used up its missiles already, though. Gets hit there by an F4F. Oh, F-104 gets hit by Strela as well, but it's surviving there. Yeah, it will be out for quite a while, but both of the fighters on both sides will survive this engagement. Meanwhile, SPG-9 there on a really nice spot, hurting the Reserve Pioniere.
But Derek is now moving into that point, whereas he was just sort of sat outside it before, so he is going to make a move on that. Not sure he's moving anything else to support the point he's capped at the top at the moment. So I think he's accepting that he may not hold that for very long.
Yeah, his iHawk so far not super successful. The MX-10 in the north moving around. Ooh, if that finds the SPW up there, that would be massive. Fallschirmjäger Medis getting into its way though. Important unit to get in here right now, as the Medis is going to fly. And it's going to connect. Oh, this is big. This is really, really big. The Iltis leader obviously will get cleaned out. And that was an important timing there. Volkspolizei on the hunt for the next AMX-10. George here reacting calmly and reacting in a fine manner there against the AMX-10s. And that is the right way of how to deal with them. So I absolutely enjoy that play. AMX-10 might find one more kill there. It hits the BMP-1. So that's a bit painful. Should most likely get the kill there. Yes, there we go. but the Phobos might be able to take revenge. But Derek is on the slow and steady +1 for now. Trying to keep the Altus Führer around, but that one is getting hunted down now. It doesn't get killed though. Believe it broke line of sight there in the last second, so the guns weren't on target. That airmobile
Incredibly
really
lucky.
ballsy. Gets hit now. That's in the north. We have some heavy infantry fighting here now as well. Derek coming around with a lot of forces for this push, but the entrenchment there of the Fallschirmjägers and the Fallschirmjäger Scharfschützen is really nice. So pushing that won't be easy.
Has called in a command though, so he's feeling confident about it. HE bombers being used there as well by the looks of it to help take out the infantry in those buildings.
Of Cleric getting
MX-10.
hit. Ooh. MX-10. It hasn't been found. Why did the Phobos not go for it? As
That's a very
one
good
of them
question.
gets absolutely murdered by an Su-17 there. And oh boy, the swarm is on. Oh boy. Gazelle cannons
Obviously-
and aeromobiles. One of them already getting shut down though. The Strela position is quite nice. And those Gazelle cannons don't come for basically free anymore. They cost 40 points per unit. So it's not an insignificant investment there moving forward.
And they're not as strong as they used to be either. So, you know, they're good, but they're not as good.
Yes, Strela here also trying to hit the airmobile. If it would have gotten a second hit there, those airmobiles would have gone down, but they seem to be making it in. Another Gazelle cannon bites the dust. Gazelle Hot does survive for now as well. Strela seems to struggle to find the hits here right now. Gazelle cannons on top of it, so it should be going down. Misses the Gazelle Hot here once more. Phobos and Fallschirmjäger Maddie's still moving around. Su-17 comes in. Nice hit on the airmobile. That thing got hit like a truck. Hildeschwer has to run back. Su-22 coming in as well.
Takes out the Gazelle Hot with ease. I'm assuming they're going to swing back around and go for some of these Gazelle cannons as well. The Su-17 still going for the aeromobiles.
So, how do you rate the chances of the two players at the moment?
It's as you said, it's a tough one on this map due to the slow tick up rate of points. But right now, Derek's looking in a strong position. What do you think?
Yes, that Derek broke the position here is really important, and I am surprised that we didn't see any long-range AA outside of out of George yet, which makes those F-104 starfighters really, really efficient. This is the last AMX-10 I believe that Derek has that is still fighting there. The other one I believe got picked off eventually, but it is still quite scary. I mean, the Su-22s and Su-17s on the other side do a good amount of work as well, but it's
This is a
+2
command
of
hunt.
Derek here.
Gazelle's command hunting down here at the bottom now. I mean, this they're just looking for a kill.
Yeah,
George
SPW
needs to stop him.
sitting down there. Su-22 M4K coming in for the Gazelle cannon. Should be able to find it. Finds the kill there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Nice kill there. For sure. As an F4F coming in. But F4F, one of the worst air superiority fighters, the German version that is, because it has only short range missiles. So even those mixed planes, like the Su-22, have a good chance of potentially winning a fight against it. It's still a rather close fight. You have a couple more of those missiles, but if they hit their first couple of R60Ms against you, you are still in trouble. Ooh, this is dangerous here, though. If that Fallschirmjäger Führer can be eliminated, then George is going down to be down on a +3. And yes, the slow take means that it takes a long time to get to the 2,000 points, but it also means that every bit of advantage you get is massive. Like, even 250 points like right now, on a +1, that's 5 minutes of tick that the enemy has to catch up on you.
Lots more reinforcements coming into that point for George, but Derek has a good push going on here. He's chased him all the way out. And that command does just get out alive, but whether it stays alive is a different matter entirely.
Yes, SPW moving around. The Fallschirmjäger for sure needs some help. F4Fs and F104s really controlling the skies. Way better than they ever would do in War Thunder, lol. I absolutely hate grinding them there at the moment. But yeah, here we go. Derek having a +3 here. SU-22 on the hunt for the F104. Gazelle Cannon moving around. Can the Strela find a kill? Okay, finally one of the airplanes killed off here, but ooh, the Eyehawk with the retaliation. We have another hunt here with Su-17s. Strela trying to help out once more. In the meantime,
all
more
those
airmobiles
airmobile.
coming in here. The Gazelle Cannons on the hunt for the SPW. And there's not enough in the skies, not enough on the ground to really deal with it. There are some AAs now supposed to come in here, but they won't arrive anytime soon. And the airmobiles are gonna be absolutely unpleasant to deal with.
Yeah, that command
and
is
Puma
dead.
closing in on the SPW. And it's most likely not gonna have a long life here after this.
And the beauty of these back points, obviously, is they're worth 2 each. So this gives, you know, another big boon to Derek.
No, they only one, but yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
I thought the back points were 2.
No,
Oh,
only
it
the
is one,
rear
sorry.
zone. Only 2 of the
Oh,
zones.
sorry. Yeah. I'm thinking of Echo. My
Yeah,
bad.
Echo and I'm not sure if it's Charlie or so on the other side. But yeah, those zones still, in the end, basically end up being +2 because they take 1 away from the enemy, add 1 to you. So you're not wrong in that regard. As Derek now has a +3 in general on the battlefield. Once he captures the southern one, it would be a +4. And coming back from that is going to be really hard here in game 1 for George. It might be more for George now trying to get confidence again, trying to maybe make it uncomfortable here than trying to really win this game, and getting ready for game 2 then. Maybe even already, as obviously in the series you always have the mindsets are playing a way bigger role than they do in a best of 1, because you have to keep a steady mind, you have to be ready to play that game number 2 just as well and put just as much effort into it, and maybe trying to figure out how you can get into the enemy mindset, trying to predict what they do, if they're gonna do a heavy assault push again, if they try to switch it off and so on. Like, it's always super interesting to see how those kind of events work out. And they also make the difference between good tournament players and good ladder players in any RTS out there. Like, for example, in StarCraft, there always have been players that were fantastic on the ladder, and then when they had to play a best of 3, they completely fell apart. And it's, I would say there are chances that it will be the exact same here in the long run in the WARNO community.
Some more commands coming in. 2 command tanks, in fact, coming in at the back there. But Derek is pretty much in control of that rear point at the moment, completely in control of the center, and remains reasonably in control of Bravo, where the forestry area is. Vorpos moving in now, but that cluster bomber, did it even drop its bombs there? I
No,
don't think
it
it
just
did.
went for a gun run, actually.
Ah.
Which means that it doesn't have such a long reload time, I guess. So it might be on purpose here by Derek. Not dropping its cluster bombs. Alpha Jet hunting an Su-22, not a sight you have every day. But it might have gotten into the wrong neighborhood here, as that producer has a long time on target, and with the SPGs getting buffed, that cluster bomber is not having a fun time there. Yeah, Alpha Jet getting murdered by the Pusa. Pusa getting an important kill there, but the ground forces, there's just no infantry left here for George, it seems like.
No, he's struggling a lot here. I mean, he's got the Vorpos and stuff moving in, but there's no really heavy feeling artillery. The Morazvedka coming in against those aeromobiles. I mean, the BMP-1, I suppose, poses the biggest threat to them, but even then.
BMP-1 hitting the airmobiles, T-55, AM-2 moving forward. Ooh, BMP-1P getting absolutely smoked there. As you see a +3 here for Derek. 8 minutes on that +3 till victory. As George is trying to get a new CV up there. Will take a while though. Pusa not really getting any shots on target from there. And yeah, what do you say would be a wise strategy here for George now to run? Like, Do you think there
Oh.
is hope? Do you think he maybe should focus on game 2? And if so, how so?
I mean, I think at this stage, you know, Derek is majorly in control of the map. I think the only chance George would have is if he focused everything on one area and pushed there. But Derek will respond to that. He's a good player. He will have a plan of action for that. But the problem George has, as you say, is he's lacking infantry. He's looking thin on the ground. And right now, he's also not in control of the air either. Derek's doing that. So other than now, I think, you know, there's an element of that psychology.
Oh my!
Can you drag a game out and, you know, make it go on long?
What is that AA that we just saw there? Is that 4 coops coming in right now? Oh, that T55 AM2 is in trouble. Clusters out. Alpha Jet clusters, not the most amazing clusters. They might not be even fully on target. No, they missed the enemy there. They only have 2 small cluster bombs, so yeah, that's 2 coops over there, and then there's 2 more AA pieces on the right. It's 4 coops. Yeah, George finally investing into the AA. I feel like that's a bit late. Cannonier Panzer going down, but it for sure will help out against all the AA struggle. F4F coming around. 4 coops will open up fire on it. Chances of this thing surviving here at this stage? Yeah, basically null. And there we go. F4F going down. Really important kill there for George, but he has to get the fight on the ground into a better position and loses the T55 CV there. That's obviously painful. F4F number 2 goes down. Really big, but is it big enough? That's the big question. Derek's
command at that back point at the top there was killed, but he already has another one in, ready to go.
Yeah. Super Jägerführer coming around in Super Puma. Got loaded into the Super Puma. You can't bring that unit in there in the Super Puma usually. So some transport micro there from Derek to get that thing up there as quickly as possible. Is back to a +3. And as I said, like 1,274 points is something that is somewhat easily to come back from if you shift the power balance on most other maps. But that amount of points here on this map is massive.
I mean, Derek's pushed all the way to the edge of that point, but as Timo was just showing us in the middle there, we can see that George is now maneuvering back into that center point at one edge. He's managed to take out the couple of, shall we call them, tanks that were there, and obviously the AMX-10 still remaining in defense, but will have to retreat.
Yeah, good side shot there from TV5. It goes really low as well itself, though, but it will make it through. Will reduce the take off Derek at least a bit further. But, oh boy, the air fleet is coming in again. The starfighters don't want to see that T-55 survive this. And that bombing run, it's landing all around. It gets it down to 1 hit point. Or even, most likely even less than 1 hit point, as the direct hit point bar below the unit icon is basically empty at this stage. So, super lucky there for George, as that T-55 is at least reducing the tick somewhat nicely. But with only 19 minutes remaining, it's gonna continue to be tough. Issue of KDA is they have TKSs, they only have absolutely terrible tanks from here on out, as all the AMX-10s went down. So they only have M48s. So some kind of mid-tier tank, like a T80B, can do a lot now. Nice Priusa, getting some nice damage in there. SU-22 moving around. Jaegers absolutely getting demolished. SU-22 goes down to the double Eyehawk though. That is big. And it seems like some of the coops are out of ammo. SU-22 in a lot of trouble here. Yeah, gets killed off by the F4Fs. And not enough coop ammo on the ground, which is an issue.
No, Cubs were a good choice. He killed plenty of jets initially, but without rearming them immediately, Derek once again just has control of the air.
Yes, and that is a massive problem. So, the SU-22, the SU-17 here getting a nice kill. Bofors being frustrating there, pushing the Mi-8 back as well. Jägerführer there in a really nice spot. And yeah, the +2 does continue here in game number 1.
SPG-9 getting a kill on the reservist Pioneer squad there. And A few more reinforcements coming in the centre there for Derek, but he's not pushing it too hard. Lots of tanks coming in here for George, though, at this bottom point. And that command trying to get back in again, but the Jaeger obviously engage. I was going to say the Jaeger would have been in a good position to hit those tanks in the side, but the command tank is going to get into the point.
Yeah, Jaegers only having the pretty mediocre SPG, the Panzerfaust 44. So they are not quite as capable as the airmobiles that we have seen before. The M40s, though, getting the command tank really low already. Having it on bailout even, but at least it is in the zone. It doesn't control it, though. Oh, I wasn't sure if it would, but a bailed out tank doesn't control the zone. Okay. Interesting.
Bomber coming in, trying to finish off that tank.
Yeah,
there it goes.
Does find the job. And the coup's still not with ammo. And that is a massive, massive issue with the amount of airplanes flying all over them.
I mean, I can see George's planes up at the top of the map there, all over Derek's command up there. So he has lost it again.
But still a +1 for Derek. It's nearly 1,600 points. So George is way to a comeback here. It would be really rather long. And that unit over there is struggling as well. F4 and F104s coming in, killing off some more helicopters. Plus the plane coming around once more. Will be both scary for helicopters and ground units.
I mean, you've got to give it to George here. He was in a difficult position, it looked like, but he's managed to pull it back to neutralized on the points for the moment. But obviously, Derek has that big advantage with just under 16 minutes left of the game, and that command tank looking very precious. M48 may get the finishing blow here, if not one of the M40s.
M48 does do the job, yeah. Cluster bombers coming around again. Fallschirmjäger for at least moved in, but it's still Derek on the +1 right now. Gazelle Cannon moving around, and this is peak TKS play here. Like, this is how you're supposed to play TKS. Be obnoxious everywhere, be mobile with your forces, and use your cheap units, your cheap German reserve units like the Reserve Pioneers for holding ground. Like, that is exactly the philosophy behind it, and Derek is using it fantastically here at the moment, but George just seemingly struggling a bit too much at the beginning and tries to recover here now, but it won't be easy at all from here on out.
Derek doing a little bit of a push at the bottom here with a couple of M48s and Gazelle Cannon. Gazelle Cannon is going to probably go down. Oh, one of the M48s goes down as well.
Yes, the SU-22 here, flying around nicely.
Obviously, a command being brought in from the back, I believe, as well there to cap this point. Yeah, the Iltis coming in. Whether it's spotted, I don't know. Certainly reinforcements being called in there for George. And George making progress across this point. The Jaeger are there to stop these tanks.
Yeah, Jaeger getting some nice kills there. T-55A under fire. Second one getting routed. Jägerführer getting the hit off there. Getting another T-55A down. And that's a massive problem here for George. He needs to clear that spot out. That would at least give him a 0-0 situation. And then try to get a CV into the center. But having the points for that right now just seems to be a struggle. Like, the traits just seem to be somewhat in favor of the opponent here. Oh my goodness, that Eye-Hawk! Oh, that was really brutal. Double hit from the Eye-Hawk, immediately snapping that SU-17 into smithereens. And those losses are some that you just can't afford here at George anymore. Oh! And what do we see there in the bottom right? It's interesting.
The command is moving in, as I said. He's going to take the point at the minute because although George called in reinforcements, it was tanks, and they're going to take a while to get there. So this is going to change hands. George does have a command in the middle there, an SPW he can bring back to take it over, but he'll have to act quickly because this is that 2-pointer. I'm right this time. It is a 2-pointer.
Yes, and that will make a make a 4-point swing here. That will put George down at a -5 basically. Will get Derek really quickly up there once it's fully captured. Only 2.5 minutes remaining already on a +3. And once it's fully captured, it's going to go up to a +5. So 1 minute 25 for Derek to win here. And I believe that should be it for game number 1. SPW at least is trying to get back in there. But the tick currently for Derek, really, really nice. 12 minutes remaining. And the front line is still looking pretty dope for Derek here as well.
Gazelle Hot's just doing a little bit of work down at the bottom of the map there. Command back in the top again for Derek, and there's no contesting command.
So that means it will go up to a +7. Even North gets contested, but yeah, only a couple of seconds remaining here. Slightly less than a minute. If the point, once the point is fully captured in the south, it will be even less. And there's not enough CVs around even for George anymore, as George has lost quite a couple of them over the last couple of minutes. And the front line is just not strong enough here. George played a good game here, but Derek just had the better plan, I would say.
Yeah. No, I think George played really well. I mean, he did seemingly start to pull it back in terms of points and control of the bits of the map, but Derek was just so solidly entrenched in the center, and there wasn't enough left for George to really hold on in those points. And then a couple of sneaky maneuvers like this one, getting that command round into this point, just sealed the deal. But well played to both of them.
Yes, really well played here by both. And GGVP to Derek in game number 1, getting himself ahead of George with 1-0. And that means George will have to bring it around from here on out, as Derek is on match ball in this best of 3. So yeah, GGVP. And yeah, KD in the end also in favor of Derek. It's not a super massive lead, but it's still a for sure decisive one. And it was well deserved. Yeah, George did play well, but needs to find another strategy to beat Derek. Map number 2 will be quite a bit different though from what we just saw, as map number 2 will be 2 lakes. So we go from a map that is all about those little slight forest engagements to a map that is really up front and center in your face with 2 lakes. So let's see how these two will play there. Yes.
Yeah, sure. I like 2 lakes. It's one of those maps that is reasonably balanced, and you always get some good skirmishes, especially if one player or the other tries to push across the center of the map between the 2 points.
Yeah, let's move it over to the match arena once more, guys. In the meantime, as you guys can give these guys a bit more to fight over, a bit more real life money to fight over. And the thing is, you don't have to pay them. All you have to do is go to Match Arena, link in the chat, and click that claim code button up here. And it adds 25 cents for free to the prize pool, guys. We still have 22 codes remaining. We have over 100 guys in the chat, in the stream, guys, which is amazing. But that means only 1 out of 5 of you has to click this, and we still will get rid of all the free codes. We will add another couple of bucks here to the prize pool completely for free, and those players will have a bit more to fight over. And once more, shout out to all the guys who came in helping out, both with claimed codes and with their direct donations. Really big thanks to Departed, CZ, Feta, and Evelyn for their lovely contributions. Much appreciated. As we're up above 500 once more, I have to find a new stretch goal for tomorrow, because you already smashed it at day 1, which I am absolutely thankful for. But
I think I've got a stretch goal.
Okay.
12-hour Wargame Red Dragon stream.
12 hour. Oh god. Okay, we will have to put that one somewhat high up there, because I'm not sure if my frustration tolerance can do that. Yeah,
I just want you to suffer, man. It's just
yeah, we can talk about that for sure.
Oh, two cans all up in that one.
Yes. Yeah, we have another couple of 25 cents coming in here. It'll be a little lovely. And yeah, Wait, that... Wait, no, that was not a 2-0. Was it? What? Somebody went a bit overboard here, no?
Unless they've played another game, surely not. We weren't that far behind.
No. That is not possible. That was game 1. Like, they started one map beforehand, but that was...
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That was just 1-0. That game is not over yet. I was a bit shocked there for a second, but Derek still could be pushed out of there. Yeah, the other games here for sure all really interesting as well. Really kind of wish that Vulcan will make it to the semifinals, but Tiberius is such a strong player. Leifens versus a wooden box. I mean, both of them will be lovely to see. And then Berthax versus Joker also really have come around both of these a lot lately, so either of them deserves the semifinals, but it won't be easy for them to push the other one over. So, all great rounds here. And...
Yeah, it's a shame we can't cover them all because I think there'll be some very good games across round 3. Certainly, Vulcan vs Rancor would be a very, very fun game to watch. I mean, Lathan's in a wooden box. I've already cast one of their games today from ranked, so we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, we're gonna go into a really quick break, guys. 2 minutes, and then we're gonna be back with the next game in the series, as both of the players are ready and getting ready for the next game. And yeah, see you all there. Okay, guys, we got the first of the decks for game 2, as we're gonna be on 2 legs, and we're gonna see another 35th air assault. So, Bandana, are you happy with that once more?
Of course I'm happy.
Nice.
As I say, one of my favorite divisions, so anytime that's getting played, and obviously with Derek playing it, get to see it played properly.
Yeah. And yeah, let's see. We have a good couple of Mi-8 MTVs here once more. And we have, obviously, helicopters everywhere. Mi-8 MTAs as recons. Mi-24Ks there as well. We have the Akulas, all of them assembled once more too. So this is going to be interesting. I wonder what the pick on the other side will be of George to play against this. As, hey, Wallace coming in with another 10 gifted subs. Oh my goodness, guys. Yeah, much appreciating all the support, as it really seems like nobody is getting out of here today without a gifted sub in the end. Much appreciating all the support of you guys. Really loving it. And yeah,
Some
really
love and
that you
thanks
guys
in the
love it
chat,
as well.
guys.
Yes. Yeah, we have tanks, T-64s coming around in massive numbers, but with veterancy. It's not the complete horde. It's with 1-star veterancy here, so the availability on these guys is still pretty nice, even on that. And yeah, the T-64BV, oh my god, is it sexy. And also, oh my god, is it a strong tank.
It's the sexiest tank, and it's the strongest tank, even if it doesn't have the highest armor.
It's for sure a really nice mix of armor and penetration power for its price. But, I mean, 230 points by now is quite chunky for the T-64BV. They for sure don't come for free. AA here, we have the Igla teams, but we have them in the UATs, we don't have them in the Skreds, which kind of a bit sad, as I love to see every kind of bit of sparks at the moment to see how strong they actually are. Air tap, 1-to-1 the same as we saw from a wooden box earlier, actually. The seaplane, the SU-25, 181 cluster, and then obviously all 4 MiG-24s, MiG-29s, which is my favorite looking plane in the game. The MiG-29 is just looking so good. I don't know if it's actually a really great plane, but it is a really great looking plane for sure.
Valis with another 5 sub.
Oh, Wallace keeps it coming.
Get some thanks in the chat for Valos, guys. If you've got a sub, send him some love.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, we got the wrong deck, lol. As actually, Derek is playing Berlin Command.
No!
The Berliner Brigade.
Sad times. I don't get to see Derek play one of my favorite divisions. That's very sad.
He just that was Derek's revenge. Hmm? Uh, yeah, it's Berlin Command this time. Nice. That is looking good.
Well, I did say I wanted to see these decks played in this tournament after Hippie saying they were now top tier.
And yeah, that is going to be interesting. I mean, Phobos are scary. They're coming into SPW PSH, which the 40mm is now a bit more solid as well, but 25 points, obviously, still not completely free. KDAs, yeah, they can move forward nicely. I'm surprised we don't see any medis. Like, this seems to be a bit more of a Derek wants to try something deck. I mean, he's up 1-0, so he absolutely can, but I feel like this is a weird deck. Like, I kind of get it, but I don't know if you ever want to cut a medis at the moment with the strength of the ATGMs. And I feel like KDAs are great, but you kind of want to mix them in with something else. So yeah.
He'll have something in mind, for sure.
I mean, we have a Buratino, we have a Eurogun. Do we have a... No, we have the Mi-26 in the stick as well, so that is nice. Anti-tank guns, obviously, yeah, they are meta at the moment. We have still some T64 PVs for you, so at least that condolences is there. And
yes, at least the beautiful tank is still there.
We have some nice recon as well.
I'm really curious to see what he's going to do here. I mean, I can see people in chat saying he's going to do a zombie horde. Hippie obviously being the main person behind that, so we will see.
So yeah, AA also with the books, with the Shilkas, really strong as well. The ZSU got buffed, I believe. So that one is nice. Mi-8 TV, I'm not a fan. I think this thing still sucks, but that is me. I'm obviously absolutely up for being proven wrong by Derek. Like, that's Derek for sure the better player of us two at the moment, so absolutely up to being proven wrong. Would love to see some good Mi-8 TV usage, but I don't think they're good at the moment. We'll see if that is still the case. And then AirTap is full of assault planes. Only issue with this deck is that your air superiority fighter is rather horrible. It's really cheap, but it's only short range. Its gun is mediocre. It has only 10 ECM, which as an air superiority fighter is highly lacking. So the MiG-23 ML here, not really what you want to have. And yeah, Wallace, big things here. And yeah, 2 cards of Phobos, 2 cards of KDA. Gonna be really interesting. And as the zombie horde for sure is going to come around. We got the deck of George now as well. So let's freaking go. George, game 2. Hang around.
What's he got for us?
I have no idea what it is. He didn't spoil me. So let's see first of all where it is in my list. That is always fun. Especially as it gets fuller now. There we go. Oh, it's a... Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting fight.
Hey.
As it's the second UK around again. We have SAS coming up. We have armored rifles. Okay, Warrior Milans. No other units and helicopters. So it's quite a bit of a different second UK to what we saw before. Which is interesting. Like, I feel like you want to use the airmobiles, but George seems to differ here. Javelin LMLs and massive numbers. Good couple of helicopters, obviously. Air tab. Also no Jaguars, so interesting choices here. It's a completely different second UK to what we saw before, and that might indicate how much more varied decks can be now on this patch. Let's see how it works out, as it's really based around Warrior Milans way more. Obviously, it's a completely different map than Two Ways as well. Two Lakes is way more narrow, so that is going to be interesting. And yeah, this is going to be wild.
There's certainly enough open ground on Two Lakes for these Milans and things to be making a difference. So I can see why that's the preference. And obviously, with the changes to autocannons, we're seeing less of just the autocannon alone IFVs and stuff this patch. But two interesting decks with a lot of infantry. And as I see in chat there, I can see the WARNO Dead. That sounds like a video title coming up.
Yeah, they are for sure, that's gonna be for sure quite interesting. The HSF for sure is around, and yeah, infantry at the moment is interesting. Derek already noted that he will he will have a big eye, and he will have a lot of analysis to do after this tournament, so that balance can keep on moving in the right direction. It's for sure was a great step the last patch, and yeah, he will for sure keep his work on, and he will learn maybe a bit more out of this game as well, as will we all, as the map is up. Both of the players currently loading in, so gonna be right in there in a moment. And yeah, SAS gonna be exciting, gonna be really exciting. And you can use those last couple of seconds, guys, to maybe move over to Matcherino and make it even more exciting for these players by adding a bit more prize money here. Once more, you can do that completely for free. So switch over to Matcherino, guys. Press that claim code button and get us even higher. I mean, $500 is fantastic, guys. I'm more than satisfied already, but I mean, you can keep surprising me, guys. I absolutely love this day so far, and it's only the first of 2 days. So yeah, finals and semifinals will be tomorrow, and yeah, let's see if this is gonna be the last game of this round now, or if Mr. George can bring it back here, as we have Derek and George here in front of us again, with George in blue, Derek in red. So that is going to be interesting.
A couple of foxes going down already for George. Still very good forward units. Over on the other side, we're seeing plenty of forward deployed. A couple of SPG 9s from Derek there, and a Grenza recon going up at the front, and a couple more recon squads at the back there. Those are also Grenzas. Good spread for defense in the middle there. I assume we'll see the usual, which will be Derek will go for the top point majorly at the start, and George will go to the bottom. Yeah, I mean, there you go. There's all those forward deployed troops for George as well at the bottom.
Yeah, second UK for sure quite interesting. Artillery tab, I didn't show you guys, but one of the two M107 that you can potentially bring in is in there, which I find interesting, because I find, like, if you want to bring them around, you at least want to bring them around in pairs, or you don't want to bring them around at all. But George seems to differ. So I wonder if we will see that artillery piece in action. And yeah, recon tab looking fantastic. The Berliner Gruppierung here coming around nicely as well. I wonder if we will see the toss. I mean, Two Lakes is one of the maps where it is actually quite viable, but obviously it needs a game that develops into that spot.
Yeah, I mean, the Buratino can be extremely effective on this map if you're wanting to push one of those two towns. So potentially, but obviously it's an expensive outlay, and you're then restricting yourself from other units that your opponent might have. But lots of units going to the bottom there for George, as we would expect. The recon, forward deployment troops, couple of wombats at the back there.
Yeah, snipers, airmobiles, foxes, all coming around. Good couple of infantry units as well. And on the other side, the SPG-9s. And I wonder how many KDAs will be deployed early on, or how many Phobos. As I said, I'm a bit surprised that we don't see any Metis infantry and so on. Like,
yeah, I was surprised by the lack of Metis infantry, but obviously that's not going into the plan for this game or this particular build. He obviously has something planned. He's got a good spread of units going to both sides, and commands straight into Delta. I'm curious what Derek's opening move's going to be here. I think he's looking very defensive in nature rather than aggressive in this.
Yes, I mean, he has the artillery advantage. He has interesting, like, I guess the tanks fight's going to be interesting with 5 challengers in total in the deck of George, one of them being a CV challenger. So there is some heavy armor there, but the tank numbers are on side of Derek with the T-64s and the T-80Bs. So that might be also something that he wants to build up in the late game, as they also have nice ATGMs and so on. And yeah, we have 2 CVs on the side of George, and we also have 2 CVs on the side of Derek. So we will have the parity. We will have a really classic start here, it seems like. So
Yeah,
we are
it's certainly
going
looking
into
that
the
way.
action here. Match ball time for Derek. George is on the brink of defeat here. Has to bring it around now. And let's see if he can do that. Snipers coming in. That will be quite nice. They are the only ones that really do good long-range damage now with sniper rifles. All the LRS and so on got the net damage heavily reduced. We still have SAS coming around. SAS, fantastic infantry units. Can deal great damage now with the 84. Can shoot down stuff with stingers. And obviously get into nasty spots from the get-go. So, quite nice there. Derek, with all the SPG-9s, all the cheap infantry is just swarming around. Like, the amount of units on the battlefield from the get-go is already quite insane, and it will only get more here, I believe, as both of the players seem to play it really slowly.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a build-up with a serious combined arms push this time for Derek, certainly, and I'd imagine the same for George. I think you're right. I think we're going to see those tanks come in slowly, bit by bit now.
Nice first blood there. SPG-9 stopping any Fox shenanigans. 2 more SPG-9s in the north, trying to do the same once more. And I'm a bit surprised that George only has 1 of the artillery guns in his deck, because on this map, artillery guns are really helpful in dealing with those entrenched buildings. And if it's only for destroying them, but often also just to kill the SPG-9 or the ATGM in them, you quite often need artillery for these dedicated takeouts.
Yeah, I mean, you're either relying on artillery or jets. And if the opponent has decent air defense, then the jets aren't going to get close most of the time.
Yeah, and there are no seed planes in 2nd UK. So you can't deal with the books. And yeah, the book is just gonna shut down.
There's one straight away.
Yeah, coming in right there. And the book is just immediately putting such a strong air defense network up there on its own. It has 9 damage on missile. It has insane range. So getting any plane in there is a super high risk. Yes, it got nerfed a bit in its rate of fire, but that doesn't help you if the first missile hits you. And you're then getting shut down by a Strela also.
Fopper's pushing out a little bit there. I'm not sure they'll be going too far, already getting hit by that Fox.
Fox not seemingly not quite able to align, so
no, it did initially, but then must have lost line of.
Yes, yeah, this is a interesting slow game here. For sure, quite the difference to round 1, where we had Derek putting the pedal to the metal, and yeah, that's always the interesting thing about tournament and best of 3s. Like, does one player just want to keep it pushing? Does he feel like he needs that speed, or does he even feel that confident to just say, no matter what, I will be able to win aggressively against you? I don't think Derek is ever taking that approach to things. Like, he is confident in his own abilities, but never underestimating an opponent, from what I've seen of his play so far. Usually quite methodical in his play. So, yeah, once more, that's the case here. And George, I'm not quite seeing a game plan yet, but he obviously has one, and I wonder what that will get out into.
I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be very similar in that we're going to see. I mean, there are a couple of tanks coming in the back there for George right now. There's the M48's already arrived at the point, and some choppers being called in now. Gazelle rockets, I assume.
Yeah. There's a lot of tanks actually coming around now. A lot of M48s there being brought
Yeah.
in. Like, that's too numerous to be challengers. One challenger will join the whole fleet, though. Trek Rapier coming around at the same time. So, on the other side, 100mm pack guns coming around, though. The Rapieras coming in numbers. And yeah, against those, you need artillery at the moment as well. So, as I said, once more, a reason why I am a bit surprised by George's low amount of artillery in the deck. But let's see how this plays out. As obviously Derek's number of artillery also not that massive, but with the Eurogun and with the Buratino, he has two tools that can be absolutely devastating on this map.
And the skirmishes have started down here as George is just pushing out with the Jaeger Alcohol tank and the Fox, moving up those snipers and the Wombats as well to try and dislodge some of Derek's infantry.
SPG-9 there is in trouble. The SPW in the middle got killed off by the Milan 1. Wombat trying to engage the SPG-9. As we have some Rapieras engaging as well. Fox here is trying its best, but now we have the Rapieras arriving. They will be quite frustrating to deal with. As the Fox tries to keep up the fire onto the SPG, but with the Rapieras around, it has to be careful. SPG-9 at least goes down, but Rapiera killed the Fox, so really, really high tension here now on the south. And the amount of forces on both sides is so numerous. Challenger 2 rolling through there, so that is going to be interesting. That obviously can tank a lot from up front, but it needs line of sight to hit them. So the Jäger Aufklärer here are really important.
Couple of shots from the back there, trying to finish off that M48, but it has escaped. A little bit of skirmishing in the middle, and this is the other area I always find interesting on this map, is you do get a lot of fighting over this open area from time to time. M48's pushing up against the SPG-9, but that being pulled back to a bit more of a safe position, still able to get shots off. I think George is just probing here.
Yeah, George for sure is trying to do a good job here. SPW, FUG is moving around. Phobos pushing in the numbers against the SAS, against the Jäger Aufklärers. Milan 1 trying to get the SPW and nearly finds the hit there. M48 fighting in the center where the SPG-9s are getting some hits on target now. SPG-9 has to be careful. Jäger Aufklärer, nice with the spawning there. Okay, nice kill there once more on an SPG-9, slowly but surely whittling down the numbers. And the M48s and Challengers are quite numerous there now. And here comes the Dead Army.
The HSF have arrived to go up against the Vopos.
Here we go. Dead Army moving versus the Phobos on the other side. That is going to be really interesting to see.
There's Derek with his MI8 TV rocket attack coming in, which I know you're not a fan of, but I like the rockets on them. They're going to get a nice kill here. Well, they may stop firing, so they might not get the kill. Come on, rocket attack. Hooray!
M48 getting hit there. Yes, getting hit.
Just watching these HSF move up very, very, very slowly, and I'm waiting for them to engage and just... The pack guns at the bottom there getting shots off at the center. Those M48 as well doing quite a lot of damage to them. And not a lot of movement over here. This is being quite quiet. There's a little bit of movement here and there, but other than Derek pushing out to a more forward position, I can't think there's much going to happen there. I don't think it's enough for George to make a push. It's all focused down here.
Yeah. The HSF tried to move forward, telling one dad joke after another, being like, son saying, Dad, I'm hungry. They saying, hi, hungry, I'm dead. All of that stuff. All the classics there, lying around. but they just don't seem to get the ground there. They are a bit too old, maybe. Their legs not quite pushing them far enough. And yeah, getting bugged down there. Maybe their crocs are broken down. But
I mean, it's all those pack cannons. Let's be realistic here. The amount of fire that's coming out of those things is
Yeah.
crazy.
Challenger gets one taken out here. And yeah, Buratino gonna be interesting. Buratino aiming up. Challenger is smoking off here. The question is, what is this Buratino aiming at? That is going to be really interesting. Okay, it's actually not the most important area here. But the SAS, obviously, they're not gonna have a fun time.
No. It's going to clear a path.
Yes.
I'll give it that.
And there's a lot of Popos, a lot of KDA on the way. That's what Berlin Command is here for. So, let's freaking go.
Yeah, here is the zombie horde. Wow.
SAS getting one of the Popos down. Popos under fire. Challenger getting hit, getting stunned. M48's trying to move forward. Yeah, 6-man Fopo squads slowly but surely coming in. Saxons and M48s trying to hold them off from the side. A lot of units dying on both sides here. A lot of units popping up on the left side, on the right side in red on the kill list. Gazelle rockets here in a really nice spot, trying to do their damage from the rear. Fopos getting stopped for now. M48s and Challengers really fighting here. Whilst the Bedford is trying to get them up. SAS on top of the puck. Okay, that is nice. But Uragan coming in as well. Okay, yeah, that explains why the Buratino was hitting that spot. SAS and HSF over there in trouble. M48's trying to hit. At least the Challenger didn't get hit, but it did retreat, and that means that the Fopos here come in massive numbers. And there's one issue with 2nd UK, and it got a bit alleviated with the nerf of CQC infantry, but they still are important, and 2nd UK has a massive lack of good CQC infantry. We only have one card of Assault Pioneers in the deck of George, and it's even on veterancy level. Not sure if that was a mistake, and he forgot to change it around, but it's on veterancy level, so you only get 4 of them. Only 4 Assault Pioneers in the whole deck of George, and that is a bit problematic here for sure, if the infantry gets into the town.
Dark coming in now with loads more Vopos infantry. He's got some tanks coming in the back. I mean, he's got his foothold in that point, which is what he really needed. Now he just needs to clear out the forest. At the top, we do see that George is making a bit of a move across open ground now. If that's the zombie horde, there it goes. Across open fields, no less. Pushing in against Derek's forces here. And he's probably going to make it into the point.
I mean, there's not much firepower on the other side. And there is a Challenger too behind all of this, already helping out. Already trying to deal with the ATGMs, with the SPG-9s. And the ATGM on the other side is only Pagot ATGM there. So that one should be quite easy to deal with. As it only has 16 ATGM. Fox is moving around as well. And Conquerors obviously would be more helpful there, but it's obviously also more expensive than its counterpart there. And against M48s, that ATGM is just more than enough. And against Challenger, I guess it doesn't matter anyways, because even the Conquerors doesn't do damage there. Really. As we have a HE bomber coming in there. And that small trouble window there. Challenger coming forward, pushing in, trying to deal with the M48s on the other side. Oh, no, with the T-55s. Seems...
Yes, T-55As that have finally arrived, going up against the Challenger. Challenger should make short work of them, though.
Well, if they can get around it, obviously they could go quite nicely. And if they can get really close, they are pretty scary as well. But Challenger gets one of them, is moving out. And so far, Derek hasn't got a CV in the northern zone and obviously is under attack. The Challenger has to retreat here a bit. Did take a bit more damage than maybe hoped for. So it will need repairs. But the HSF still keep on pushing on over the open field here. Ooh, yeah. There we come. The Book hitting the Harrier here quite nicely. Harrier at least got one kill there, but gets taken out right after. HSF there getting a bit bugged down. Are in quite a troublesome situation. under a lot of fire. Armored rifles keep on pushing as well. And this situation is rather problematic here for George still, as his push is getting stuck, whilst the one of Derek in the north is in the town at least. Will still need more reinforcements to really solidify. And oh my god, is that a lot of warrior Milans that are coming forward there. So the Phobos, yes, they're a bit better now against IFVs. And IFVs do a bit less damage, but the amount of IFVs there, and the Phobos still only have a bad RPG, most likely is going to still go into favor of the warriors.
And there's that command finally arriving.
Yeah, we
Infantry
finally
commander
get the
out
+2.
for Derek.
For Derek here. So, do you think George can push that back?
I'm looking for his infantry at the bottom here, and the Vorpos are badly damaged there. I think they could be cleared out, and he's doing fine at the bottom. The Vorpos there are getting annihilated, so I think he can push that command back out, because I don't think Derek has enough there to hold it yet. But given enough time, I think the distraction has worked. I think the fact that he's pushing the top point there starting to get into Derek's point has meant that Derek's had to call in stuff up there rather than just keep pumping stuff into George's point.
Yeah, that is a great point. That this force left the Phobos a bit underappreciated in the south, and with a bit little support left for them. So they're a bit stuck there on their own now. But that T-55 is still scary. Challenger though finally blows it up. Showed side armor there for a while, but T-55 obviously not the quickest of reload times, so it worked out in the end.
George being quite aggressive here with that Challenger. Obviously, there's sideshot. That's not good.
It's a lot of ATGMs flying.
And it has no smoke left because it's already used it and hasn't been rearmed since, I don't think.
It is routed as well though, and the warrior
That's
tries
true.
to get it some smoke. Yeah, really important supportive smoke there, allowing the Challenger to fall back. Those smoke pops-offs are insanely important, because a loss of a Challenger, if you only have 5 of them in your whole deck and they also cost you an arm and a leg, like they have more than 1 minute of income, you really want to keep them around.
Yeah, I mean, full credit there to George for that micro to get the Warriors smoke to protect it. Really well done.
Me8 MTV still trying to get the kill there. Me8 MTV now getting shut down. Yeah, Derek with some defensive smoke in front of his CV, because it is in a pretty exposed situation outside of if it wouldn't have smoke around it. As the Phobos by now mostly cleaned up, and the Challenger 2 Mark II did survive in the north. So that is quite big. You have to point out that Mark II, otherwise you get Bandaner's hope up a bit too high, about 27 frontal armor and stuff.
The indestructible Challenger 2. Yes, if only they would add it.
Yeah.
My unicorn unit. A lot of skirmishing still up here, but George never quite made it into the point. He does look like he's going to retake this, though. Still, the smoke being an issue, but I'm sure he can get in there. The Challenger,
That was a wild. Why? I guess he forgot to micro it, and it was left on its last order, and then he didn't come back for it, because yeah, he microed so well to keep that thing alive. Just to see it die like this now, that was a bit of a sad moment there.
Yeah.
Oh, the next Eurogun.
Oh,
this is
yeah.
big.
Look at that. Beautiful hit on the attacking forces.
That was great prediction on where those units would be. But these Assault Pioneers not having a good day there. And as I said, only 4 of them in the whole deck. So every Assault Pioneer getting killed off completely is a massive nice step there. And oh no.
Oh, as well. I mean, that's just adding to the pain. Wow. That's brutal.
He had the Euroguns and the Tusk there doing a really fantastic job. Warriors pushing forward. And
I mean, the command's out the point, but it's going straight back in.
yeah, supply truck getting killed over there. Warrior Milando getting hit by the pack. A good couple of warriors hitting some other units around there, but the 100mm are still around. They're still highly painful to deal with. MiG-21 with a nice bombing run as well, and Derek is back on a +2 here.
Derek once again playing really well. George doing the same though. He has managed to regain this point, but he needs to get rid of that command, preferably kill it, and finish the job. But he lost a lot of infantry and took a lot of infantry damage in those 2 barrages there. And still not a lot more coming in down here from Derek's side at the moment, though. It's not like he's reinforced with another 10 squads of infantry.
Yeah, more units moving in there. Challenger in the north. A bit in trouble here. ATGM's hitting it quite nicely. Challenger down to half hit points. As I said, the ATGMs themselves don't deal massive damage. With the stress though, they are still highly frustrating. And eventually they will whittle you down. We have the M107 artillery piece now on the left side. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, that's firing into the south actually. Okay. And yeah, it's only one of them. If there would be more of them, I would say, like, yeah, they can maybe do similar damage, obviously over time, but they could be quite nice. But with only one of them, I'm not too confident they can clean up much.
And Mobile Scouts going in again, looking for a command kill. Getting distracted by the KDA, though.
Ro8's hitting the KDA. Gazelle
rockets.
coming in nicely on the KDAs. Really good play with the Gazelle rockets throughout this game.
Yeah, I mean, they will make short work of that command if they can get eyes on as well. So it's a good choice, but they will be very short on rockets already. If not empty.
But he kept them alive, and that is not something you usually see. Like, usually you see Gazelle rockets as a kind of a suicide unit. I mean, they are super cheap, but they give you an important mid-range asset here, so keeping them alive is actually quite important here. One of them finally gets picked off there by the Strela, but they still did a nice job up to this point. Yeah, CV here has to disengage. One more of them gets cut down. We're down to 1 hit point, but it seems like the last remaining man does make it out. So, yeah, once more good save there by Derek on that leader. Ooh, Tractor Pierre hits the SU-22 once. Oh, south? Yeah, what is going on over here? Jaeger?
Certainly looks like he's edging up to that point. George getting in there, clearing stuff up at this end as well now. But though he stalled sort of around the other side, he is still making very slow progress. And it's not like Derek has a huge advantage in points right now. So this could still swing around to George's favor.
Yeah, artillery coming in from the other side. Mobile scouts on the heavy fire there. As the rocket fire is coming in big numbers. Armored rifles and HSF moving forward. Pack gun hitting the HSF. The SAS unload in the rear. And yeah, Derek up 400 points, which means that George is the one that actually needs to be aggressive. Still has 18 minutes for it, but brings in more challengers, brings in the CV, has 3 challengers soon down here. So that can do some work, but it also for sure needs to do some work here.
Challenge is pushing in on its own quite close to the front again now. Lots of ATGMs coming at it straight away.
Challenger moving forward. Yeah, the Challenger is super important asset here with their survivability, with their killing power as well. Killing off that 1 ATGM there just now, but you don't want to move them forward without recon. No, that's not the right decision.
Eyes on now.
And the tank guns can't shoot at it now. It gets stunned down here. Yeah, the stress damage is just too much. Challenger will pop smoke now. Will have to disengage. It should not be out on its own here. Okay, MiG-21 at least doesn't find the kill there. Challenger needs to move out of there quickly though, with the smoke having changed in its length. It only has 20 seconds to move, or that smoke will clear up. Gazelle rockets back on it, getting another nice kill there. But Strela will find another one this time around. Or, yeah, it will.
It damaged one and took the other one out. Derek is managing to move in. He's brought those reinforcements in now. Those infantry pushing back into this point, meeting what's left of George's infantry. But I think Derek might have overwhelming force here.
Yeah, there's a lot of units coming in. A lot of KDA Schützen this time around as well. There's a hell of a lot of KDA Schützen coming in there. Like, that's really beefy. And the amount of HE weapons here on the other side is also rather limited. Like, the Gazelle cannons are great, but they are kind of the only thing here that really does the job. Whilst another Buratino barrage could be absolutely game-breaking here now. Unless George can maybe do the same in the north at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Rover is going to be very lucky to survive this barrage when it goes off. And obviously George is going to be a bit distracted by the fact that he's getting hit by a lot of infantry and a lot of cannons and stuff here. And there's his little push at the top. He is right on the cusp of getting in that point with that Terrier's leader. And the Challenger again moving up. That's a nasty hit on that Challenger Mark II.
Yeah, that was a nasty side hit. As I said, I feel like there's a bit of a lack of recon here. And especially the two northern Challengers pushing a bit too much on their own. And yeah, at the same time, the southern situation, once that Buratino shot is going out, might absolutely go completely into the dumpster. As that sounds really, really scary here.
It's taking its sweet time reloading, but it's going to be spectacular when it goes off. And I do think that George is having a hard time there anyway versus all that coming in. Up here, he's got a lot of units. He's smoked that corner. His command is in. But he needs to take this entire point, really.
Artillery hitting from the rear, trying to get some hits. Yeah, CV is in, but that's still, as you just said, only neutralization, and that is not quite good enough.
No, because I think right now he is definitely about to lose that other point. I think Derek is most certainly going to take that commander out down there.
I mean, even if he doesn't, it's only 40 minutes and he needs to catch up 500 points. So he needs to not just keep parity, but actually get ahead somewhere. That's an unfortunate hit there. The Harrier not really getting the kill, and then Books and ZSUs really doing the job there in the end. Finishing off another bomber here. Yeah, using planes in this matchup, really, really tough.
Yeah, there's just too much AA there, and the books obviously making all the difference. And all those other infantry now arriving for Derek as well, and that Tors is almost there. And he's the KDA coming.
KDA Swarm. I love this vehicle. That this thing can fit 14 guys is just looking somewhat bizarre, but it actually can. So yeah, a lot of those
they're
guys.
just sat on each other's laps. That.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Buratino at 96%. Come on, get another percent. 97. There we go. D44. It's reload time for sure. Quite slow, but I mean, yeah, those. You have to be a really strong guy to put a Buratino rocket into that launcher. That's not something that you can do just on the fly. And here we go. Rocket shots coming out, and they might spell doom here on the other end.
I mean,
that
there's not a lot left there.
Yeah, it should have moved immediately. As it didn't do that, it will get taken out, and that means that Derek is going to go on a +2, on a +4 even, as George lost his CV in the north as well. And this is a massive, massive problem. I believe the Uragan was bringing in disaster in the north at the same time as the TOS was doing it in the south.
But interestingly, Derek has lost his command down there, so it's still neutralized at the moment.
Yeah, Challengers trying to come around. The SPG-9s and the 100mm puck guns there, quite frustrating. Classic two legs game here. A lot of fights all over the place. As MiG-21's coming around, Javelin gets hit pretty hard. Javelin LML's trying to hit the enemy air. As the Challenger tries to hit the enemy SU-22. Oh! Not able to.
That was a lucky challenge.
Getting finished off here in return. Yeah, big question if George can push through here, but only 11 minutes to do so. And falling further behind, will need to get a CV in the north in again. Has the Challenger CV now coming up?
Not a bad choice. There's maybe not, well, there's still quite a lot of anti-tank there, but maybe not quite as much as there was. And if you can smoke, Harry is getting minced over at the other side, though, by that anti-air net.
Yeah, Harrier's really not the right choice here in my eyes. But I'm not sure of what else you can do here to try to dislodge this infantry. I guess it feels like George might run out of infantry in general at the moment, but obviously that's not an issue that you run into with that amount of KDA that Derek has in his deck ever. Well, it's in the north, okay. Another SU-22 cluster bomber, that could be absolute doom. It doesn't quite get the kill, but T-64 and Puck gun already on it. So that is a massive, massive problem. Yeah, that Challenger needs to get the hell out of there immediately. Otherwise,
T-64
will pay for it. Ooh. Down to 2 hit points. Finds the hit on the T-64. T-64 gets it down to 1 hit point now. Smokes off though. Challenger does survive for now. 10 minutes remaining. It's not impossible, but it is really, really hard now for George here to turn this around. Would need a massive play. And let's see if he can try to get there or if Derek is just too good here.
I mean, I think at this point here now, you know, I really don't have hopes that George can hold on to it again. I think those Terriers leaders are about to get smashed by these squads, and there's still plenty of stuff pushing in from Derek, including 2 T-80Bs there. I think this is now a lost call.
Yeah, this one is really not looking good for George. And Derek is already on match ball, so if George loses this game, he is out of the tournament. Derek will move on to the semifinals, will move on to tomorrow. And this means that George has to try here. That obviously will also lead to him just not gonna leave this game. Like last game, he was able to consider maybe giving up a bit earlier. Now there is no such consideration here. You have to fight until the last breath. And try to attempt to get the kill. But Challenger here once more getting hit. Another Eurogun salvo coming in. At least that one gets dodged quite nicely. But there's also so little support. Like there's the 3 Challengers up there, but nothing left around them. What's in the south? Such things like the Challengers are maybe what is missing. KDA's hitting the Terrier leaders there quite nicely. They have to disengage a bit. Are under quite heavy fire.
They'll be lucky to survive this. They're gonna get into the trees, I think.
Alarms
Very
moving forward. At least quite frustrating to deal with for Derek, else he has to run away a bit with this T-80s, but is on a +4 now, as the Terrier leader had to disengage for now. Rocket guys trying to come around, another Harrier coming in here, getting some nice kills, but once more chances of it surviving actually on the way out, relatively low. Ooh, no book fire actually on it. I'm a bit surprised by that. Terrier Pioneers in the north, and as I said, like I feel like that's one of the major issues as we have the Buratino. One guy only here, and yeah, that is an overkill I've ever seen one, but it does work. Derek gets the kill there. Like I'm pretty sure reloading the Buratino cost more than that one guy most likely, but it still will cost George the game here in the end, as that is a +4 now for Derek, and with only 8 minutes remaining, even if George somehow gets a foothold in the north, even if he somehow would take back the south, with a +2 that just wouldn't be enough time left here anymore, and that's a massive, massive problem.
Yeah, I think both players have played really well here, but Derek has just managed to have the upper hand and getting in that bottom point where it's been a real struggle for George to do the same at the top here. And he's still, you know, got in once or twice in that corner, but it's not enough.
Challengers moving forward, Gazelle getting eaten up a bit there. Silka under fire. Yes. The Challengers start to roll in again. D44 is on the other side, and yeah, there's just too little support for the Challengers up here.
I mean, I feel like they must be hurting for infantry now.
Yeah, really hurting for infantry, really hurting out for CV as well, and oh no. Oh, it survives once more. Yeah, that was close. LMLs nearly getting the MiG-21s. Don't quite finish it off though. T-64 pushing forward a bit as well. Coming in with an ATGM.
This could be the end of this challenge. Smoke.
Really important smoke at that moment. D44 is coming around from the side as well. The Challenger Mark II's coming around, trying to hit stuff. HSF under fire.
That challenge is pushed out. Immediately taking fire.
I mean, it only takes 1 damage per hit from the T64. Not if it gets hit by AT gems on the side though. So yeah, is routed once more, and yeah, that's something that you really have to learn to play around in the current patch, as stress damage is so much more important in tank fights. And there we go, kill on that challenger as well. Barrier leader in the south not really getting in there as well. That might be the end of this leader, and with only 5 minutes remaining, and most likely no CVs remaining, I believe that is also kind of the end of George's TV line here. I think this game for sure has been finished off now. Well, there are some rover CPs as well, but a couple of them went down already as well. And yeah, that's the last of the infantry leaders here for sure. That is fighting for survival.
But those AT guns really showing their stuff this game.
Yeah, Eurogun hitting the challenger as well. Pretty brutal. Gets the kill there.
Finished on.
And Derek really showing supremacy in this game now. At the end of it. Like some quite interesting skirmishes early on. But George, like I think second UK is quite strong on this patch. But you have to use their mobility more so. Their frontline brawling, first of all because of their lack of CQC infantry, and then because of artillery and no mid-range tanks, is still a bit lackluster. Things that Derek's deck has more of, though Derek's deck then lacks the helicopter stuff and so on. Nice kills there on the TADB by George. Yeah, George really showing some nice micro on this, but maybe just picking the wrong deck for the job.
Yeah, he's still fighting on. I mean, this is fantastic sportsmanship from George. I mean, he would really struggle to turn this around now, but he's battling on in there and putting on a very good show. So please, everyone in chat, do show him some love, because he's really showing off his skills with some of that micro.
Yeah, and I mean, running into I mean, obviously in round 8 there are no easy opponents anymore. But if you already run into Hippie in the round of 16, you beat Hippie, and then you run into Derek in the round of 8. Obviously, that is quite unfortunate. And yeah, nice shots here on the helicopter. The helicopter just barely gets out of there though. Struggling, but will survive. Good movement there once more by George. Really, it's not about the micro on George's end, but it's really Derek here just playing a bit smarter, playing a bit better, and maybe having the better deck for the matchup as well, for the map. And getting here up to a nice +4. Javelin LML under fire. And yeah, there we go. GGVP. Really well played by both players, and really great show by Derek in the end here. Getting himself the W, getting himself the 2-0, and meaning that he is in the prize money already. He is going to be around tomorrow for the semifinals, and that is fantastic. Yes.
A fantastic game, guys. Commiserations to George. You played really well, and your micro was spot on. It's just that I think I agree with Protos. I think the decks made a difference there, and Derek's stalwart defense making very good use of those AT cannons.
Yeah, for sure, a really good show here by both players in both games. But Derek had insanely smart moves all around, and George did try to react, but couldn't always quite follow in both of these games, and that was what made the differences. And yeah, ended up in Derek going to the semifinals once more in one of our tournaments. Like, yeah, he for sure is back in shape, and that is lovely to see. Wonder if anybody can stop him out there.
Well, that'll be interesting. Who will be up against next is the question. Do we know yet?
No, we can move over to this part here. Yeah, let's have a look on the bracket. All the other games still ongoing. Joker, Berthax, Wooden Box vs. Lafans, Vulcan vs. Tiberius Rancor. I'm not quite sure what the standings there are, but yeah. Oh, yeah, Wooden Box and Lafans currently in game 2. Not sure who was leading there, but yeah, that for sure should be interesting stuff as well, as they're on 2 legs there as well, with a couple of minutes left. And yeah, you guys, if you want to see more of this action and you want to help out the players, maybe help them out over here at the Meteorino, guys. We still have 20 codes remaining. And with over 100 people in the chat, yes, you got a couple of you can find the time, guys, to and that one click. It really doesn't cost you much of your lifetime. It doesn't cost you any money, but it adds money to somebody else's, as it immediately gives 25 cents to the prize pool, which will be paid out to our players, to our top 4 players. So yeah, the minimum price that Derek will take home is $50 by now, which is quite impressive, and I'm much appreciated once more, guys, to all the support for Meteorino, for the channel today as well. Absolutely wild. Like, I hope that it would go this smooth, and I hoped it would go that well and would get all of that praise, but that it actually goes this well, guys. Much appreciated that you all supported us like this, and that you are such a nice crowd here. And yeah, let's see what is going on. Let's see if we can get Derek for an interview.
And a big hand once more to everyone behind the scenes. Obviously, Hayoka, we've seen in chat there, has been helping out. Protoss, a wooden box, doing a lot of work in the background. We've had T-Man doing our observation. He's been controlling the camera today, and I think he's done a stellar job there. And Phoenix, obviously, doing an amazing job with his analysis. And then we've also had a couple of people in the background, Green HD and Theoman, I believe, have been working behind the scenes, keeping the matches and the results updated. So big hand to all those guys as well.
Yeah, and yeah, big shout out to Demon Plays here for sure on the Observer, and yeah, on Phoenix for trying to make it all work on the rear end, trying to get us out there as well. I'm too I can't even spell anymore. But here we go. And yeah, big shout out to Green for the help, and Hayoka and all the other guys. Much appreciated. There you go. Keyman and Phoenix. Check out their YouTube channels. Check out Bandana's YouTube channel as well, guys. If you want to have more amazing WARNO and strategy stuff in general. Stalker, especially. If you want to play some Stalker again, there's a great mod out there. And then there's a great guy talking about it out there as well. Getting you in there with some lovely tutorials. But yeah, let's get Derek in here. Ayo, congratulations.
Hey, Derek.
Thank you.
And yeah, really strong run so far by you in this tournament. That for sure wasn't an easy opponent, but you still made it look like you had the plan from the get-go. Got through all the way.
Yes, absolutely. I must say it's a bit hard because I'm only facing 80% win rate guys for now, so it has not been easy. But well, as you know, the 80 gun are very strong right now. They need to be nerfed, which is a planet for next patch. But the idea here was just to pray that George was not going to use the early game, so I can just stalmat and then use the MLRS to kill him slowly and steadily. And this is what happened. You don't want to stalmat on 2 leg versus Division who got some rocket launcher. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, that for sure was the case. Also, great usage of the artillery. Those Ro8 and toss shots for sure. And the Eurogun in the rear really doing some work there, making it quite uncomfortable for him there. And game one even more exciting for me. Like, that TKS play was fantastic.
Thank you. I mean, when he picked the Berliner and it was Black Forest, for me it was no deal, but I needed to go in the air because, you know, the Berliner, you have shitty planes, you have no helicopter, so if you are attacked on the back of your line, you can't react with anything. So it was an easy call for me to just go for the aeromobile and go on the back with the Puma, dropping infantry, supporting with a lot of plans. And he was stuck because as soon as I take the first city, you can't just buck to intercept the plans going for the back flag on the left. So my life of course. So it was complicated for him in this configuration. I would not pick the Berliner for such a map. You need to have infantry in helicopter. The helicopters are working fine now. They are cheap, so you can do a ton of things very interesting. And the 10RC supporting this move was on top of the cake perfect.
Yeah, the Gazelle cannons also just doing their job as well. The nice bombing on the enemy AA there was quite important, as obviously AA, any kind of AA is really, really deadly for Gazelle cannons, and they're not coming for free anymore, but you got them through both times, so it was well played as well. Though in the second game, George was using his Gazelle rockets also fantastically. Like, that was quite impressive. For a unit that you usually just see dying, he did that quite nicely. You tried to kill them all the time, but yeah, really good helicopter usage on both of your sides there.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good game. It was a good game and fun. For not only fun game and a very hard one, so it was very interesting so far.
So yeah, do you mind telling us what you think are the best divisions at the moment? Or is there a best division in your eyes yet? Or is it all still to be figured out?
As you know, there is an issue with the guns of the infantry right now, so they have lost the splash damage. So they are doing some poor damage right now, which is not intended. But right now, everything with a lot of infantry is good. The 8, 39, TKS, Berliner, East and West. If you have a lot of infantry, some good support with it, it's very important. Right now, as the autocannon need to be buffed back a little, you really need to use some different tools to support the infantry. So if you got some, I don't remember the word in English, but you know the heavy machine gun, but from the infantry you can sit in buildings, for example, or the grenade launcher. So you can create several layers of support with the infantry in front, the support unit behind, and the tank again behind. And you can do really, really very interesting combined arms move right now. So anything with good infantry and not too much tank.
Yeah, for sure. And that was, yeah, infantry for sure is quite nice, but tanks still matter a lot. Like the challengers, for example, were still a bit of a trouble there for you. And we also
Yes.
have seen good usage of T-72. So yeah, combined arms being back is quite nice. Even though, yeah, still some things have to be figured out. But this patch, for sure, one of the most, if not the most fun that we had in WARNO yet. So yeah, thanks for that work as well, Derek. And thanks for the great games so far today. Really looking
Thank you,
forward to
guys.
see you tomorrow. in the
Thank you, guys.
semifinals.
See you tomorrow.
Congratulations, man. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
So yeah, that leaves us with the next step and with the analysts. As Phoenix now gonna take over here with the analysis of all of these games as well. As obviously, yeah, these games were fantastic and they are absolutely worth giving a look in that regard as well. So yeah, here we go with that.
Alrighty. Good to be back. Good to fix the flashbang issue. Hopefully, I won't be blinding any of you guys this time. Very interesting first game. Derek kind of went over a lot of what he was doing, and I think it worked out pretty well for him in the end. Obviously, with the massive aerial push that he made in the beginning. But here are the two decks, of course, from each of our players. Here is the starting lineup there for Derek. He's got the 4 green berets in the bottom left corner here, AMX-10RC, a couple of those. And then he's got, how many was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Gazelle cannons. And he's got like 3 Pumas full of aeromobiles. So pretty heavy opening aerial assault there, which is, you know, it's about what you'd expect, I think, from TKS on a map like this. It's definitely a pretty bold strategy, though, but they're going to have some sort of opening aggression, and that usually comes in the form of quick infantry transport. So now on to what George was starting with here. A lot of forward deployed units as he was playing Berlin, East Berlin. A lot of sharpshooter, a lot of Strela teams, all that good stuff in there. And we've got a nice, beautiful screenshot of the aerial assault itself. One of the gazelles gets absolutely wrecked at the start by a Strela, but the helis do manage to land. They drop their troops. The Green Berets land in there in the Humvees, or excuse me, drop off in there from their Humvees, and they start working around the edge of that town as well. Whoops. Um, Gazelle Cannon staying around to support. SU-17 not really dealing with a lot of uh, the cleaning up the mess very well. Derek does get a couple good airstrikes in there, but he completely neglects the sawmill. We'll see what happens later with that. But yeah, here's that bombing run, attempts to get the recon and the CV. Pretty ballsy plays all around, if I'm not lying. I mean, like sneaking the CV into here with, we're not even 6 minutes into the game and he's going for the side CV cap. So a lot of aggression here from Derek's, and you can clearly see it paid off. Putting AMX-10 in backline and just generally harassing his opponent with planes, with infantry. Good push on the sawmill here. Gets started off with a lot of Jaeger, a couple of airstrikes there to help out. And then we've got a little bit of a, oops, I didn't size this. Whoops. We've got the CV in here in the bottom side zone, contesting it though, because there's an SPW there, of course. But this is allowing Derek to get a +1. And as soon as he really starts getting into the sawmill, he's going to go up even more now. See the Jaeger, Reserve Pioneer coming in, and he's gained ground. Not a whole lot of units there, quality units to defend against the waves of infantry that are coming. Some have called this a zombie horde meta. This is the zombie horde right here. So we're seeing Derek's Green Berets and Aero Mobiles, some really high quality troops holding down that town, blasting anything that comes close to it. Just a bunch of Vopos and low tier infantry lying around there. But fight continues in the sawmill for a while, and like I said, Derek just pouring infantry in here. The zombie waves are just one after another. I need to go watch The Walking Dead right now. Or maybe I already am. But Aero Mobile's in here holding down the CV while the Gazelle Cannon goes and searches for the SPW. Eventually does find it with the help of his friends, the Super Puma and the Aero Mobiles. Not a whole lot of air defense anywhere down here, and really not a whole lot of units. So this was pretty easy take here for Derek. He had all the planes to help him out, completely dominated the air, and we're seeing a lot of tension over the sawmill. While this is pretty much, he just walked into this as well as the center. And this is kind of a tough spot if you're George. I mean, I don't want to seem like I'm like taking a dump on George too hard or anything here. He's not a bad player by any stretch of the imagination. Some speculate that he actually may be a Derek's alt account, but I'll leave that up to you guys. I'm just here to analyze, and what I'm seeing right now are 3 T55 CVs coming in because he is desperate for some points. Derek going up with a 1,200 point lead as we continue with a mid assault there. Trying to get back into the sawmill as well. As Derek goes and lands an infantry CV in here with the Super Puma. I think he recycled that. Very good play there. There's really nothing here to stop it. Cubs get brought in eventually to help deal with some of those pesky planes. But, there's just enough here to deal with it. And Derek's got his own IHawks to deal with any planes that come in now from his opponent. CV still holding in the center, minimizes the tick, but I don't think George really ever gained the tick in his favor. T55 rush kind of solidified his defeat there at the sawmill when that got bogged down. And Derek really didn't let up the whole time, bringing in plenty of tanks, air assets, including the Alpha Jet cluster on the right of your screen there. And it came close a little bit. I think these tanks eventually, they do roll up on the CV, but there's always more waves of zombies to take them out. Down at the bottom too, Derek secures the +5, and that's really it here. I mean, he's got complete map control. If you want to go ahead and it's probably a little bit hard to see, but in the top right of my screen here, you can kind of see the front line and the way that Derek has established this front line the entire game. I mean, even if I go a few slides back, the front line is even more drastic in Derek's favor because he had better control of the sawmill. And I think that's really what that early push, and of course, gets the dub there. That's really what that early aerial push allows him to do. Of course, trading out well helps, but that early aerial assault plus, just all out air superiority really took it to his opponent there. And yeah, I mean, TKS, that's basically what they do best. And that was just game one. Game two, Derek decides to take Berlin. Now, keep in mind, we're headed to Two Lakes instead of Black Forest, right? And George taking the second UK here. I don't really mind this division. I would have liked to maybe see another card of Chalice or something, but I don't really mind this division as a whole. I think it's got some potential. It seems to be pretty decent right now. I'm personally more of a fan of Berlin because I really like playing with the MLRS as well. Big explosion, go boom boom, make monkey brain stimulate. So we got two CVs here from George at the start of this game on Two Lakes. He's got a lot of recon available to him. He's using quite a bit of SAS here off the start. Only a couple of foxes, 4 foxes actually. And then Derek over here on the red side. He's pulling in a lot of forward deployable infantry. And really, the start of the second game was more of a, for Derek's, I'm going to set up, forward deployable units. I'm going to back them up with a bunch of anti-tank guns, pretty much stop you from gaining a significant amount of ground. And then I'm going to just annihilate you with cheap infantry and MLRS, and yeah, just using the AT guns pretty well. AT guns coming on in, a lot of them right off the start, as I mentioned there. I mean, that's 7 AT guns coming in, so big points investment there. The M48s early, they weren't really that bad, but I don't feel like they genuinely contributed enough. It allowed Derek to really get like a solid amount of kills early and put himself up on the trade. And really, I think just kind of playing a little bit more passively and working the trade in this game as he tries to gain and gain and gain more ground and, harass this forest down here. He annihilated what was in the little forest strip up here, these little buildings. He's going to eventually go ahead and walk right into there. But then this big boy comes out and, standard Russian doctrine. I mean, annihilate the whole town and then just walk your men into it with waves on waves on waves. So not a bad idea on his part, just kind of playing what he's been handed in Berlin. And George did very well to hold this off. I think the MLRS is really what killed him. But I mean, it kind of remains to be seen what Derek could do here in these later rounds. He said it's definitely pretty tough. I don't disagree with that either. It's been a great competition so far, and these guys definitely put on a great game here. But I think the best part, honestly, is seeing that Uragon pop off as well. Derek invested so much into the MLRS. His opponent didn't take advantage of that very well because, I mean, he didn't really invest in any artillery until later on after failing a couple of assaults here frontally into the town and not having the capability to take out the AT guns that Derek had set up in and around the area. Winning the fight down here in the south was critical for Derek, and he got held up quite a bit, but eventually persisted and just not able to get, I think, for playing second infantry, it surprised me that George couldn't get infantry out more to the degree that he needed to in order to kind of match Derek's level of just like throwing zombie hordes, to use hippie terms. And I kind of got that on the brain right now. I apologize. But great aerial defenses here too. Derek bringing out the Bucks very early. Kind of continuing where he left off last game in that regard with controlling the airspace. I don't really think he ever let up in that regard. And the push in the north never really came to full fruition. I think it had a lot more potential than he let off, but it's tough when you're playing against such high quality players and there's so much in the moment stress and strategizing and mind games going on. But Derek does get a good foothold. He eventually gets his CV on in, and George trying to make a good comeback here in the South. Eventually does get bogged down by the Vopos and by the AT guns, while his push in the North, same thing. I believe he lost one of his Challies up here, or maybe pulled it back over in the top left. But not a great moment, when you're kind of sitting in this part of the map just bogged down. This is highlighting all of Derek's AT guns he's got in the center, by the way. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then one down here as well. I believe there's another one up here, another one up here, and another one even below the camera. Yeah, somewhere over there. So that's really what he won through those and the MLRS, as he kind of said before. Really difficult to get a handle on how to kind of face that. You have so many entrenched defensive support levels, and with the grenade launchers, the SPGs, the AT guns, you really need to invest in artillery to take these kind of things out, and or have enough waves of stuff that you could throw. And this really kind of solidified it for me, is Derek being able to get the CV in here. I think that overall these Milans and arm rifles probably could have and probably should have been able to overwhelm it, given that he was able to push it back here. But losing this Chally that I have in this little box, painful, definitely hurt. MLRS coming in from all directions on these Pioneers and Warriors as soon as they get close to the CV. And I think George probably could have, worked the sides again a little bit more and maybe try to press in different areas rather than just frontally walking into the smoke. A player like Derek is going to have tricks up his sleeve, like the MLRS, like that, where he's just so on top of things that he's ready to go with it as soon as you're, launching your assault in his corner CV. I mean, just things you got to be aware of, when you're playing at this level. And again, George didn't really do badly by any stretch of the imagination. It's just a tough game. You're going up against Derek, who's if he was in League Season 0, he probably would have dominated it as well. So just high quality play on high quality play. I mean, you love to see it. The artillery piece finally comes in, although it was a bit late. And kind of want to get through the rest of these here. The MLRS flying around, softening up the town. The whole front of it completely flattened now, and pretty much just allows Derek to walk in. Although George put up a good fight, reinforcing and bringing the Gazelles up to deal with any immediate threats that needed to be pushed off or suppressed. The amount of cheap units that Derek has available really helps out. These T-55s, the Vopos, and then we've got the Buratino here again, reloading, getting ready to fire. I believe he used it 2, 3 times. Yeah, man, it's tough. Yeah, here he goes firing again, and that's on the CV. This was kind of at the point where the game was a bit over. His push got stalled too hard in the north. He finally eliminated what he needed to eliminate here earlier. I think this is a crucial part of attacking into this side of the map, is you need to fully utilize your space on the flanks and eliminate your opponent's ability to bog you down in this area. I mean, you see a lot of people making this exact same mistake, and not that you need units over here to sneak into the back line or anything. That's always cool too, but I really think that having a strong defensive output like right here, as well as in your frontal area, it will help you out a lot in crushing some of these more single axis approaches, let's say. And finally seeing him make some moves, but it's ultimately too late in the game. He grounded out as long as possible. You got to give him that. He fought till the end, George did, but ultimately no amount of Harriers could save him. Really holding out for a Harrier there, but Challenger gets clustered, retreats to repair, and by that point you can't really contest the zone to gain points. Derek's already up 1,400, and look at the front line now. I mean, the amount of red units to the amount of blue units on the map is just it tells you exactly what you need to know about how this game went. And with 5 minutes left, gotta hand it to him. He played it out to the end. Probably could have surrendered earlier if he really wanted to, but that's just what you got to do sometimes, is just play it out to the end. And yeah, well, I mean, he did surrender, but he he played out as long as he could. So hats off to both players there, Derek's and his alt account. Just kidding. Great job to George there. He's a very tough player to play against. And yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks, Phoenix, there for the analysis, guys. And yeah, we have one more game to go into, as there's still one match going on, and it's going all the way to game 3, and it's quite the interesting match nonetheless, as we are going into a wooden box versus Leifans. Game number 3. The matchup is quite hot as well, and yeah, Banana, you ready for it?
Oh yeah, I mean, this was the other one that you got to be really looking forward to, right? A wooden box versus Athens, and it's gone all the way to the 3rd game, so they're going to be fighting hard here.
Yeah, after a really amazing series there, really well analyzed. Let's go in here. Let's get us into that team in place. Here we go. As we have Leifans versus the wooden box. Leifans coming in blue on the right side. It's 1-1 between these two. The wooden box on the right side here in red, coming in with 8 US, 3rd US armored on the left side here. US versus US. It might be looking like it's all the same as it was 1 year ago, when these two divisions were quite meta, were quite dominating, but a lot has changed since then. And yeah, I would even say 8th US maybe the better of these two divisions. So let's see how this all gets out.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the interesting thing here. Right now, I probably agree. It feels like 8th US is slightly tipping ahead. An early Cobra in there for Lathans, though, hoping to get some early kills at the bottom, perhaps. Alpha Jet coming in for it, perhaps, though. Cobra gets away with it, and there is something coming in. An F-15 annihilates the Alpha.
F-16 coming in. Alpha Jet getting hit there. But first of one going down, the other one will make it back home. Ito coming around. And yeah, 8th US obviously having a lot more infantry to spam, but there are big boy M1A1s and M1A1 HA on the other side. And there's still Apaches, there's still the F-15s, so the support assets of 3rd US still fantastic. The infantry obviously a good bit worse, and they also got some other slight nerfs around. I believe the Bradley, for example, got 5 points more expensive, if I remember correctly. Fire team moving around here. So 8th for sure has caught up there quite nicely to 3rd in this patch. And let's see how a wooden box can use this. 1-1 between these two obviously means that it's all up to this game here now. Whoever wins this will get at least $50 of prize money already. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament and will go home empty-handed. So let's see who can make it work.
CV entering the middle there for a wooden box. Just to contest, but it looks like there's a nice line of defense. A wooden box. Looks like he's pushing at the very top of the map there, though. Going to try and get an early advance.
A lot of infantry moving around. Scouts trying to spot the enemy. Snipers get found. That's a lot of fire teams. A couple of engineer flashes as well. Whilst on the other side, we don't have super much coming around yet. Ito sitting nicely there in that building. A lot of military police coming in with M67s. And fire teams with dragons. Okay. Fire team dragon. That in a Humvee nonetheless. Okay. Interesting choices there. Fire team 84 on the other side. I mean, the Dragon 2 got better, obviously, because it deals more stress damage. But not using the Bradley is an interesting difference to previous times as well, obviously. But yeah, Bradley is expensive. IFV autocannons got nerfed. Maybe a slight bit too much as well. So here we are back into the meta where you bring them in Bradleys. In Humvees instead of Bradleys. And the M1A1 here on the way. Starting to kill two M150s even. And there's only one M1 on the other side. And it's not an M1A1. It's only the 105mm gun one. So its chance of killing the M1A1 are rather slim.
And it looks like a wooden box is going to get in the bottom here. He's got those engineers flashing. There's only a fire team 84 standing in his way. The reinforcements coming in at the top of that point Going to be a little bit late to the party. Depends how aggressive a wooden box is here.
Yeah, Fireteam 84 under fire by Engineer Flash and Fireteam Law. And M113's not want to get involved yet because the 84 obviously really dangerous to them. As a pivot keeps on moving with all of this as well, you need to keep something against the Cobras, against the Apaches around, otherwise those can always roll you over. As Wooden Box already planning for a CV down there, seems to be confident in his potential there. So that is going to be interesting. Oh, artillery from the get-go on the other side. That is quite interesting as well. Not something you see every day. As that is on the hunt for the CV. But the Wooden Box already microing it. So not gonna get hit that time.
Yeah, down at the bottom here, slow progress, but steady progress by a wooden box. So I think he's probably going to get that command in there and regain some of these points where Lathan's got in early. Whether he can put pressure on the command is a different matter. And up in the center, the scout's just being pushed right back there by the defensive forces of a wooden box.
Yeah, and that artillery play is something that I have seen Lathan's testing out quite a bit lately. And he had pretty solid success with it. Artillery pieces got a bit cheaper again. The cube ones, and whilst the big artillery rework and the big artillery balance patches are coming in with the next branch of patches, the next bunch that Derek is planning at the moment, the price reduction for sure has made them more viable again. They don't quite cut into your expenses for the front line as heavily. So yeah, the M109 here, quite interesting, will keep on frustrating a wooden box, and let's see if it might be able to find some important kills as well.
I mean, very sensibly by a wooden box at the bottom here as well for his assaulting forces. He's got supply there, so he's keeping those flash supplied with those rockets, which is obviously really important when you're trying to assault a point. But Lathan's doing the same. He's bringing in his own supply for his defensive force.
White 13 there trying to hold the scouts down. Yes. Yeah, a Cobra in the rear flying around. Alpha Jet, can it find some kills there? What is it going to hunt down? Is it for the Cobra? Yes, it is. But ooh, 2 Chaparrals and an F-15. That Alpha Jet has a lot of work cut out for it. And yeah, no, that is the end of that little bird. It's not super expensive, but still a painful loss there. Good micro on the Cobra also. I
think poor Wooden Box is learning very quickly that aircraft are not his friend in this game.
Yeah, against F-15s and Chaparrals, which got nerfed in availability and price over the last couple of patches, but they're still quite competent AA pieces. You really don't want to run Alpha Jets into that.
Here's that Cobra coming in to assist with the defense. And the Engineers Flash have done a good job there for Lathan's, just dealing some big damage to the Law squads.
Yeah, supply vehicle on the way for Wooden Box. There is a pivot around there as well, so the Cobra has to be careful. There's even a second pivot coming up. If both of them are able to open up fire on the Cobra will be in trouble. M113 is being pushed forward against the Engineer's Flash, so Lathans will have to react there. Will push the fire team into that to try to stop getting his Engineer Flashes bullied there. 50 calls, quite frustrating there for him.
And no messing about, the command is in the point for a Wooden Box.
Yeah, but there is a commander there for Lathans as well, so it is only a +2, not the complete capture, it's not the +4 that he maybe hoped for. Pivot trying to get an angle where it can bully the Cobra, hasn't found it just yet, as it is still relatively deep in the forest, whilst the Engineer Flash and the Fireteam 84s start moving forward again.
Lots of fire coming in from the sides on that 84. I mean, a Wooden Box won't move over there again.
Yeah, that Bradley and M1A1 setup is quite dangerous. 2 M109s now for Lathans already. Really trying to deal with everything in the building. Oh, that was a good hit on the mag rifles there. Another great hit already. The mag rifles down to 1 hit point. Will get wiped out there. M109's doing a fantastic job for our Norwegian player on the left side. And whilst the Wooden Box has the tick at the moment, he really paid quite dearly for it. Like, the push here was not for free at all.
No, he's lost a lot of his infantry that he pushed in with. has forced Lathan to bring in a command tank there, but that just means Lathan is going to return the favor, I think, and push a wooden box's point.
Yes. Lathan's is also still slightly up in points. So even though a wooden box had the tick there for a while, and with only +2, he didn't get that many points, and Lathan's had a slight point advantage from the beginning, and he still holds that with 30 points ahead, or 29 points to be exact, of a wooden box here, and that is what it matters in this tournament. Like, there are no draws in this single elimination format.
I'm seeing a lot of build-up of tanks in the middle for a wooden box there. I think he's going to try and take the center.
Yeah, M1 Abrams moving forward. LRS sitting in there as well. 3 M1s. That is going to be interesting. Like, there's 5 M1s complete in total in the center. Those for sure have some firepower. Let's see if he can use them anytime soon. As M1 went down in price, they for sure are potentially part of the meta again. As that's one of the few tanks that actually went down in price. Most of the tanks, obviously, because Derek and Eugen in general were focused on breaking the tank meta, went up in price, and rightfully so. Like, tanks still useful, but not as omnipresent anymore, which is great. Seeing stuff like TKS and so on ruling without only having to rely on Gazelle cannons, which was the case kinda last patch, is really nice.
Just looking at how much air defense Wooden Box has at the bottom here. He's still got the pivads there at the top and bottom of that point. As I do notice that Lathans is rearming and he's being quite aggressive here with those Bradleys and stuff. I do think he's going to make a move on this point if he can.
There's Chapral's coming up as well. Chapral's absolutely fantastic against helicopters. They have great range there, and they also hit them quite hard. Even the Apache with its armor there gets two-shotted by those Chaprals, so needs to be really careful. M1A1 CP of Lathan sits in the starting blocks, though. It wants to push forward. It wants to take this ground. Let's see if it can do so, or if a wooden box will be able to hold it back here.
A second command tank coming in from Lathans there. I'm not sure where that one's headed, but is he going to do it? Oh, it is going in the middle. I was going to say, I'd be surprised if he brought them both to the bottom.
Yeah, I think he also wants to kind of play them as an upvet unit here. Like, he has them close to the Aito, for example. So he uses them for that role as well. And obviously, yeah, you don't want to get caught in the middle with one of your two CVs dying, like the only CV that you have in there dying, and then having to catch up to the enemy having a +3 on you for a while here. As this game is starting to get a bit stale. M109s try to break that though. Engineer Flash, they're having a bit of trouble. They might go down here. M109's not quite able to follow it up just yet.
Good use of those M109s in this game. As you said, Lathan's obviously using more artillery of late in the tournament matches. He'll regret a lot, but starting to switch into the tube RT more. A little bit of skirmishing over at the other end of the map. We do have sort of the start of this push from a wooden box. Whether he can dislodge Lathans from the center point completely remains to be seen.
Yeah, Fire Team 84 and Bradley's here coming around. Dragon under fire, getting killed off. As the M1 is coming up there though. That for sure could spell disaster for that Bradley. Or if the Bradley gets the first shot off, it could also be bad for the M1, but chances are the M1 would win that fight. As there is still the other 3 M1s, but a wooden box doesn't want to pull the trigger. Like, he invested a lot down here, but it seems like he's still waiting to pull the trigger. He has a Chaparral, he has a Stinger. I don't know what he's waiting for here. He has all the infantry. Like, I feel like it's time to collapse this, as the north is getting problematic. So just for the sake of forcing Lathan's investment, or forcing Lathan's to maybe overextend in the north in reaction of it, I feel like the trigger needs to be pulled soon here. Oh, Cluster Phantom goes down. Did it throw its bombs? What was that Cluster Phantom going for? That looked
I'm not
really
entirely
weird.
sure. Tank at the back there, maybe?
Dragon going down. Mech Rifles under fire. M109s keeping up the fire.
Lathan's kind of pivoting into the middle now to try and push that with his tanks. Not getting too far though.
Yeah, the M109's keeping up being a nuisance. Pivot and Chaparral. Oh! Can they find the kill here? Chaparral not finding the shot that it needed to do to get the kill there. Unfortunate for sure. Whilst we have a lot of units moving around. M1A1's coming up. Through here tries to get some hits as well. Ihawk under fire, going down. M1 Abrams moving all around here as well. Apache getting hit there. And yeah, Lathan's push over here is scary.
Yeah, I mean, he's pushing both in the middle to some extent and at the bottom as well. And he's still managing to keep a little bit of momentum going, even though he's had to redirect stuff to the middle. And the infantry obviously pushing quite hard through the forest now, trying to catch up to the fleeing units from a wooden box. This is going to be a rough old time for a wooden box at the bottom because he's got quite a lot incoming. He's really having to push the middle hard, I think, now. All of those Abrams at the back there for a wooden box starting to move in now, getting shots off on those police, which will die. There's no way they're surviving all that. And he's got a better foothold at the top of this center point as well. So it's looking good for a wooden box there at least. He just needs to get past the tanks at the bottom.
Yeah, make rifles forced back as well. Meanwhile, up north here, M1A1's under fire. Fireteam Laws trying their best. Ooh, M1 gets the nice shot from up top, gets the kill. This is really looking good here now. Fireteam 84 getting under heavy attack in the south. All of this is not great for the Fireteam Laws and co. All of them getting burnt into the ground. M1 Abrams trying to hit the mech rifle. Ooh, this is really tough situation here for a wooden box, but he is holding out for now. And he has his push coming in himself now. Mech rifle's pushing forward. His M1's repositioned a bit further up north mostly. So there are not that many pushing with all of this at the moment. And this is a really interesting front line. Like, this is classic death row. Both sides having quite a heavy front line. It's slow pushing on one side, getting pushed on the other side. Like, this is really the standard of death row for sure. But it's fun. I really enjoyed this game so far. A lot of probing, a lot of pushing. Let's see if Lathan
Still
can make
progress.
Oh, that high toe hit was great. Units up north here, moving around.
A wooden box looking for a sneaky slip around the back with that command vehicle to retake that point. There is still a command in there for Lathans, though. Down the bottom, I think Lathans is in this point. More reinforcements coming in there for a wooden box to defend, but oh, he's lost an M1 at the bottom there to the Ito. Ito finally found its mark.
That Ito was a really important position. Let's see if he can find any kills up north. The Apache, oh, getting hit by the Stingers. Really needs to get out of there. Stinger, this does go down to the Bradley though. Won't be able to fire another shot, so that's unfortunate here. Mech rifles in the south moving around. They have a good bit of infantry down there. Bradley moving around as well. Sniper sitting nicely on the edge there. Mech rifles under fire. Toes. Toe Cobras moving forward. Hillary comes in.
Interesting enough, there isn't actually any air defense there for Lathans, so unless he brings his jets in, which comes with its own risks, these Cobras could actually be really devastating to this push.
Yeah, the air defense here is a bit lackluster. The Chaparrals moved to the center, so these two Cobras, a really nice investment here at the right time from a wooden box. The Chaparrals coming around though, so maybe, yeah, if that's two Cobras need to be careful now. And that is a weird setup down there with that forest movement, with that CV, with that pivot. I wonder where that will go, and if that is just there for a wooden box to just go ahead and point and then say, hey, from here on out I defend. Because obviously if it can move into the zone and fully capture it, then he will go ahead of Leifens in points rather quickly.
I mean, that would be the ideal situation, but the problem he has is obviously there's still a Mutt CV there and also the Abrams. Here comes Phantom. Cluster bomb.
Phantom going down, Chaparral getting killed. Engineers fighting all over the place. F-16 coming around here, trying to get the kill, but a F-15 on the other side. Oh, this is going to be an interesting engagement. Ah, this is an unfortunate moment for that freeze. As we have both going down. Okay, that was that was a kind of a, I don't know how you call these cuts when you just cut from, like, I guess that was just a budget, like, I don't know, in like Rome, for example, the TV show, when they had that battle coming up and then they cut just right to the moment after the battle. I'm pretty sure there's a name for that, but I'm not knowing that, sadly. But that was kind of those kind of cuts. So it's like, oh yeah, going into the action, all hot, and then both dead. Fire team and mech rifles moving forward. M1A1 here.
This is interesting.
But
I wasn't expecting a charge.
So many M1s there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this move actually might be a trap. This might be a trap, Leifens. Here, Admiral Akbar calling into yours. As if Leifens pushes the M1s out in the open, he will get punished for it.
Here they come. Oh, this is going to be messy for those infantry.
Yeah. Admiral Akbar screaming somewhere really loudly right now. Here we go. Fire team 84 coming around. Okay, M1A1 gets one of the M1s. Fire team's out in the open. Yeah, I expected him to wait a slight bit longer to pull the trigger there. As M1A1's now pushing through, but they are outnumbered. It's a really risky move here by Leifens. But Fire Team 84 so far doing a good job. Surviving. M1's having to fall back. Not the perfect targeting here in my eyes by a wooden box. Apache coming around. Stinger not quite getting the kill there. And Cobra's now around. Trying to retaliate, but actually went way better for Leifens. As I think the Leifens targeting was just supreme here. Cobra not quite getting the mech rifles either. And that's a problem here. So at the same time, the north is a problem as well. And ooh, here we go.
He is moving that command in, but there's quite a few forces that he can move. Lathan's can move back into that point. A wooden box still making a little bit of progress up there, clearing up the mech rifles, but obviously struggling with clearing him out the center. I don't know if a wooden box would somehow get round to the back point.
Yeah, that
he
was
is calling in a CV.
That was my thought right now as well. Oh, the CV got spotted. Cobra and Apache coming up. Pivot will try its best to stop that from happening. It's undecisive though. What the hell? Pivot just not opening fire on either. That was really unfortunate. Being stuck between deciding of who to shoot and not shooting either. This was a disaster there. As the Apache once more will survive. Chaparral there also using the wrong target. Shooting down the supplies, the scout helicopter, but not killing off the Apache. So, in the end, Apache once more does survive there. Good micro on it. They are a lot easier to micro now, but they are also Spucks and all the light anti-helicopter weapons, like all the small arms fire, are a lot more efficient, so they have to be microed also more intensively, which is really cool, because that's obviously a nice skill cap improvement and also just way more enjoyable gameplay around helicopters with their movement just feeling way better, way more natural. As this Apache though, this time has come one step too far. Pivot, oh no, it's on the tag move. It needs to normal move. The classic mistake. The classic, wooden box could have gotten that if you wouldn't have had the auto attack move issue. That's like usually attack move in 90% of the cases, or 95% of the cases is always how you should move around. But in situations like this, where the line of sight is breaking and the enemy is on the edge and is moving away, you need to normal move so that you keep having a line of sight and keep shooting them. And yeah, that keeps the Apache alive, and that Apache really should have been dead by now. So yeah, 16 minutes remaining, and Lathens is just slightly ahead of his opponent here.
And he was starting to make a little bit of a move again there, but has thought better of it at the bottom. But I'm noticing he's bringing in a lot of reinforcements for the rear point at the other side of the map now. I think he's realized as well what a wooden box was thinking and has decided he's putting a stop to that with a command tank being left in that point as well now.
Yeah, I think a wooden box should have pulled the trigger way harder than he did down south. I feel like a wooden box, and in general, feels a bit too careful here in his play. But obviously, who can blame him? It's game 3 and a best of 3. It's whoever makes it through here gets into the prize money, gets into the semifinals, has a shot on a good chunk of money there, over $250 for the winner. So you really don't want to make anything risky here.
As you said, you know, it's the psychology that's going on at this level as well. And when you're starting to talk about getting into the finals where you've got that kind of money on play as well, people change their gameplay a bit.
Ooh, yeah, M1 Abrams going down here, getting side-shotted by the M1 A1 Chapral's moving around and so on. But yeah, that move in the south, not possible right now. Not possible. And only 14 minutes remaining here. The M109's really frustrating here. And the pivot's getting hit. And I saw the chat saying, yeah, maybe the M400, the M270, the big MLRS could have been a better option. But I think the annoyance of constant artillery fire here is the better way for Lathens even. With constantly hitting positions, constantly forcing a wooden box to micro around. Which reacting always takes more attention than acting in those kind of moments. So, and also takes a wooden box out of the rhythm. Whilst using the artillery, you can use them, put them into your own rhythm. So,
I wondered if we were going to see a complete change of tactic from a wooden box, to be honest. But he's still got that CV, looking to try and head to the back point, and he's still bringing in units up there as well. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with that.
I mean,
I think there's too much defend.
He has 2 CVs in the center. He's bringing in a CV for the south again. I believe that will for sure be an attempt there. Oh, that CV, yeah, that has a hell of a lot.
That's what I mean.
That looks like a walk that it just can't win. Like, but if it ever gets in there, and if it gets the zone completely captured, it might just get enough points here. But no, there comes the ATGMs, and there goes the CV. Yeah, he had to attempt it, but it just didn't work out. And now he has to find another solution. I think his only solution left here really is the north. Oh, that mortar running into its death. That was quite suicidal. Yes. We have the artillery, the M109s firing once more, being really frustrating for a wooden box as well. And it seems like Lathens might even be able to reverse the north completely. I like the Kiowa warrior there, by the way, in the rear. It's quite interesting for a wooden box. That really keeps any rear line shenanigans with vehicles away.
Oh, Abrams command tank here, getting maybe a little bit too close for comfort. Does smoke itself.
Yeah, we have an M1 command coming in from the other side as well for the south, for that push. The Cobra is still around. There are 2 Stingers now, though. As we see some more recon units up north. It's only M150s. No recon Bradleys or anything like that. So, yes, they can be somewhat nice, but they are not gonna kill off enemy M1A1s easily. And the M1 here under heavy fire, so it seems like Lathens might be able to reverse the whole situation over here now. And that is problematic. I mean, they're still sitting 5 or 6 M1 Abrams for a wooden box around on the other side. But it's gonna be problematic here.
Yeah, it does feel like he's kind of collapsed at this side of the map, unfortunately. He's got that Abrams there, and the Pivads, but he's just Lathans is just charging him down here now.
Oh, M150 gets the ATGM out quicker, kills the Bradley. Really important there. Quite nice kill. Could go for some annoyance now in the rear. And maybe you could, now that Lathans is pushing around, if you now would have moved the CV in, that actually could have worked. In the moment where Lathans is like, oh yeah, I feel comfortable now. Imagine the far right swing now by wooden boxes. And then just coming around from the real rear there. The wooden boxes CV would have come around here from the through the deep forest on the far right. As Thunderbolt comes in, Phantom Cluster Bomber comes in as well. There's nothing left there. As the M1A1s
The poor M1 got wrecked.
keep on pushing. Oh. The Prowl not hitting the Thunderbolt just yet. But here we go. Good damage. Oh, it gets the kill though on the M1 still. In the end, but it didn't know. Oh, this is interesting, yeah. Military police coming up. M1 CP is around. M1 Abrams pushing in with all of this now as well. They need to go through there. We have 10 minutes remaining. You still can't go fully suicidal, but you have to take heavy risks now as a wooden box if you want to bring this game around. Like, you have to really walk the edge here if you want to have a chance on these points. And
He's going to get back in this point. His military police should hopefully be able to deal with that. Oh, it's the Cobra though at the back, and the Apache's coming in. Absolutely mincing those infantry.
military police going forward. M1 already hit by the Apache. Apache number 2 coming in as well. F-16 trying to come in, trying to push that Apache back to allow the M1 going through, but it goes down. And this is a massive, massive, massive loss here. And yeah, this is a really big problem. The Apaches having such a good day here. The Chaparral not moving up with all of this. I don't know why it didn't, but it does mean that there's no CV here for Wooden Box to push in. And I'm not sure if he has a CV left, actually. Which is a massive problem. 8-10 there gets melted. In the meantime, oh, that CV goes down. Wait, is there another? Oh, that one is on the edge. I guess there, yeah, that's the CP over there still.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, this sounds really risky right now, but
I think Lathans might have this now. He's pushing hard across the middle.
Well, he might be overextending there a bit. Like, there's still so many M1s left. If he can get enough stress on the other stuff, those M1s still could potentially do something. As I said, at F-15 trying to go for the Cobra, Chaparrals and Pivots trying to kill it. Bit of infantry lacking here for sure. I feel like it's time to try to use the Warrior for some aggressive action up on the front line. And yeah, Wooden Box is in a bit of a pickle here now. And the M109s, yeah, nice kill there on the M1A1. The M109s might come in for the artillery to try to snipe the CV off the Wooden Box as well. They're aiming up for sure again. Scout under fire by the Pivot. Yeah, they tried to snipe the CV. They're not hitting it at the moment, but it is for sure scary. Because if that CV in the center goes down, it's goodbye to the game, most likely for a Wooden Box. So I'm not sure if he even has a other CV left. South, the Apaches. I don't know why there is no AA of a Wooden Box coming around. There is some coming up now. There is another CV coming in here. Okay. That is interesting. But
the M1's fighting hard in the center here, but taking a lot of fire from the infantry. One's down, another's down. Just 2 left of all of those M1s that were there for a Wooden Box. This is not looking good.
yes. I mean, he got a good kill on most of the M1A1s as well, but he doesn't have enough infantry around for these M1s in the center to clean out the enemy infantry. He doesn't have enough helicopters either. Like, yeah, the Kiowa Warrior there trying to kill the M1A1. Coming around for the Bradley now as well. Getting the kill there. Has no Hellfires left now, though. Apache is coming in. Pivot goes down in the south. Ford can find the kill there. CV is being pushed out. That's a +3 now for Lathans, and that is absolutely painful now. As the Apache could come around with its Hellfires as well. Yeah, Chaparral is out of ammo. Doesn't have the resupply right now. Mech Rifle moving forward. More Mech Rifles coming in with the ATGMs. M1A1 under fire. One of them going down completely here. And this is really painful here for a wooden box, as Leifens with the +3 here now, so close to the end, is really rushing ahead now and taking out all the last few potential swing units here as well. CV went down as well in the center. Mech rifles on their own against a lot of mech rifles on the other side, not having the support to deal with it. And yeah, I'm a bit surprised that we never saw artillery like the M110 or so from a wooden box side. It's only mortars. Oh, we have one M110 here. Did I never see that fire? Okay, I might just have been me.
I'm not sure if I ever saw it actually hit anything.
Yeah, and we have an M1A1HA CV here now pushing forwards for Leifens. Yeah, Leifens seems to have this one. Nice, gets the kill there on the warrior as well. And is doing really well here in game number 3 now. In this,
I mean, I can pretty much imagine. I think Lathans may try to push one of these command tanks through to the back point as well. He seems to have a lot of control. That CV's about to get smashed by something.
Yeah,
there it goes.
Yeah, that might be has nothing left here. This is looking like the moment to GG out of this game, because there's just no hope. Like, if he would still have contesting the center here, and if he would still be only 40 points away, then he might still hope for a random swing somewhere, or random capture with a weird wild move, but he is now more than 200 points behind his opponent. So even if he gets a sneaky CV in there for a second somewhere, it won't be enough. And everything is pushing him on him now. And 1A1 here pushing down the stingers. And yeah, it goes down. Bit of a overextension there by Leifens, but he can take it.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling pretty confident about this now. I think he's just throwing these choppers in as he needs to, taking the hit.
Apache's moving back here. Yeah, Cobra moving around as we see that moving up there. M1A1 coming up, and there we go. GGVP here. Leifens is our semi-finalist here. 8,700 to 6,500 kills. A really strong show by Leifens. A wooden box giving him a hard fight, but couldn't quite finish it off there. And yeah, well played.
Yeah, commiserations of wooden box. Very hard fought there. I honestly thought at one point you were going to just annihilate the center point, but Lathans held on out there. And obviously great use of his aircraft and the choppers towards the end as well. But really well played to both of you.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if Leifens is going to come around for an interview as well. Yes, this was for sure a really strong show here. Wooden box. Yeah, we had him earlier. Really had a good run up to this point as well. We had both of these guys playing nicely here. Leifens going up 2-1 here. Will face Tiberius Rancor, who got a 2-1 against Vulcan as well. So yeah, some really strong semifinals here. Another 2-1 over here. So Derek, the only one unbeaten so far without any map losses. And yeah, let's get Leifens around. As yeah, Leifens will be with us in 2 minutes. So really strong show, guys. And those 2 minutes give you time. We give, first of all, me time to thank 2 more guys coming around with $20 and $20 directly to the contribution. EE or IL or IL with $20, and Chris Wu coming in with another $25. Also, thanks for all of you using the claim code. We are nearly having them all used up, so much appreciated there. As we're going down to the last 11 being there, which hopefully will be gone there by tomorrow. As if you're still around, guys, and you haven't used the claim code yet, you can add 25 cents to the prize pool completely for free. All you have to do is click that claim code button. You can also do a couple of other things down here, like subscribing to the Aegis Esports, who are doing quite lovely work as well, and they will add 5 cents to the prize pool as well. And yeah, we had $551, which means quite a lot there. And yeah, GGVP to Leifens. GGVP to a wooden box as well. And yeah, let's get Leifens in here. As soon as he joins one of the voice channels, and then we can talk about those fantastic games. Obviously, we didn't see game 1 and 2, but they must have been quite cool if they ended up in a draw here. Oh, let's see what Leifens can tell us about those.
I'm sure he will give us a little bit of information. A wooden box. I see you in chat there saying now you can have a relaxing Sunday. You just get to come along and chill and watch the game.
And yeah, here we go. Congratulations, Leifens. Well played. You're still muted. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. It was some stressful games.
Yeah.
A wooden box, even though he's down on kill, he makes it so painful to attack such a good defensive player.
Yeah. Wooden box, for sure. Yeah, he was a big... his defensiveness maybe even a bit too much there in that last game, I would argue. But you for sure did take your time dismantling him. Those M109s, beautiful play in my eyes. Really good investment. Even though they didn't kill super much, they for sure were highly frustrating there.
Yeah, and the idea behind them was to force a wooden box off his defensive play and force movement. Because if I allow him to just sit back, I'm gonna get arty spammed.
Yeah, and we didn't saw game 1 and 2. We were over at Derek. Two really good games there. So how did those go?
Black Forest was a Black Forest game where it was all about that losing that wood camp and getting my reinforcement lane constantly harassed. I went third armored for all 3 games. I had a KD of 1.5 in the first game, or 1.4 or something like that. But I wasn't able to clamp him at the end, so it ended on a really close CV hunt. 1200 versus 1100 conquest points or something similar.
Yeah.
And 2 legs was just a standard 2 legs of tank battle. I think Box did himself a disservice and picking first armored, and I got third for free. And then it was just 80 gem spam and grind him down with flash engineers and the M1 HAs.
Yeah. Interesting. Sounds like a really cool series. Also, obviously, all guys who haven't followed you yet, you should check out Leifen's channel and find the link in the chat right now. And yeah, watch the VOD over there as well, guys. And yep, any plans for tomorrow? Any lessons you have learned so far today?
I think I just need to play slow and steady, and I think I can beat everyone. Just need to not rush and do poor trades.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the first game was a really close one, right? Silva talked a lot of. It got
Well, I think it was 8,500 kills to 3,700 and something.
Yeah.
But he kept on for 27 minutes, so he did well.
Yeah, and then game 2, how did it go against Edwin? Because we didn't saw that at all. But obviously Edwin.
I clapped him. He tried to do second infantry shenanigans.
Yeah.
I just took it slow and steady and placed the helicopters in the A-10s where I knew his rush were coming.
Yeah, because that worked really well against Tanner, obviously. But yeah, Vertigo, different kind of map than 2 ways. So on 2 ways.
Yeah, and I'm hardened in the ranked meta where that happens every day, so I know what's up.
Yeah, Tanner got a bit caught off surprise there and did suffer the consequences. But really good plays, really good games all around today. I'm really looking forward to your matchup against Tiberius Rancor. I believe you have met each other in a best of 3 before, didn't you?
Yeah, we have. And we've scrimmed a lot versus each other, so I feel like I know how his plays out quite a lot, or quite well.
Yeah, spreadsheet wins games goes on in the chat right now, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to that matchup. That will be fantastic. Derek versus Joker on the other side, gonna be a great match as well. And hopefully we will hear each other tomorrow in another winners interview. And yeah, see you there, mate.
Thanks, Sathans. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's come around here. And yeah, this was for sure a really exciting day up to here. Yeah, it's tomorrow gonna start at 4 p.m. CST as well. And yeah, we're gonna go into one more analysis, as that game obviously had a lot to offer, and Phoenix has it already for you guys. So we'll give you over to that in a second, soon as he has it all set up. Yeah, there we go. Wait, give me a second, guys, and then gotta go to all of that lovely stuff. So take us away, Phoenix.
Oh man, give me 1 second. Discord's messing with my stuff. I don't want to flashbang anybody again.
The classic. The classic. Like,
All right, should be back up and ready to go now.
yeah, there we go.
All right. So this is basically a good starting composition here from Lathan's. Oh no, we're not still getting flashbanged, are we?
Now we're fine.
Okay, so it's when I tab out. That's so weird, man. Come on, Discord. All right, so basically here, what we've got is a good composition of starting forces. Third Armored, of course, being pretty good at a lot of different things. Nerfed a little bit in this patch in terms of tank availability, but still a very strong division. Lathan said, of course, that he was able to power through this entire series, playing Third Armored all 3 games. Of course, going 2-1, but hey, that gets you the dub, man. That gets you to the next round, and from there, you just got to keep going. Good starting composition there. A lot of ITOs, recon, AA, tank, of course, and a little bit of infantry sprinkled in there. Wooden box on the other side with 8th Infantry, one of my favorite all-time divisions. Along with 3rd, honestly. I mean, I'm an America simp. Come on now. But a lot of infantry, of course. Standard for an infantry division. Good amount of AA as well in the pivots. Cheap M150 recons, which are excellent for the tow. And then we dive into the early fight here. Wooden box harassing some units here and brings up a lot of firepower into this bottom zone area. Eagle getting a couple early kills on some alpha jets, able to protect the helicopters, the Cobra that Lathan's brought up early on. And then you pretty much just had some solid opening skirmishes in the center there with the recon units battling it out. Pretty much just like LMG, heavy machine gun fights. Wooden box, of course, bring a lot of troops down here into the south, and eventually does get off a push there, but a little bit of harassment from Lathan's with his main tank. You can kind of see where the line has formed here in the front. The CV here is going to become a prime artillery target for these M109s that Lathan's calls out relatively, early. Not, I mean, I would say it's pretty early in the game. We're not even 5 minutes in, I think, and he had it out firing already. So definitely wants to soften up the front line with that artillery, as he said. And maybe an M270 would have been better served, but I mean, 2 155s are still going to do the job. I mean, the most recent conflict in Europe has shown us that artillery is still the king of the battlefield, as it has been for basically the last 300 years. And you like to see it being used in effective fashion, just mowing down, softening up some of these infantry, so that the infantry can mow them down easier. And did pretty well with this to kind of blunt this push from Wooden Box as we see all these units coming in here. He's got some AA, he's got a CV coming down as well. Don't really have any problems with that kind of push. That's pretty standard. I feel like I faced him doing something like this in a tournament in the past. Wink, wink. But when I saw this, I was kind of like, man, there's this good old Wooden Box push right here. Just harassing you on the flank to grab your attention over there, force you to spend points. I think he really wanted to grind down Lathan's infantry. Which he did a pretty good job of that. Eliminated a lot of his flashes and a lot of the real meat grinder units. Gets the CV in there though. Gets the tick up on a +2 and actually gets the points pretty close before the CV gets killed. A couple of helicopters here really helping to clear that stuff up and then go back and resupply. Very good supply usage right there, forming the supply chain. And not only resupply the helicopters, but to resupply the truck right next to them so that this thing can go back toward the front where you don't really want to have your supply helicopter. And as you can see in the top left, they are sitting on that plateau, a HEMTT coming up as well for the supply chain. And pretty good view of the front line, I would say here. Lathan is pushing up and out with some vehicles and some infantry, forming a solid defensive line here over this open area. Pretty much just guaranteeing that Wooden Box is going to have to buy more stuff if he wants to take out that stuff. Two M1s coming around to try to help a little bit. And they kind of just remain mostly around this area of the plateau for most of the game, pushing out at times and pushing back at times too. But, kind of a more reactionary game after the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I would say, from Wooden Box, with the exception of the top area, which we'll get to here soon. And as you can see, the top area now, M1 Abrams, M1 Abrams all around. Keep saying M1A1, my bad. But a lot of infantry, a lot of good stuff there from him. He's going to keep on pushing the envelope up there to try to get into better positions and get a good flank off, cut off some reinforcement roads, all that good stuff. However, he's neglecting spending points over here on his defensive area, and he's really lucky that Lathan's didn't bust through here. If he had more than that one Abrams, I believe this is hidden and flashing. There's a command Abrams there as well, but you don't really want to poke that out too much here. Fear of getting side shotted and just generally a lot of potential for danger. It's tough to support that, but ultimately I think that wasn't his goal. I think he just wanted to get himself a good defensive line up there and kind of just harass a little bit. The main focus seemed to be in this center area where he called in a lot of fire teams, some mech rifles, and at one point I think he has 1, 2, 4 Abrams. Maybe there was a 5th one in there. A couple of Bradleys doesn't hurt either. Continuing down with this fight over here, just trying to bust through this tree line, bust through these buildings, get into whatever he can, and continue pushing. And meanwhile, I didn't want to mention this earlier, but Wooden Box brought his units back, the CV that he once had in the zone, and a couple of other vehicles around here, some supplies as well. And he's trying to go and insert it into the side of the zone to try to get a little sneaky cap/contest on that point, get himself, up into maybe a points lead, all that good stuff that you'd want to do here. And then the top push continuing as well here. A lot of machine guns, a lot of infantry that can deal with, a lot of this other, these small units. The Bradley really being the only major threat, as well as the Apache. Lathan's kind of left that hole open, and Wooden Box really used his chance to take that shot there and try to break through. And he was really close to doing it. We'll get to that here soon as well. Wanted to highlight the cluster jets coming in too, because these did a decent. I think one of them actually got their bombs off on the top. I think this guy down in the south here got wrecked by the AA though. And yeah, here's the push by Lathan. So this happens before Wooden Box really gets into a good flanking position. And the smoke comes in, very well prepared. 1, 2, 3, 4 Abrams right here. Infantry out in the front. But here's the thing. Wooden Box has 1, 2, 3, 4 M1s, and they're basically just going to kind of sit here and play who's got the proper line of sight with Lathan's tanks, and eventually just clobber all of his infantry that he's got pushing forward here. The tanks do some work as well, but by the time that they're able to get forward enough to do anything about the M1s, they've backed off the hill. He's got 5 of them, actually, pardon me. And yeah, it's a little tough. Tough to deal with that. That ridge line there offers some tough decisions to be made in terms of your ability to take the entirety of the zone. It's always kind of been a hindrance with this map. As you can see, Lathan's has a good overall front line other than his left flank, which is the top over there. He's got the bottom secured. So let's go back to the middle here now. And again, good amount of support. So you want to know what a composed assault looks like. I mean, I know he got blunted. I know it kind of got shut down, but this is a good representation of what that is. You want to have your infantry backed by vehicles and, have AA supplies, helicopters, artillery, other support assets ready to go. And yeah, here, this is the result of Wooden Box's little side flank that he tried to do with the CV. Bit unfortunate that this didn't work out for him, as it would have gotten him a good amount of points and probably been a good distraction from, what else he had going on. But unfortunately, it just didn't work out. They just got wrecked by helis. So what can you do? I mean, that's what the helis are for. They punish overextension quite well. Now, here is the flank that Wooden Box had set up that I mentioned, and this is where it ultimately got bogged down, because when Lathan's brought an M1A1 over here and an Apache, there wasn't much that Wooden Box could do. The Apache does get lucky to get away after a tangle with some of those pivads, but he's got an Abrams CP up there, and I believe Lathan's eventually responds with a ton of mechanized units. We're going to go into in a little bit how that ultimately, in my opinion, is how he won the game. But let's go back to the middle here for a second. So Lathan's has to pull back. He's got a good amount of units still hanging around here, but Wooden Box is starting to pressure him on the bottom, pushing him back a bit. I believe killing some of the vehicles and infantry that were stationed in around here and holding the line. Wooden Box does have a tank, some AA, another tank, and some supporting assets. But Lathan's has the M109s, and he's going to be punishing Wooden Box the whole rest of the game with these, basically softening up a lot of those positions and just bringing in his units to follow up and do what they need to do. So, again, a good composition of units here on the top. Abrams CV, 2 Bradleys, a bunch of infantry, another M1A1 right here that is in a tangle with these AT4 fire teams. Eventually does take those out and they advance. Wooden Box getting stalled down here as well. So this is kind of like your typical death row stalemate almost. It's just kind of a weird axis of frontline that they've got. So, you kind of have to kind of just take it for what it is. They're both really trying to play on each other's flanks and stop each other from letting the game get too not really out of control, but you want to put up a good defensive line. I think both of them are really able to do that quite well. Wooden holding off and counterattacking, and Lathan's doing that in the north. Let's see here. I don't believe there was actually anything of note here. Wooden Box moving the M113s forward to try to catch those flash engineers, but they get wrecked by the tank. And he's got a lot of vehicles still built up on this ridgeline right here. You have to wonder whether this was for a push or because he knew he had to be on the defensive and play the close, I'm going to outnumber you with slightly worse tanks kind of game against the class M1A1s that Lathan's has, which are ultimately, near the top of the line. And again, we're seeing in the north here with the Abrams CV, couple of Bradleys, M1A1, Chap, Apache, infantry. Lathan's has just completely swept through those units that Wooden Box had. And this push is going to continue all the way up to the other ridge line of the zone here, completely decimating anything that's in their path. And yeah, a little bit unfortunate that this area was left so wide open after these units died. Wooden Box did overextend probably a little bit too much, in my opinion. I would have liked to build up a little bit more, but I think he wanted to be aggressive and throw his opponent off. And, the A10 kind of really helped clean things up there. A lot of late game push energy going on here, just trying to get something into Lathan's side zone for that 2-point tick as the right side is ultimately collapsing. The game is already in Lathan's hands at this point, in my opinion. You can clearly see that by the amount of blue on the screen, which it's difficult for Third Armor to completely outnumber their opponent on the unit side of things, because a lot of their units are quite expensive in Third Armored. Not to say that Wooden Box doesn't have anything. There's still 2 kind of pretty big not blobs, but clusters of units around. Um, Eventually, there's a lot of pressure put on these Abrams right here in this cluster in the middle, and 1A1's pushing command tank. I believe this gets taken out by the M1s. Good targeting there from Wooden Box to take that out, but ultimately it didn't really matter too much. As you see that tank going down, he does lose more M1s here than he's able to withstand. One of Lathan's tanks has to back off. Good micro there to get your vehicle out of the fight when it needs to, and resupply it, refit it rather than letting it die. And down here, I think the story is really the helicopters. The helicopters really shut down a lot of what Wooden Box was attempting to do here. And whatever AA he had over here, it just wasn't cut out for dealing with these helicopters here. I would have liked to see maybe some Stingers get brought up here and camp on this ridge line and wait for the helis. It's tough when you have to get any AA piece within like helicopter range. But yeah, that's kind of what he was dealing with. Tanks on the ridge again, trying to do their best to hold the line. It's not really going to happen though, as the other CV in the north has died. It's only a matter of time before this one gets artied or killed. And actually, I don't know if anybody else caught this in the game, but this Apache nose cannon, the tow cobra, it was kind of funny. You don't really see that very often. And in the south, again, just cleaned out Wooden Box completely and continues pushing. We're getting closer and closer here to the end as Lathan's pushed all the way to the other ridge line. Not much that Wooden Box can do. As you can see on the map, the front line has just been completely shoved forward in a very short amount of time. And GG's to both players, especially Lathan's there for pulling out that dub. And yeah, ultimately a pretty entertaining third game. Wish we could have seen the first two, but we had some other games going on as well. Hoping that we get the same level of entertainment in tomorrow's games. And yeah, hope to see you guys all there again. Back to you, Protos.
Thank you for really thorough analysis there, Mr. Phoenix. Much appreciated, and much appreciating the support throughout the day by everybody. Phoenix, obviously, yeah, coming around here for really great work there on the back end, getting us the analysis of what Bandana and I just were able to glance at what it was in motion, which we were able to do quite well though, thanks to one other guy over here. Human Place coming in as the observer today, will be analyst tomorrow most likely. And yeah, Human Place, thanks for coming in here. And do you have any words?
Yeah, so hey guys, Team Place here with my standard YouTube intro voice. But I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I really enjoyed just kind of showing off some of the amazing units and visuals that this game has to offer. I had a really great time controlling the camera while the lovely Bandana and Protoss did all the casting for you. It really made for a unique experience overall, and I hope everyone really enjoyed it. And I am very much looking forward to the stream tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm also really hyped for that, and I hope you all as well, as we will be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. CST. And also, obviously, guys, this is all a new experience to all of us on the back end as well. Any bit of feedback is welcome, both here in Twitch chat, especially on Discord, so we can talk about it more detailed. So join the Discord down below if you haven't joined yet, and obviously join. Subscribe to Teamman, subscribe to Phoenix, subscribe to Bandana, give them all some love, and yeah, we gotta push lovely Steel Division, WARNO, lol, WARNO competitive play forward here together. And yeah, your feedback is absolutely welcome here. And yeah, with that, I want to thank all of the crew and all of you viewers once more. Bandana, thanks for joining us here as well on this lovely Saturday. And I'm looking forward to see you all tomorrow again.
Thank you very much for having me. And I think, big thank you also to Protoss guys, because Protoss set everything about this in motion in the first place and has brought in other members to get all this working as well as it has. And he's also been working hard behind the scenes. You'll have noticed him typing from time to time, organizing people and stuff. So he's put a lot of hard work into this.
Yeah, with that said, guys, thanks for watching. We will end the stream for today, but it's not over yet. It's just about to start, guys. We have more than $500 thanks to all of you in the prize pool, and we have 4 amazing players to play it out tomorrow in best of 3 and the best of 5 finals. So be sure to be around tomorrow. Bring all your friends, and see you there, guys.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Same time tomorrow, guys. See you around.
All right. Good job, everyone.